you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe I can give you a ray of light. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. Grow your yourself and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. Grow your yourself. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe I can give the ray of light. Open your heart What you want to say, baby, when you alone in the darkest night? Maybe you can give your radio
Meow. I made it. Wait, did I make it? No, I didn't make it. Oh my gosh, I'm not on stream. At least you can hear me now. Look, sometimes the problem is that we start the stream and you can't hear me. This time, the problem is we start the stream and you can't see me. Let me try that again. There we go. Something like that. And we're here. We're almost there. We almost made it there. This was trying to end up over here, maybe. There we go. What are we missing? Some lights, maybe? Let's make that happen. Oh, wait, I gotta... Discord is so weird. Boom. And then... Yay! We're here, and we got big news, and it is all thanks to Natalie Marie. I honestly would not have known about this, all right? Yesterday, I was joking around about, like, wanting to bully Xanderhal. I think I was just, like, you know, sort of fed up with the content that I was watching. We watched Pierce Morgan debate. It wasn't very good. Then we started to get into Boogie 2988, and I was asking people, do you want me to become Chud Logic? Because this is how you get Chud Logic, right? Just because Chud Logic's a streamer that covers lol cows, and I usually don't. Although I guess Boogie's not always been a lol cow. There's like a whole history of Boogie that I don't know, and I've got that on the agenda today for the second half of the stream, if you so choose. We've also got another blast from the past, that being the Twitch politics, the just disgusting debate, where Destiny defends saying the N-word, and Hasan and shouts over black people, and Hasan comes in at the last minute. Hasan at that point is still trying to rescue Destiny. He still thinks that Destiny is redeemable. Still thinks that Destiny is just like, he's making a bad choice. He's going the wrong way. He's, you know, reacting by reflex, and you know, I mean, like, we all know kind of where Destiny ended up, including Hasan. So yeah, that's on the menu as well. But we got some content for today. Some relevant, possibly to yours and my interest content. For me, Chud Logic is also a lol cow. I think Chud realizes that. I think he accepts that. I think that there's weird stuff in my chat, but I'm gonna try to go push through anyway. I hope everybody's okay. Remember, out there, take care of yourself, okay? You know, I care about my audience, but there's some things that only you can do for yourself, right? So don't ever confuse me with a therapist or a licensed, you know, health professional of any kind, because I'm not. I do what I do, and that's all I can do, and I do the best that I can. And I'm here for you when you want to talk about content, and that's kind of the limit of things, sadly. But anyway, I really do hope everybody's okay. I know that it's not easy, right? Like, we're all going through it. We're all going through it right now, including myself, right? So I know that better than everyone. But anyway, like I said, make sure to take care of yourself, and I'm gonna try to do a better job taking care of myself too. There's probably some you know, self-care that I could do as well. So, you know, it's definitely anyway, chat. How are you? How is it going? We're here to talk about Vaush and Xanderhal. And something that someone very wise once predicted a long time ago. Yeah, I'm not sure. I understand exactly what's going on in chat, but hopefully people can get what they need out there. Schmegly, thank you for re-upping your membership. And wait, I should probably give you the, like, I mean, you weaseled yourself, but you weaseled up, as they say. It's high time I weasel the fuck up, just like cyber punk edge runners. Let me give you the you've just been weaseled. And that's, let me give you the weasel sound, and then I'll also give you one of these. There we go. Wow, indeed, Schmugly. Wow, indeed. Xan was a coward during the last Vaush scandal. Only now does he want to act tough. I mean, he did have like a not my floor, not my problem moment, right? Yeah, he definitely didn't. He said a little something, but you're right. He didn't come out. He didn't do a President Sunday and be like, we have all been wrong to support this guy. You know, he's dragging us all down. These are his problems. This is a Vaush issue. This is his problem. Nobody needs to defend him. Like, you know, he didn't do that. He didn't do that. But he also didn't do a Keffals. He didn't get together with Tipster and be like, we got to defend Vaush, Ethan Klein. How dare you? You gave me your phone number and I just want you to be nice to my friend Vaush. He didn't do that either. So, yeah, he's somewhere in the middle there. And some of you might be surprised when you hear what he is actually calling Vaush out on. It's not quite anything as ethical as you know, speaking up about Vaush's proclivity to short stack goblin and horse content and his cavalier attitude. Attitude? He's got a cavalier attitude. Yeah, Chud logic is a lolcow, but only if you're smart, Simon. So yeah, we've got a lot to cover today. A decent amount to cover. I want to cover more than just Vaush, right? I mean, it's Vaush and Xanderhal, but and look, that is important. And like I said, this has been a long time coming. Vamps was actually the one who predicted. I hope I'm not calling you out too much, Vamps, and I hope right, but Vamps was the one that predicted that back when I was getting you know, getting hate streams done on me by the likes of Xanderhal, Vamps predicted that at some point all of these debate bozos were gonna attack each other. And I kind of like didn't believe it. I was like, no, they got each other's backs, Vamps. That's what they do. They're a Clout network. They're a Clout network. They sit around and like attack people, especially people that speak up. But yeah, Vamps was right. Vamps was right, you know, and it was, you know, it's fractured apart slowly. What are we talking about? We're talking about the White Leaf Network. If you don't know, Vaush and his friends are not just Vaush and his friends, right? Vaush has got a, what would you say? Like he's attached to like a set of servers called White Leaf that, you know, if you're in with those people, you can get on. And, you know, just like Destiny's website, it allows streamers to make a little bit more money from the donations and the subs and all that kind of stuff. You know, like the way that it normally works is that YouTube takes a cut or Twitch takes a cut, but on VGG, which is Vaush's website, or on Xanderhal's website, or on Demon Mom's website, or on KGG, which was Keffals' website. I'm not sure if it's being maintained anymore. I'm not sure if it's got a purpose anymore. But you know, they're able to, you know, it's their platform, so they're able to you know, get the crowdfunding works a little bit easier. But that also means that if you sign up for that, then your website's on there, as Lance found out, right? And if you ever get cold feet and you want to back out of it and you don't really want to be attached to Vaush and all of his nonsense anymore, well, good luck getting your website back from White Nervosa, because it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. But yeah, Xan and Vaush are ostensibly still attached through White Leaf. I don't know if Xan's planning on leaving that, but he has made some moves. He has come out and criticized Vaush, right? And you would think like, well, there's a lot that Vaush deserves criticism on. Has Xan finally grown a conscience? Has Xan finally matured, or decided to step up and you know what I mean? Is he ready to move on to something better? No, he's not. He's mad at Vaush for saying the most obvious thing in the world, which is that Biden cannot be the candidate. And I'm not saying this to be mean, and I'm not saying this to try to impose my political will on other people, right? I just mean that he can't do it. He's failing at it. He cannot keep Putin and Zelensky straight. He cannot keep Trump and Kamala straight. He cannot keep Medicare and Medicaid and COVID straight, right? Everything's jumbled up and mixed up in his head. And the job of a political candidate is to communicate. So, whether you like Biden or not, he is not the right person to run a political campaign. And a lot of people said this early on, and they were just kind of brushed aside. No, we've got a incumbent, right? Incumbents are great, and they tend to be good. They tend to be good luck, right? If you got an incumbent, you're more likely to be reelected. So the Democrats wanted to stick with their incumbent. They got the incumbent. They got the incumbency, and they could just, any problems with Biden, we can just sort of hide it, just like when you make a thumbnail and there's part of the picture that you're using that's like not good. There's a microphone in front of somebody's, you just move the picture so that something else is in front of the microphone. So if you don't want to show I mean, like there's ways to kind of work around it to a point, but I think we figured out what that point is. And that point is when you come into a debate with Donald Trump and motherfucking Donald Trump feels sorry for you. Donald Trump refuses to dunk on you, make fun of you, call you Sleepy Joe because he legitimately feels bad for the self-immolation that you're doing, for the campaign destruction that you're doing, right? Anybody with eyes can see this. And I know that I guess the whole riding with Biden thing that Vaush kind of not started, but, in terms of people in the left-ish, I'll say left-ish rather than leftist because I don't know how leftist any of this stuff is, right? But the left-ish content sphere, he was kind of the one that was like, no, you gotta support Biden. You gotta get enthusiastic. Let's make this happen, right? And point taken. You don't want Donald Trump, but he sort of set up this. What would you call it? It's like this tolerance for the cognitive dissonance between what's wrong with Joe Biden and the enthusiasm that you, as somebody who is riding with Biden, your hopes are riding on him getting elected, has to display, a way of compartmentalizing your mind. That is something that Vaush Vaush created, and that's something that Xanderhal adopted, and not just Xanderhal, a lot of people over there adopted that too. And Vaush has, at this point, recognized that, yeah, no, this is not productive. Keeping Biden in there, being in denial about what's actually going on with Biden, that's not helpful. If you want Donald Trump not to be elected, your best bet is to get somebody else in there besides Joe Biden. It's not going to be somebody good. It's not going to be somebody that you like. It's not going to be somebody that's going to, that you want. It's the Democratic freaking Party. It's the DNC that's gonna pick them, and most likely it's going to be his vice president. Right. But it's if your goal is to see Trump not get reelected, that your best bet is not riding with Biden. That is like riding with a drunk driver, or more to the point, an aged driver that should have his license taken away because he's not capable of driving anymore. Whatever you think about him, whatever feelings that you've attached, and apparently Xanderhal has attached some very serious feelings to Joseph Robinette Biden, and he's unable to, detach like Vaush and Demon Mama and most people over there at this point have. Right, I feel like he's the last one. I feel like, is this a Twitter beef? No, this actually started on stream. This is why I needed Natalie Marie, and thank you, Natalie Marie. Shouts out to Natalie Marie, okay, for making this happen. I wouldn't have known, right? It's not on Twitter. It is not in the segments that Xanderhal and Vaush are doing. There's not like a video of Xanderhal, like, here's what I think is wrong with Vaush. Is Vaush a secret Trump supporter? No, it's not like that. It happened during stream. That Xanderhal was like, yeah, I've been hearing stuff about apparently Vaush is saying bad things about Biden, and it's like, does he not know that it's either going to be Biden or Trump? So if he's not supporting Biden, does he support Trump now? And it's like, as much of an issue as I have with Vaush, as many questionable takes, as many questionable choices as he has had in the past, right? No, he's not Team Trump. He is Team the best chance of Trump not being reelected, which is like the only sensible, place to be as far as the two major parties and electoral politics go at this point, right? So, yeah. That's where we're at. Just to give you a little heads up on that, what we're gonna see today. If you're unfit to drive, are you truly fit to lead? I mean, that's a separate question. That's a separate question, and I know what you're saying there, right? As in, if you got if Biden's not able to campaign, then how good do you feel about the fact that this guy has been president for the last 4+ years? How good are you feeling about that? Maybe not so great. That being said, I think it's understood that the presidency has survived senile presidents before, has survived incapacitated presidents before, right? Ronald Reagan was out of it, so freaking out of it by the end of his term. And look, that's not that it's without danger, right? I mean, like, it could be just that the administration, the people that he selected, kind of work together to do some kind of caretaking of the state while that person is really too old to meaningfully govern. It could be that they try to carry out what they think are the policy priorities of their president, or it could be that a wife, a husband, a child, someone close to the president kind of takes the reins. And I mean, I don't think that could get dicey for sure. We don't know what's going on with Joe Biden. Some people hypothesize that Jill Biden has taken the reins. Some people hypothesize that the whole Biden presidency has been a puppeteering act, a marionette act with Obama as the puppet master. And I'm sorry, but I don't see any proof for that, right? There's a big difference between the, let's say the foreign policy, for instance, right? As bad as Obama was on a lot of issues, he did not let Netanyahu run as wild as Biden has, right? He did things to try to rein in the settlements in Israel. And he's not great. But there's a difference between their policy. Like you can tell that it's not Obama. If you know what to look for, you can tell that it's not Barack Obama that's in charge. Obama did kind of put him there though. And we found out more about that recently. People have come out. Oh my God, I don't think we watched this yet, but I need to. Oh my God, what is his name? I'm forgetting this guy's name. He has a very normal, vanilla, a name that everybody has. But anyway, that said that Biden was not selected, as many of you probably already suspect. Biden was not selected because he was uniquely capable of defeating Trump, right? That was the line that people were fed in the Democratic Party in 2020. Biden was selected because he was uniquely capable of defeating Bernie. Biden was selected after Nevada, where it looked like Bernie might actually win. Bernie had the momentum. It was maybe Bernie's year. And there was a series of phone calls, supposedly from Obama, to a lot of the candidates, telling them each to drop out, which they did, except for Elizabeth Warren. Elizabeth Warren stayed in, the one person that was kind of splitting votes with Bernie. So in other words, you take an Amy Klobuchar out, you take a Pete Buttigieg out. Where do those votes go? They go to Biden. You take a Elizabeth Warren out, where do those votes go? A lot of them go to Bernie. Maybe not all of them, but enough of them, right? So Elizabeth Warren stays in. And you know, the other candidates they pull out, right? So I can kind of understand Afghan resistance. I speak French as well. We're always speaking French in this chat. There's many French speakers. Driving with Biden. I mean, you're going to need to drive for Biden. That's the thing. And you're going to need to drive Biden right out of that White House. Like, that's your best case scenario. If what you want is not another Trump administration, Biden should not be the candidate. I'm trying to remember the official that kind of unveiled this information, that confirmed what a lot of us have already suspected. But yeah, I think it's a private conversation. I'm gonna try not to read your. I'm gonna try not to translate anyone's French. Maybe that's why it's in French. I don't know. I'm Canadian, but I cannot speak any French. You know, I've been told that if I were to try to move to Canada, I would need to show my competency at French. Right? There's like it's not easy. It's not easy. They do gatekeep. They only want the most educated, the most well off Americans to move to Canada. And you know, one of those things too is like being able to one of those things is being able to speak French, since there's a big portion of Canada where French is the official language. I'm trying not to get distracted. Please do not make this difficult for me. Anyway, we got to talk about Xanderhal. We got to talk about Vaush. There's some other things that I want to look at really quick though before we get to that, in terms of the Biden stuff. And I know some of you are a little bit tired of the Biden stuff. So I have also, let's open this up. Also selected some more possible topics that do not have to do with Biden. No, one of them does. One of them does has. I thought I had all topics that don't have to do with Biden, specifically because I wanted to specifically because I wanted to give people a break. But I guess you can choose your own break. That's what we're doing. We're choosing our own breaks today. Let's add that to the playlist. What else are we doing? I'm sorry, Chad. I'm just trying to find some stuff I wanted to take a look at first. Let me just show you what I got. Boom. There we go. All right. So we got Hasan debates Dean Phillips. I keep on putting this up here. It keeps on getting votes. So I thought I would leave it on there in case today is the day for Hasan debates Dean Phillips. Some people are interested in seeing this. We've got the option where chat teaches me about Boogie 2988. Where, you know, like it became apparent last time at the end of the stream that I know a lot less about this Boogie person that's been in the headlines than like almost everybody in chat. So if you want to teach me about the lore, like who this guy is, why people are so interested, then, you know, you can do that through voting for that one. We've got Destiny versus Hasan. This is the one I told you about. This is some ancient history of the Inward Andy saga. This is when Destiny defended his right to use the N-word. And Hasan tried to be like, no, because Hasan still thought he was savable at the time. So it's a blast from the past. And then we got Jesse Gender on Joe Biden. This has been on here for a while too, but I still feel like some people are interested in this. So I left it up there and I hope we're good. I hope we can be okay. But anyway, this is I'm just a little bit annoyed because oh, there we go. There's one. Did I get that saved to the playlist? No, of course not. There we go. Okay, there's the two videos. Okay, we're good. We're good, chat. Yeah, there was two videos that I wanted to watch before we even get there. And I've got them now. So I think we're good. I think we're good. So again, yeah, this is our poll. Now I've already gotten Schmegly, you re-upped your membership today, so I'm gonna add that there, right? Remember, when you weasel up, when you become a weasel, when you get yourself a membership, if you get gifted a weasel, or when you gift weasels, when you use a super chat, a super sticker, when you sign up to Patreon, when you sign up, or when you donate to the Throne Fund. Again, we've got that's if you want to help out the stream with some of the some of the physical aspect. What am I trying to say? Some of the tech that I need to upgrade the streams, the production value. That's what I'm looking for. The production value, you know, that's on Throne. When you donate to any of the links down below in the description, over on Twitch, there's a ad break at the top of every hour. I always forget to mention that, so I should probably mention it now. There's one coming up in 20 minutes that you'll be spending 3 minutes watching ads. That's the drawback of Twitch. Twitch is pretty nice in some ways. The emotes, if you have them, are actually animated, and there's all kinds of cool stuff over on Twitch. But the drawback is the top of the hour ad break, which lasts for 3 minutes. That's 3 minutes that you can skip for free by using a Twitch Prime sub, or for $5.99. I believe they did raise the price now to if you want to buy yourself a sub. And there's also a possibility that you could be gifted a sub. And your best bet on that is to just be active in the chat. People who gift subs, they can choose who they want to gift the sub to. And that means that, you know, just be there, be in chat, and you might get a gift sub as well. But yeah, gift subs also. So what I'm trying to tell you is that any kind of donation that you make to the stream during the course of the stream is going to be counted right up here. In fact, let me add Schmegly's membership there. So we're at 3% out of 100. If we hit 100 out of 100, that means we're going to unlock one of these things. And which one are we going to unlock? You decide. You decide by voting, and you can also decide when you know, if you're donating, you can also you know, put that percentage towards whatever subject that you want, or towards Vox Populi. if what you want is just to like let the vote decide, if you're big on that, that's a possibility. Does Canada are they impressed by polyglots? I'm not sure. I know that they just want you speak great French though, Shakespeare, so you should you know, you got an advanced degree. I would say that you got a good chance of getting into France. What am I talking about? France. I'm talking about Canada. French Canada too. French Canada as well, if that's where you're going for. Although, like, a lot of people do not prefer Quebec. But anyway, let me put the poll up for you. What do you want to watch next? That's the question I'm asking you today in this poll, and I've got 4 options for you. Hopefully they're good options. Hopefully they're exciting options. You know what? There's also a WhatIfAltHist that's saying, are we turning into Weimar Germany? It's really weird to see like a quasi-fascist account like WhatIfAltHist asked the question, are we turning into Nazi Germany? Because it's like, yeah, motherfucker, you're turning us into. You're taking us back there. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm making an executive decision here. I'm adding in WhatIfAltHist. If you really want to see Jesse Genders take on Joe Biden, you're welcome to go ahead and vote for it anyway, and I will take that into account. Yeah, I'm gonna change things up a little bit because it's good to have fresh options on the poll, and hopefully there's something in there that each of you will like, that each of you can get excited about it. Does Canada accept Arctic sea mammals? I mean, aren't they supposed to be opening the Northwest Passage soon? Do you know about this, chat? Thanks to good old global warming, the fabled Northwest Passage, which look like, I mean, people have taken the Northwest Passage. People have done the Northwest Passage. Shakespeare, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. We got 5. I'm gonna wait for the sounds. Wait, I'll do them right after. Okay, we'll do it like this. Mango del Rio. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Can hear another wow, I think. Afroponics. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. I'm Peachy. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Q Queen Bee. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And River Rune. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. That's going to WhatIfAltHist, Shakespeare is telling me. So here's how it works. Let me show you exactly how this works, right? We got 15 memberships, and I round up, so that puts us up to 18%. And that also, Schmegley, if you got an opinion on this poll, you did re-up your membership at the beginning of this stream. Feel free to let me know where you want me to put your percentages. WhatIfAltHist has just gotten 15 points. So already on the board with 15 points, already doing pretty well in the poll. What else do we have? We got to make the short stream happen somehow. I should do this ahead of time is what I should do. Oh yeah, and I got to figure out how to make this interesting to shorts. I've noticed, chat, shorts likes slightly different stuff than the full stream, the full screen stream. The full screen stream is like interested in like stuff pretty much like the title. Okay, so I'm gonna say that the short stream needs to be called Vaush accused of being secretly Being a secret Trump supporter. Because I don't think Shorts knows about Xanderhal. So yeah, I gotta like finesse the title. What's up, Nabil? Good to see you. I'm gonna put this in here. Maybe even copy over the tags, which I never do. Copy those tags. Did I do this wrong? I hope not. Tags, come on. There they are. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Oh yeah, I gotta put the thumbnail. Oh, by the way, Vamps, you really outdid yourself on this thumbnail. Which I don't know if that means the same thing in British parlance as in American, but it's good. It's a good thing. It's like outdoing yourself means that this is like I don't know. That's probably one of those that like that's in both. In fact, I might even be like, yeah, this might even be something that came from British English, as they say, and not from American English to begin with. So there we go. We're just about ready to get going here. Yeah, I remind everyone to switch into live chat if you're watching on YouTube, because live chat is exceptionally cool. Oh my God, Omega Star with the community sub on Twitch to Robot Monkey Cat. Should I start counting these as like? I guess I should. Um. So I'm starting the poll on. Oh yeah, that's right. I gotta make sure. Let's hit this button. And as always, right? Whether if you're watching it on the full screen stream, there's also a short stream. Feel free to go over there and vote a second time if you want to. I'm telling you that because it's just like it's unavoidable that some people are going to vote in both streams. And so I just want to let everybody know so you got an equal chance. If you want to have 2 votes, that's how you do it. You go over to the other stream and you vote in that stream too. All I ask is that you leave a like because those help me out greatly. Thank you to Thumb Gang. Thumb Gang, you shouts out to Thumb Gang. Okay, so here we go. We got both of the polls open, and I'm gonna go live here. And we're now in Shorts. We're open on all of our platforms. I also want to shout out my Patreons. If you are a Patreon at the level of Fancy Weasel or higher, you get a shout out. You get a fancy shout out with that Fancy Weasel membership. And so, since I always forget to do this, let me start now. So I don't always forget to do it. I usually get to it later in the stream, but let's go ahead and shout out the Fancy Weasels. Omega Star shouts out. Jules K shouts out. Just Julie shouts out. Moe Noape shouts out. Shakespeare shouts out. Funky Monkey shouts out. And Temporal Insanity shouts out. And yeah, if you want to sign up for the Patreon, the link is down in the description. You can be a Fancy Weasel or any kind of weasel you so choose. So I think we're all ready to go. We've got our polls. Have we got our polls charged up? WhatIfAltHist is doing quite well. on so many fronts, right? So like, how does this work? Well, I've got a poll running in shorts. I've got a poll running in full screen. And yeah, it's in full screen. We're ahead by 3 points for WhatIfAltHist, Weimar, Germany. With Destiny versus Hasan coming in second place. On shorts, we're ahead 60%. WhatIfAltHist to 20%. I mean, that's a really early on poll, but it's massively ahead, right? So what I'll do is I'll take these two polls, I'll average them together, and then I will do some addition and I will do some subtraction. The addition is like right here, when you say like WhatIfAltHist, you want to basically when you donate, let me know what you want that donation going towards, and I will add 1% per US dollar to the subject of your choice, right? So Shakespeare donated memberships and said WhatIfAltHist, therefore that 15% goes there. Does that make sense? Both Hasans are awesome. I encourage either Hasan content, says Jules. Oh yeah, also, Robot Monkey Cat. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. There we go. So I think we're just about ready to get started. A little, this is what people do when they get banned. They make a alt and spam spam harassment in the chat. That's not a good look. That's not a good look. Oh well, we see you. There's probably better uses of your time. Anyway, let's get started. I think we got everything that we need to be ready to go. What are we looking at here? Yeah, we're gonna start out. Oh my god. So somebody said something about Hasan content. Well, I got some for you. We're gonna watch a little bit of this because it's just like it's more on the Biden stuff and it's important. Oh, Sisyphine Task says Medi. Did I miss anybody that wanted their donos put towards? I'm gonna scroll up in the chat a little bit and see if I can find anyone else. It's like a Mega Star and Schmegly. I'm still waiting to get your choices. Is that right? That is correct. That is correct. All right, we'll get going anyway. But yeah, if we hit the sub goal before the stream gets over, then we got another whole segment for you. And it's the segment that'll be like the combination of the votes and the donos, right? I'll figure out what wins based on that. And as always, you can always say Vox Populi. You can always say Fallout New Vegas. If you want to see gaming content, you want to see me play Fallout New Vegas, you can always say Vox Populi. If you just want to throw it back to the voters, right? And that's what that does. That emphasizes the vote of the people in chat. If you say Vox Populi. Okay. Schmeg said Vox Populi. Okay, indeed. All right, so we got 3% on Vox Populi. And wait, no, we got... Yeah, okay. Did we get Omega stars? Okay, I'm still waiting for Omega star. And I'm also still waiting for the top of the hour ad break, which is coming at you in what, like about 5 minutes. Yeah. This is your chance, if you're watching on Twitch, to get yourself out of that for free or for $6 now, I gotta say, or possibly by being gifted a sub, which is more likely to happen if you're active in chat. There we go. I can see Twitch chat, yeah. I can see all things. I just get distracted very easily. But yeah, oh, did I Oh, Omega Star picked Hasan. That's why Jules is saying. Do you see Twitch chat? Do you actually see Twitch chat? So wait, oh my gosh. And that is Hasan. Okay, so there we go. We're gonna put 6 into because that's what Twitch she's ignoring us. No. I think I got you. Anyway, we're good now. Ready to go. I'm gonna hit that. I'm gonna hit all the right buttons, hopefully, and we are going to get started for real now. Right on time too. I love it when I use exactly 1 hour to talk to chat and to explain the poll and everything like that. All right. Whoa, Hasan, you're quiet.
I told you guys that it wasn't going to be as bad as you think it was going to be, and the media was going to play the role of covering it as like, you know, he had some moments, but he ultimately pushed through. Look at what a big boy he is, and that is the overwhelming consensus. Obviously, in the normie sphere, everyone's talking about Vice President Trump.
I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump.
Vice President Trump.
I think she was not qualified to be president.
Everyone's talking about President Putin.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. We've got big President Putin.
Can you imagine being Zelensky there? Oh, I'm getting called Vladimir Putin, the guy that I'm fighting. That's who he thinks is. You think all Volodymyr and Vladimir is, it's not even the same name. I mean, it's close to the same name, but anyway, chat. That is the same press conference, right? Where the media focused on his discussion of NATO, which is like his favorite subject. It's what he wants to brand himself as. He's the NATO dude. Trump's the anti-NATO dude, and you know, this is what he's going forward with, and this is what he would like people to think. Now, look, as far as the media going along with Biden's message, sort of covering up for him, sort of making nice for him, and you'll see more about that later as far as cleaning his quotes up and stuff like that when he rambles, making his quote sound concise and intelligible rather than how it actually sounds. The question is, though, is this media bias in favor of the Democrats? Or is this media bias in favor of Trump? And now it's a weird thing to say, but I've been made aware recently that a lot of these big, you know, network and cable companies are actually owned by Trump supporters. So it's a legitimate question. It's a legitimate question because I don't know if they're helping Biden out here as much as they are helping Trump. And in this case, Biden and Trump, Biden's desire to stay in the race matches Trump's desire to keep him in the race. If you notice, like I said, Trump was actually sounded like he felt sorry for Biden. Trump has not gone hard on Biden. Trump has not really popped his head up that much. Trump has been pretty low key and quiet, you know, partially because, you know, Biden's doing a lot of damage to his brand right now, and partially because he doesn't want that knockout blow. He doesn't want Biden to be replaced by somebody that might be more likely to win. So that's what we're dealing with.
But in the media sphere, in the sphere of those with actual proximity to power, the way that this press conference was reviewed was, you know, he showed that this is his favorite subject, and he's good at talking about NATO. Look at him. He's so good at foreign policy.
President took questions.
Wait, you got banned from Vaush's chat or from Hasan's chat, Transjaded?
Last night at his first solo news conference in 8 months, he showed command of foreign policy over nearly an hour, but also stumbled at times. The big question now.
Oh, we're talking about Hasan chat. He banned you for that? I remember him. I know the moment you're talking about, Transjaded.
I should have just let George say it, because he just literally said it. He said exactly what I said. He showed command.
I'm trying to remember what segment that was in, but yeah, I mean, I didn't see him pull up your chat. I did hear him refer to what you said, though.
Over foreign policy, but he had some stumbles.
Overnight, despite a rising wave of...
Oh, Ubafly says the Epstein leaks are keeping Trump from popping his head too high. Yeah, and all this fucking mess, all this mess, this will he, won't he withdraw thing is kind of sucking up that oxygen in the room that should rightly be going to the Epstein leaks. Those are a big deal, and I think that the Epstein leaks are something that could actually penetrate into that impossible MAGA shell. You know how nothing penetrates there? They don't care. You know, he can get convicted, he can get indicted, he can get all this stuff, and they're just like, no, I'm voting twice as hard for Trump now, right? The Epstein stuff might be different for a few of them, not for a lot of them. A lot of them are just cult members, right? But there might be a few people that, like, after going so hard on this QAnon stuff about Hillary Clinton and the pizzeria and the Democrats, you know, being in cahoots with the secret, you know, underground, you know, child rings or whatever, you know, it's not going to be super palatable. The fact that Trump was so tied up with Epstein.
Opposition, President Biden making clear his mind is made up, convinced that he remains the best candidate to defeat Donald Trump.
I think I'm the most qualified person to run for president. I beat him once, and I will beat him again.
During an hour-long press conference, Biden taking questions from 9 reporters, hoping to demonstrate he has the mental fitness and stamina to stay in this race and lead for 4 more years.
I'm not in this for my legacy. I'm in this to complete the job I started.
But out of the gate, Biden mixing up his own vice president and his rival.
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president.
Trump seizing on that moment.
Chat, now you got to tell me, okay, did I like glaze over that part? I remember watching this with you, but I don't remember being like, Vice President Trump, like, I remember getting told about this. I don't know. I think during the moment, like, I might have like just let it run, because I'm like so used to Biden misspeaking that I might not have said anything about that.
Writing, great job, Joe.
He said, great job, Joe. Oh, you're doing great. It's so funny because, like, in a way, Trump can't be beaten on him too hard for 2 reasons. One, because he wants him to stay in the race because he knows that's a beatable candidate, unlike the rest of the Democratic lineup. And he also can't be beaten on him too hard because then he's going to look like he's, you know, he's just like doing elder abuse, and no one wants to see that. But of course, the fact that he's pulling his punches also causes other election watchers to see him as like a person that's moderating his positions. So in a way, it's a win-win-win for Donald Trump to just like kick back, let the media cycle eat.
Yeah, Trump has such low expectations as a human being that when he does something like, and honestly, I don't think he wasn't, I mean, I said before that he was gentle on Biden. I said before that it sounded like he felt sorry for Biden. And maybe that's me having low expectations too. What he said was, I don't know what he said, and I don't think he knows what he said. And that's not exactly nice, but I guess for Trump, like I said, the bar is so low that that's nice for Trump.
Biden alive, and you know, they just do the damn thing with the RNC. That's really gonna swap the attention, I think. Unless
Biden's press conference looked very Russian.
Says some fuck shit in between now and the RNC, like the media will of course shift their focus over to like how insane the Republicans are, even though I suspect that this RNC cycle is going to have the Republicans trying desperately not to come across as like super radical. So we'll see.
Hours earlier, a similar mistake. Biden introducing Ukrainian President Zelensky as Russia's Vladimir Putin.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. We're going to beat President Putin.
President Putin. We're going to beat President Putin.
Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin.
Good catch, sir. You really killed it.
But even as he pushed back against concerns
He just has to bring it back to the fact that he's the NATO guy, Jack.
about his age, the 81-year-old admitting
I just got to just pace myself a little more. Pace myself. In the next debate, I'm not going to be traveling into 15 time zones a week before.
But the president...
But you're the president. You're the president. Look. Here's the deal. Like, is it normal to expect somebody to travel 15 time zones and then do like a full slot of campaigning? No, most people can't do that. Most people could not do that, right? But you're the president. And that is indeed what the president does during an election year. Yeah, you got to run the country, and you gotta run for office.
was defiant, dismissing the growing chorus of Democrats calling for him to exit the race.
I served in the Senate a long time. The idea that senators and congressmen running for office worry about the ticket is not unusual. So
Do you see what I mean, though, chat? Like, even stuff like clearing his throat and coughing, right? It should be like a normal thing. Like, there's some of these blunders, you know, could be not that big of a deal. Like, misspeaking isn't always a big deal. But when you got people focused on you and they're focused on your age and they're focused on some really ridiculous, like, misstatements you've made so far, like confusing, you know, Medicare and Medicaid with COVID and forgetting which one you want to spread and which one you want to defeat, you know, when you're saying, you know, stuff like that, it's going to always call back this question of, can you run for president? Can you even serve as president? Like, how are you president in this state of mind?
there's a long way to go in this campaign. And so I'm just going to keep moving. And because, look, I got more work to do. We've got more work to finish.
And while he said he has full confidence in his Vice President Kamala Harris's ability to be
His Vice President Kamala Trump.
president,
From the very beginning, I made no bones about that. She is qualified to be president. That's why I picked her.
he made clear he would only reconsider his decision to stay in the race if polls show he has no path to victory.
No, unless they came back and said, there's no way you can win.
Uh-oh. They're giving him the solid edit again. Chat, this is a dangerous prospect. They're giving him the dignity edit. For the past 2 weeks, 3 weeks, they were not doing that. They were just showing it raw. Now they're giving him the dignity edit where, you know, they're just like...
And again, I don't know how much of this is deference to power and how much of this is like, you know, the interest of the media to see a continuation of the Trump-Biden part 2. Nobody else seems interested in this in season 2 of this particular reality series, but
chopping it up to make it sound like making it sound like he is very coherent here. This is, we covered it yesterday, but the New York Times didn't give him the coherence edit and immediately fucking wrote, without paraphrasing, exactly what he had said verbatim.
so now in general, I feel like the coherence edit is kind of the norm, right? I don't know if I agree with Hasan on this. I think the coherence edit is the norm. That like, I mean, I've done a little bit of journalism, and generally when somebody speaks in a way that's not very coherent or intelligible, you make your best estimate of what they were trying to say and you publish that. I mean, obviously, you know, this can be an issue if your you know, quotes are called into question. They're like, I didn't say that, and you're gonna be like, okay, let me play the tape for people and show them exactly what you said, because I was actually doing you a favor. But yeah, in general, you'll try to get across the intent of your interviewee rather than the exact words with all the ums and uhs and you know, hanging participles and whatever else.
President Biden said polling in the presidential race is premature because the campaign really hasn't even started. I mean, hadn't started in earnest yet most of the time start till after September, after Labor Day. Where's the ellipses? The issue is not his current performance as much as what his performance will look like in a month, a year, in 3 years. Why doesn't he get this? Because he is a resentful, spiteful, old piece of shit.
So this is the part I want to focus on here, right? His entitlement. Because here's the deal. Time moves forward. It doesn't move forward and backward and this way and that way. It's not, you know, it's not like that, right? Time moves forwards. And if you got issues with either, you know, your cognitive aptitude, or let's just say your ability to communicate. Let's say that's all it is. Let's say that he's still all there. You know, he doesn't have age-related illness affecting his, you know, causing him a cognitive decline, but he's just got a decline in his ability to communicate. Do you want this person with limited communication skills to be what is standing in between you and Donald Trump? Probably not. Probably not. And yet he feels entitled. He feels like he's been training all his life for this. He's in an anime, and this is like the final season, and you don't like replace the protagonist in the final season. That would be weird, right? This is the Joe Biden show. This is like this is Jojo Biden's Bizarre Adventure, and we're not going to switch out our Jojo at the in the final season of the series, right?
And I'm done hiding the truth. Not only is it actually dementia, but he is reflective of the broader boomer side movement. And by that, I don't mean like, you know, genocide on the boomers. I mean the genocide that the boomers want to do to the rest of the world. That's literally it, brother. He is a spiteful, resentful old man, and many of us know those people in our immediate lives, people that are just holding on due to modern medicine going too far, extending the lifeline of all of these fucking assholes who have captured 75% of.
Oh my God, look at this. This is a graph of generational wealth. Now, the silent generation, that's like Bernie's generation, right? You're like 85, 87. Or I mean, I guess Trump and Biden, are Trump and Biden, wait, silent generation before, oh my God, we got to do math here, which requires me to use a calculator. $2024 minus 1946. So 78 and older. Yeah. So Trump, Biden, all these guys are silent generation. Right. So it's gone down, and I would suspect probably because, you know, this is from 1990 to 2020, right? It's gone down probably because a lot of these people are dying, if I'm being, or, you know, maybe also because they're, you know, spending their wealth in their retirement, you know, to take care of themselves, or from the wealthier ones to enjoy their life a little bit. So that's gone down to 15%. We got the baby boomer. So that's anyone younger than 78 or yeah, between 60 and 78 is the boomer generation, and that has, this is interesting. It's kind of leveled off since what, 2010. There's been some downturns, some upturns, but yeah, overall it's a little bit more of a flat line. Then you got the Gen X slowly creeping up. So what is this, like between 44 years old and 60 years old? That's Gen X. And then millennials, 5% of the wealth. Anyway.
Of the wealth. He's just a regular old, crusty ass boomer who's just like, why won't you give me what's due? I deserve it. I deserve it.
Trump was born in 46, so he's on the cusp. Yeah, that's right. He would be on the cusp.
That's it. He's just like, I've been in politics for 50 years. I'm the
Trump's not just a boomer. Trump is a silent boomer.
president. Look at how great my agenda has been so far. I deserve it. It's my time. It's my time. No, motherfucker.
He's a silent but deadly boomer, if you ask his legal team.
It's midsummer time. It's midsummer time. I'm done with this shit. I'm done with entitled ass boomers. I don't do a lot of generational politics because I think it's like ultimately it lends itself so perfectly to reactionary sentiment. But god damn, dude, what is going on in the world, brother? Everyone over the age of 65 is just going crazy mode.
So I think when he says it lends itself to reactionary politics, right? Now look, if you wanted to focus on the generational wealth thing, and then you combine that with like looking at programs like Medicare and like Social Security, you might talk yourself into saying that the boomers don't need that shit, and that is an undue burden that falls on the younger generations with less wealth, right? However, it's important to remember that you can't paint with too broad a brush, either ideologically or, as far as wealth, right? There are, boomers who are probably struggling, and they would be the ones that were most affected by cuts to Social Security or, cuts to Medicare or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I think there are, like, is in Europe, is some of that going on where there's like a resentment of the pensioner class. There's a resentment of the boomers by younger people who are kind of like paying for the upkeep of these programs.
They need to dial it back and go. They need to be put out the pasture. Okay, go live in a fucking retirement home. Fuck each other silly. Get all of the fucking gonorrhea on the planet. If you want to do all of that, that's fine. But stop fucking the bag up. We need to do a forcible extraction of all of the wealth that is captured at the tippy top right now. And I don't mean by, like, I don't know, the new geriatric focused economy that we are going into. I'm talking like just take their money. Take their fucking money. It's done. Take their power.
What I want to know is, how is Gen X doing so well? I was told these people were slackers. I was told these people had dead end jobs and no prospects for a future from every movie that I've seen from the 90s.
Power away. Take the keys to the car. No more boomer shit. As of 5 minutes ago, the latest House Dem to call on Biden the dropout did it to his face. Lamau, respect. Apparently, Mike Levin told Biden directly to his face that he should drop out. Translation, Joe, my internal polls look very bad. Please drop out. Yeah, that is what that means. And that's not a bad thing. That's a smart thing. Yes, Biden is unironically harming the entire Democratic Party's down ballot races. It's really fucking bad. Oh no. Yo, John's popping. He said, thank you for holding me accountable. It is racist and sexist to believe Vice President Harris will be a stronger candidate than President Biden. I'm listening, and I'm...
So yeah, chat, that's John Lovett. That's the comic relief for the Pod Johns for Pod Save America. And like I said, these are Obama officials. Like, I guess they were younger officials in Obama, speech writers and stuff. That's kind of what they did in the Obama administration. And they, seeing what we all saw in the debate with Trump and Biden, said what was obvious, which is like, this guy should not be running. This guy should not be the candidate. And they've kind of been put into this position where they're classed with all the Bernie bros. They're classed with the left wing of the party. They're classed with people who have never liked Biden or felt good about Biden, even though all they're saying is that, like, they want the institutions of the Democratic Party to go on to succeed, and they realize that this is not going to happen with Biden.
Learning. Oh no, there's white on white crime happening right now. This is, ooh, goddamn. This is the funniest thing. Yeah. Excuse me. How dare you say Biden should step aside to let Kamala...
Hasan snapped at you once, says Jules, but I wasn't offended. He gets heated and jumps to conclusions about what people are saying sometimes. And to be fair, I didn't express myself very well. I've definitely had that kind of experience, not in Hasan's chat, but in other chats where I felt like, I got strawmanned a little bit. But again, like, it's hard for the streamer, and I'm sure I've been guilty of this too. It's hard for the streamer to know exactly what you're trying to say in just one line of chat. So
Harris be the president, or to let Kamala Harris be the presidential candidate. Excuse me. Why are you saying that? Biden is a gay black woman, actually. And you guys are doing a no growth. You guys are doing a microaggression against a gay black woman like President Joseph Robinette Biden. Also, notice the thing that the first tweeter has in common with them. Yeah, all these folks calling Biden to quit, they're all white guys because Biden is black.
Those are the elites, chat. Those are the elites that won't listen to the black voters in the Democratic Party, who apparently all want.
All also collectively.
I mean, this is almost as bad as Vaush, like, invoking the trans people in his community as a defense for his short stack goblin shenanigans, right? This is almost as bad as that, right? Biden trying to
saying Kamala would be a better candidate than Biden. it's so funny because like absolutely zero
Well, look, Hillary got away with this shit, and she was running against Obama.
give a shit about like what the broader black community or the black voter base has to say, because polling has been conducted on the black voter base time and time again. And their opinions also reflect the opinions of these white people in positions of power. But zero people are talking about that. It's just a conversation.
They'll use things like the opinions of members of the Congressional Black Caucus in order to sort of fig leaf, you know, how many people think that Biden's too old to run, right? They'll use stuff like that, and yeah, you know, people in the Congressional Black Caucus, just like a lot of people in Congress, they want a they want to be upwardly mobile in terms of their clout and their power and their future opportunities within the party, right? So yeah, I mean, you will hear a lot of you know, especially older people in the Congressional Black Caucus defend Biden, but that's not like a you know, it's not like it's not a sample that reflects you know, black people in the country.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Exclusively that white people are.
Wait, John Cusack? Oh, is John Cusack on there too? I thought yeah, no, I was talking about the Pod Johns. That's Pod Save America in that first picture. But yeah, there's a lot of people. Are they showing what is it? George Clooney's come out against it? Yeah, there he is.
John Lovett and the Pod Johns are experiencing what I have experienced for almost my entire career, being treated like pariah.
It's a strange place, chat. It's a strange place to be, where you have opinions in common if you are a former Bernie supporter with the K-Hive, where you have opinions in common with Pod Save America, where even people like this, even, you know, milquetoast liberals like this have come around to stating the obvious. The obvious. Oh my God, good for Gabi. 9 months, another 9, and we can all get engaged? Thank you for, wait, I gotta press let's see. You've just been, there it is. And that's a good thing. There it is. You just weaseled the fuck up. So, thank you. Thank you. And also, let me know if you want to put that those weasel bucks behind any of these, topics that we got in the poll today. Keep voting, everybody. Keep voting. I'll keep checking on it. Oh my gosh, it's kind of close today. It's tightening up.
Bernie bros. They're being treated like Bernie bros. Yeah. Also, the other part of this equation is that I don't like lean in too much with the black vote is shifting narratives, but like the black vote has, to a certain degree, shifted in unprecedented levels over the course of the past decade. Not in a significant way, mind you, of course. But like the notion that like, oh, black people want Joe Biden, that's why you're racist, is so fucking stupid. New inside the.
I mean, the fact of the matter is that the Democratic Party, particularly the party establishment, does take you know, the black vote for granted. Does assume that those voters have nowhere else to go because the Republicans are so bad, and you know, that's a fucked up thing.
Meeting with Biden and the Hispanic caucus. Biden showed up an hour late to the Zoom. Frontliners MGP and Gabe Vasquez tried to ask questions but were denied. Levin told Biden to step aside. Call ended right after Biden responded to Levin.
Oh my God, is that on video?
Oh my God.
Is that on video? That sounds beautiful.
Shit is not doing all right. Why is the BBC so bloodthirsty? Let me say this as clearly and as simply as I can.
Inaudible.
Guardian is coming out with the knives too. Hakeem Jeffries linked up and built with Brandon today as well. Hakeem Jeffries reportedly did not offer Biden his endorsement in the private meeting. For anyone on the Hill, this letter is explicit permission, perhaps even tacit support for coming out against the president. It seems neutral. It isn't. As I've said before, Jeffries.
So yeah, again, you know, this is one of those situations in which like warmth and a bit of glazing is expected. And when you get something that sounds neutral, that's actually negative, right? You know, Speaker of the or Democratic, wait, Yeah, he's the Speaker of the House. Wait, am I wrong about that? I'm having a West Side Tyler moment here for a second. But yeah, no, he's somebody that would be expected to be like unabashedly positive towards President Biden if this was a situation in which there was a certainty on his part that Biden was going to be the nominee. There's not. Pelosi's against it. Obama seems to be against it. A lot of the institutional, and I mean, so there's some truth to what Biden's saying about that, like the elites, at least in the Democratic Party, want him out. However, it's not just the elites, and they're responding to something real. And in many cases, maybe even the poll numbers for their candidates for this year, and how they are starting to tank under Biden, how he's starting to have negative coattails.
Is Nancy Pelosi's guy, right? Nancy Pelosi basically groomed him for this position.
There's no way Vaush wants Trump. We're gonna get to that anon. But I mean, yeah, that should trip your, like, logic detectors, right? That should kind of, there should be a logic check there. Like, wait a minute, Vaush wants Trump.
So he's going to do exactly what Nancy Pelosi said, and that's precisely what he's doing.
That is apparently the opinion of another streamer, not myself, right? That Vaush wants Trump.
Dear colleague, Hakeem Jeffries' letter. Over the past several days, House Democrats have engaged in a thoughtful and extensive discussion about the...
But yeah, we'll get to that. We're gonna cover this, and we're gonna cover another video, and then we're gonna get to the Xanderhal Vaush stuff. Oops, I let it out.
Future of our country during a time when freedom, democracy, and the economic well-being of everyday Americans are on the line. Our discourse has been candid, clear-eyed, and comprehensive. On behalf of the House Democratic Caucus, I requested and was graciously granted a private meeting with President Joe Biden. That meeting occurred yesterday evening. In my conversation with President Biden, I directly expressed the full breadth of insight, heartfelt perspectives, and conclusions about the path forward that the caucus has shared in our recent time together. As House Democrats have done throughout this Congress, we will continue to work in the best interest of everyday Americans. Thank you for your continued leadership in the service of the communities we are privileged to represent. This right here, and Izzy is literally used to be a press person, I think might still be, but used to be a press person for Ilhan Omar. This is what he does. He writes these letters. He's absolutely correct on
ENT says, what a dingus.
Dingus Gambit.
Exactly.
For anyone on the Hill, this letter is explicit permission, perhaps even tacit support for coming out against the president. It seems natural. It seems neutral. It isn't. And he's right. He is basically doing what political reporting came out about yesterday that Nancy Pelosi was doing.
Yeah, I mean, this is a world of manners. This is a world of respect. And so rather than showing displeasure or disrespect within the Democratic Party through overt statements, they're going to show a lack of respect through a like a more neutral statement, right? When you're expecting a positive, a warm, an affirmative statement, right? You don't get that? That's a sign that something's going on. They don't come out and say it.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
They don't come out and say it, but it's there.
Nancy Pelosi apparently told House Democrats, urged them to, one, speak out against Biden, and two, if they have to call out Biden and call him to resign, then and it's going to help their elections, they should.
Richard Kelly says so many leftists give off fascist vibes. Which ones?
That is the exact opposite of what you do as the House Speaker. Nancy Pelosi's entire job, throughout her entire career, has been to make sure that that never happens. So the fact that she is allowing leaks to happen, and in those conversations, basically saying, no, you can come out against Biden, giving explicit permission to come out against Biden at a time when Hakeem Jeffries and Nancy Pelosi are supposed to be Biden's greatest allies that are supposed to stop this flow of discontent, means that they want him out. The reason why they want him out is because
I feel like I'm repeating what Hasan says here. We'll dip away from this. I've got one more video I want to watch prior to getting into the whole Vaush Xanderhal drama that we're about to delve into. I hope you're ready. I hope you got your popcorn. We're gonna smoke on some of that white leaf tonight, chat. Some of you are, look, I don't know. I mean, maybe some of you are over here from those communities. If so, look, we don't hate you. You're not gonna get woke scolded. You're not gonna get woke spanked. All right. There's I'll have some compassion. Let me just put it that way. I mean, look, I've been treated badly by the White Leaf network as an aggregate, but I try not to paint with too broad of a brush here. And really, it's just like this Clout network. It's more like the Clout network and the effect of that on the overall space that I'm worried about, rather than like hating on individual streamers.
Dire prospect of the down ballot races with Biden at the top of the ticket, and beyond that, they see the dire prospect of Biden's reelection. I think ultimately it would be, at this point, considering that Biden has kept it going for this long, I would say that at this point it would be silly to drop out before the RNC, especially when a lot of the RNC communications is going to be around the top of the ticket being Biden.
I thought he was going to say the top of the hour ad break. Yeah, we got we're a bit off from our own top of the hour ad break, but if you're watching on Twitch, know that that's a thing. It's a thing you can get out of for free or for $5.99, or through the generous gift of other people in chat that you're more likely to get if you're active in the chat, because that's how gift subs work. They go to people that the gifter, the person gifting the sub chooses. So
them have actually recalculated, and some of the Republicans have actually started retriangulating their messages against Kamala.
Yeah, Soul Life, you have no obligation to moderate silliness. What is Whiteleaf? Okay, YouTube account asks. Whiteleaf is the what do you call it? You know how Vaush has a website, and Xanderhal has a website, and Demon Mama has a website? They're all administered through the same servers. They're all administered through the same sysadmin. It's the same code that's kind of like adapted and from Destiny's DGG code back in the day, and run by Vaush's friend White Nervosa. So there's more than just common takes, common views, common perspectives, a little reactionary streak that binds the Vaush orbiters together. There's an actual website that they're sort of beholden, and so that's why you don't usually see stuff like this. And I really wonder at this point, will Xanderhal stay on the White Leaf network? He has come close to being kicked off before when he had drama with Keffals, and there was there was some DMs from his editor that he wanted to leak. But he ended up getting, essentially just pulled back on the leash by White Nervosa and told not to leak those, not to leak that nuke, right? So we're gonna get into that in a second. I'll try to give you a little bit of a background on what the White Leaf network is, what it the history of it, and kind of what's going on and what I expect to happen in the future. But yeah, we're going to get through this, and we're going to do one more video, and then we're going to do the Xanderhal Vaush thing.
Harris, no, not DNC, RNC. The RNC is starting in the next 3 days. Donald Trump is going to reveal who his vice president is in the next 3 days. Ultimately, yeah, it's going to be JD Vance, but that's different. Right now,
really,
even if they had convinced Biden to drop out yesterday.
What is it? It's down to like JD Vance, Marco Rubio, and one other person. Oh, the guy with the money. What's his name? I can never remember this guy's name.
Or today or tomorrow. I doubt that they would come out before the RNC.
Does America have third or fourth parties? They do, but because there's so little. There's only been one time where a non-Democrat or Republican in recent history was even in the running for president. So because of that, the third and fourth parties in the United States tend to get less than 10%. They can factor in potentially as spoilers, but because of that, they're less likely to, they're less likely to get a lot of energy behind them, since supporting a third party, is thought to have the effect of helping the party that you least want to get in. So there's kind of an issue with that. There's kind of a duopoly held by the Democratic and Republican parties unfortunately, in the United States. But there are third-party candidates, and there actually are some seemingly good ones. One of them that I need to find more about, somebody that was on David Pakman recently.
They want the media to pay attention to the, madness cycle of
Al Gore? No, he's a Democrat.
the Republican Party. It would be genuinely smart to, wait until after the RNC is done to come out with the Biden dropout revelation. That is, if they have actually.
Yeah, the one positive to this uncertainty about Biden or Kamala or, a brokered convention or whatever is that the Republicans are now splitting their fire between Biden and Kamala. Some of them think that Kamala is going to be the candidate to run against. So some of them are talking about her right now. She may not, right? Again, Biden is completely entitled, completely sees himself as the main character. And for the most part, it's going to require Biden dropping out for anybody, including Kamala, to be able to run. That's not 100%. There is the chance of something kind of funny happening at the convention if Biden wants to take it that far. But I'm guessing that he won't. Be wrong.
Convince the old man to listen to reason. Having said that, in that time frame, however, you got donors saying they're going to freeze roughly $90 million as long as Biden stays in the race. Biden won't quit unless Obama comes out against him running publicly.
But Obama, I'm pretty sure Obama's against him running.
Really chaotic, though. I don't understand why waiting would be better. Wouldn't it cause people to focus on the bad shit stuff that the RNC is doing? No.
If Obama were to come out against Biden publicly, that's what we'd call a nuke, right? So what are the Democrats doing right now? They're putting soft pressure and sometimes firm pressure. I mean, some of the congressional candidates are straight up saying it to his face that he needs to get out. But they're going kind of soft on him. They're talking about his achievements. They're talking about how great he was, how awesome his career. They're trying to hand him the gold watch. In other words, they're not trying to push him the fuck out. They're not trying to kick him off the boat like Marjorie Taylor Greene said. They're trying to gently move him out. But if that does not work, we might get into nuke territory. What do I mean by nuke? I mean the kind of thing like if Obama came out and said, I don't have confidence in this guy running, Jack. He wouldn't say Jack. That's Biden's thing. But like, right, if Obama publicly, said what's probably in his heart about Biden, that would be a nuke. And the reason I call that a nuke is that it's dangerous. It is potentially like, were they to go full hog publicly against Biden and he just dig his heels in, consolidate the electors around him and refuse to leave, then you could end up with a very damaged candidate, even more than he already is, which, he's done a lot of damage to himself. He just doesn't recognize that yet, but it's going to get harder and they're going to push that line. They're going to be more willing to potentially damage Biden's chances in order to get him out of the way because he really does not have much of a path forward.
Oh, Biden dropping out is a major week-long media cycle affair, maybe even a month-long media cycle affair. He drops out, then people shift their focus to who the new person is. No, that would dominate the news cycle in the same way that like Biden's current bad brain is dominating the news cycle. This is very fortuitous for Donald Trump because every moment that the media apparatus is not covering Donald Trump's insanity and ridiculous reactionary sentiment and how chaotic he is, how disordered the Republican Party is, and how they are responsible for abortion is a good moment for the
Steve White says it won't matter because of something called Wicked October. Are you talking about an October surprise?
Republicans and their electoral prospects. So the Democrats, in terms of the upcoming election, really desperately need the media to shift their focus onto the RNC. And Biden's flubs currently are kind of making that hard. So right now, I would go so far as to say that the Monday meeting with Lester Holt is a bad move. I think that Biden's team is bad. I'll just say it like that. I think Biden's campaign is not good. We already knew that they were not good when they decided to fucking trot him out in front of 50 million people in an early ass debate that is now going to possibly cause him to leave the election altogether. That's a massive flub. I mean,
I'll say this, even though there's like a there's an incentive for Biden's team to try to keep him as the candidate, right? There's got to be some people in that team that realize that's not realistic, that realize that this ship is going down. And I can't imagine what's going through their head. Like, right? I mean, they're making decisions, right? They're his campaign team. They're running his campaign, right? How are they gonna run that? What are they gonna do based on the ones that recognize that Biden is a losing candidate? Like, right, where are they at?
Trying to find it, but there was a political scientist saying that Biden dropping out right after the RNC would be unlike anything we have a history of, because it sucks the air out of their message and let Dems remake it however they want if Dems were smart. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, no, I am in agreement with this. I think
Okay, so that's possible. So imagine, okay, we go through the Republican National Convention and the Republicans do a real good job reining it in, right? Because that's going to be their challenge now. The temptation for the Republicans is to let their freak flag fly, to bring out their Vergonia flags and their upside down American flags and their Jan 6 flags and all the rest of that. Their Project 2025 flags, and they're going to like fly that high. That's what they want to do, but the smart Republicans aren't going to do that. They're going to present, as much as they can, a vision of the Republican Party that is a responsible actor, that is a calm caretaker government in the wake of the chaotic Biden administration. Kind of ironic, because that's how Biden ran against Trump in 2020, right? So I think the smart Republicans are going to try to make this a calm convention. And if it is, then yeah, Biden dropping out right after that would suck the air out of the good press potentially that the Republicans are getting. What if it's not, though? Because remember, this is still the party of Trump. This is still Donald Trump's convention. He's been pretty reserved. He's been pretty reserved about Biden's, self-immolation, which is smart because he's not, taking the attention away from the guy that's destroying his own campaign. He's not, doing anything to aggravate his image as an asshole, to make that worse for anybody who cares about that or anybody to whom that's a negative. But he is still Trump. He is still Trump. And I don't know how in control he really is. I don't know how in control his campaign is of him. So, it's anyone's guess. It's anyone's guess. And if there's a bunch of just like wild, like radical right shit, if the Nazis come out and make themselves known, if it's really clear that the Trump campaign are walking hand in hand with Groypers and Christian nationalists, then maybe Biden dropping out then actually helps the Republican Party again. It's there's too many unknowns right at this point.
That tactically it would be an incredible move to just wait out until after the RNC if the Democrats were united, if they were smart, which they are not, and they are cowardly, they are feckless, they are legitimately scared, some for good reason, because obviously making bold proclamations about the top of the ticket, demanding that the top of the ticket drop out is going to create an air of panic.
He made clear he would only reconsider his decision to stay in the race if polls show he has no path to victory.
Or if God came down from heaven, and he's really tempting fate there.
No, unless they came back.
Like for a guy that regularly sees the Grim Reaper out in the audience, right? I wouldn't be saying, if God stops me from running, right? God could stop you from running.
He said, "There's no way you can win." Me. No one's saying that. No poll says that.
I wonder who he is in his head, chat. Do you see when he does this thing? Like, if anyone were to say, like, I should drop out, no one says that, Jack. I mean, he sounds like a creep. He sounds like a monster. But what does he sound like in his head? Does he think he's like Clint Eastwood? Does he think he's, do you feel lucky, punk? Well, do you? Like, what movie, what fucking cowboy... From what movie? Is he John Wayne? Who is he in his head? That's what I'm asking, right? He thinks this is coming off a lot better than it actually is. He's just unable to deliver. He's unable to execute. He's unable to, emote and present the way that he wants to. And this is the big problem with this guy continuing to run for president.
Insane. Nobody pay attention to the psycho.
It's Senility ASMR, says Afroponics.
Side note is such a funny take. You cannot wish cast Brandon's cognitive decline away. Like, what are you talking about? You can't do that. I get it. You really, really want the media to be like, Trump is bad. Everybody kind of understands that already, with the exception of like the absolute psychos. But like the notion that like, oh, people aren't paying enough attention to Donald Trump is so stupid when he is quite literally shutting the fuck up for the first time in his life when he normally would be chirping. Do you notice why he's shutting the fuck up? Because obviously Biden's mental fortitude, or lack thereof rather, is more important in the media cycle than what you know about Trump already. What Trump has said a million times over.
Okay, so I'm good with this. So again, let me take a look. I'll take a look really quick at the poll. We're gonna do one video after this. And then we're gonna get to Xanderhal and Vaush. So if I look in the shorts poll, it's pretty close. WhatIfAltHist, Weimar, Germany at 32%. Destiny versus Hasan, Inward Andy debate. Yes, that debate, right? That's a blast from the past, huh? That's and it involves Hasan as well, I believe. Oh yeah, well I think I have that on there. Yeah, Hasan comes in at the last moment. It's mostly Destiny versus Cormentine and Cole James Cash. And then Mehdi Hasan debates Dean Phillips tied, or almost tied. I mean, it's very fluid, chat. It's very fluid poll that I'm looking at, but tied with them. And then chat teaches me about Boogie 2988, only at 14%. I don't know, maybe chat. Oh God, yeah, chat's not feeling that today, but they are feeling the WhatIfAltHist thing. And so yeah, overall that's winning in our poll. Remember, if you can vote in the poll in the chat that you're in, you can also cross over. We're streaming this on full screen as well as on shorts. So you know, you can vote in the poll that you're in. You can also cross over if you want to the poll that you're to the chat that you're not in. You can vote there. I just tell you that because I know that some people are going to be doing that. I know that's a possibility, and I want to make sure that everybody's got the ability. If they want to vote twice, you can. There's nothing I could do to stop you. Also, if you're watching on Twitch, you can vote in either of these YouTube polls. I'm not telling you to switch where you're chatting at or where you're watching at, right? But I am telling you that this is where the polls are. Unfortunately, I can't run a poll on Twitch because Twitch won't let me keep a poll open for longer than 10 minutes. So anyway, that's going on. WhatIfAltHist, Weimar, Germany is ahead, but not by much in shorts. It's pretty close. It's kind of neck and neck at this point. So keep voting on that, and just know that when you donate, you also have a chance to affect the poll. You can let me know what you want to see, what your choice is, what you're feeling in terms of these four decisions, four topics. Mehdi Hasan debates Dean Phillips. Chat teaches me about Boogie 2988. Destiny versus Hasan, Inward Andy debate, or WhatIfAltHist, Weimar, Germany. You can also say Vox Populi if what you want is to defer to the chat. What this does is this takes percentages away. See how this is plus, right? If you tell me Mehdi Hasan, if you tell me Destiny versus Hasan, if you tell me WhatIfAltHist, right? I'll add points to that when you donate. If you tell me Vox Populi, I will take away points from all of these, right? So if you want to de-emphasize the overall effect of the donations and kind of throw it back to the voters in chat, then you can say Vox Populi. You can also say Fallout New Vegas if you really want to see me play some more of that. I will try to get back on that regardless, but I always leave it open for the Gaming Frogs if they ever want to try to take over a stream, which would be amazing. Amazing. Jules, thank you for the 200 bits. That is very nice of you. Oh yeah, so yeah, I should probably tell you that any donation, whether it's super chat, super sticker, whether it is any of the links down in the description, signups for Patreon, donation to Throne, which is if you're on Shorts, it's like right up there, the Throne link. If you're watching me on the full screen, it's like right down there, I believe, the Throne link. Any of that stuff also counts. So any kind of donation that you make, including bits on Twitch, like Jules just donated, just let me know after the donation what you want that to count for, and I will put that up on well, first I'll add it to the our dono goal percentage, right? We're at 26% out of 100. We're coming along nicely. We're making good progress. We have a very good chance of unlocking a second segment after the Vaush and Xanderhal segment today, right? Of one of these topics. And yeah, we'll go with the combination of what of the vote with the added percentage from the donations, and then subtracted percentage from people that want Vox Populi, the voice of the people, to ring true, and the for the votes to be final to decide it all. So that's how it goes. Also, if you use a where are we at? Yeah, we're at the top of the hour once again. We're like, I don't know, 6-7 minutes away from the top of the hour. If you're watching me on Twitch, understand that at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Those are 3 minutes of ads that you cannot skip unless you use a Twitch Prime to get yourself a free sub to get out of the top of the hour ad break for a month, or you pay $6 to get yourself out of the ad break for the month, or you're lucky enough to be given a gift sub. That can happen. That does sometimes happen, but it's more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. And ad warning hasn't come yet. I know it's just around the corner, and I'll forget it otherwise. So, but yeah, that's what we're doing right now. Inward Andy, okay, so that's up to 9%. So it's very close. It's very close in terms of the donos. It's very close in terms of the actual poll. I may have to do some math, and I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to get out the calculator if need be. Yeah, like I said, we're approaching the Xanderhal Vaush content. I wanted to watch 2 things related to the whole Biden situation, and that's kind of dominating the news cycles and everybody's, you know, in the discourse, as it were, for now. And that's actually what Vaush and Xanderhal are going to be arguing about. I say going to be arguing about. I don't know if that's going to happen. I think I've got one extra video from Vaush too that might shine some light on why he doesn't do debates anymore, right? It's not just like he hasn't done them or whatever. It's too hard to coordinate. It seems to be a conscious choice on his part. Now, the obvious reason, if you're Vaush, not to do debates is because you don't want people bringing up the horses. You don't want people bringing up the, I mean, it's so easy to own Vaush now, right? You just bring up what's in his tax folder. What's in your tax folder? It's like arguing with Epstein or, okay, sorry, it's not that. I'm exaggerating. Obviously, Vaush is not Epstein. He just has some interesting material in his spank bank. But regardless, that might be one reason that Vaush might not want to debate anybody. Xan has kind of called him out and wants to debate, and we're gonna get into the why and the history of it all, and sort of the background. Like I told you before, they are attached at the hip, and you know, not just because they used to be friends. They're attached at the hip because they are using the same sysadmin to administer their websites. They're using the same servers, which, to my understanding, like Vaush's oversized presence, right? His size as a streamer is kind of what pays for those servers. So it's a really delicate situation, and it makes you wonder if Xan at this point maybe wants to leave the White Leaf Network. Maybe Xan has even calculated that being attached to Vaush, being perceived as an extension of Vaush, is actually detrimental to his growth, which has been stagnant for a long time, and has even gone backwards when he got into that drama with Keffals. When that drama with Keffals happened, Vaush kind of pulled back from both Xanderhal and Keffals. He didn't want to be, he didn't want to come down on either side, and you know, he didn't want to deal with the drama, and he didn't want to deal with either Xan or Keffals, because honestly, they were both probably a pretty bad look for him. And then along comes the taxes folder scandal, and now Vaush is a bad look for Xanderhal and Keffals. Keffals has already pretty much rolled on him, but you know, I mean, she's not really there anymore. Now the ad break is 4 minutes away. Oh, you're just warning chat. Yeah, well, I'll warn chat again too. You want to get out of that ad break? You got 4 minutes to do it. Vaush decided not to do debates when all these video essays about Debate Bro Bad came out. Okay, so I've added Jules the bits from Twitch. I'm gonna jump into what is your opinion on Paul's ego? I was in his stream the other night. I don't know that much about him. I don't know about his takes on everything. I think that I agreed with him on a debate that I saw between him and Demon Mama. That doesn't mean I'm going to agree with everything that he says. But yeah, I stopped into his stream the other night. Pretty chill vibes. So yeah, nothing but good vibes so far. Again, I wasn't around for the whole drunken peasants era. The, you know, amazing atheist drunken peasants, like all that kind of stuff. Like I'm a little bit newer to YouTube, to the content sphere. I mean, I was watching YouTube, but I just wasn't watching that stuff. So I don't know a lot of the history behind DP and Paul's ego and deep fried fat and all that. But yeah, I got nothing against Paul that I know of. Nixon mentors Trump equals winning. Wait, are you talking about Roger Stone? That would be the connection between Nixon and Trump. Well, I mean, besides the claiming of the unitary executive, I think Vaush's excuse is okay, but shows his laziness. The hotcakes pun, yeah. Well, I mean, God, like I guess I'll go over that stuff too. Yeah, chat. Like, unfortunately for me, where my content really started to pop off, where I started getting noticed, was when the tax folders thing happened, right? When Vaush accidentally showed some material that he had in one of his folders, which also contained his tax returns, apparently. But the other stuff that it contained was below-age anime women in inappropriate situations with horses, right? That's what's in his spank bank. So if you ever wondered, we now know he didn't mean to show it. As soon as he showed it, he said, whoa, and then just like ended stream. But the damage was done. It was too late. And, you know, this spurred a whole series of things. Ethan Klein and H3 Podcast doing a deep dive on the guy. And it's really like, I would say almost, it seems to have cut his like concurrence almost in half. So he's not doing great. He's not doing great now. But there are, you know, I mean, like he's still got fans. I won't deny him that. Paul's ego isn't part of DP anymore. Paul, TJ Kirk, and his brother Scotty have, oh yeah, deep fat fried. Sorry, I said it wrong. Yeah. Wait, who's on Drunken Peasants? I didn't know Drunken Peasants was still a thing. I just meant like I wasn't around for that era of stuff, so I don't know the most about people like Paul, TJ, and Scotty. Those illegal tax returns, right? Anyway, so yeah, like I said, when you donate, no matter what form that donation takes, make sure to let me know which of these subjects you want to see. You can keep voting if you haven't voted yet. You can also cross over to shorts if you're in the full screen stream. You can cross over to the full screen stream if you're in shorts, and you can vote twice because I'm literally letting you know there's nothing I can do to stop you from doing it. So I might as well tell everybody that. So everybody who wants to can have 2 votes if they so choose. All that I ask of you is that you hit that like button when you're over there in that other stream, because that helps me out immensely. And we're going to get right back into it. Wait, is it this one? Yeah, here we go. This is the next. Anybody heard of Ettingermentum? This is Ettingermentum, and I swear to God, his name is familiar somehow. I feel like I know him from someplace, or not maybe know him, but like know of him. I've seen him elsewhere. Anyway, he's talking about He's talking about Biden, and he's somebody who sort of brought up the concerns about Biden's age as being a factor that the Democrats really should look at way before the debate, right? He was on this early. He also, I think, predicted the 2022 elections going the way that they did, which was not quite the red wave. It's a weird thing, right? Because people always talk about the Democrats' success in 2022. They didn't succeed. They lost the House of Representatives. They maintained the Senate, and that's kind of amazing considering how much the slot of elections seemed to cut against the Democrats retaining the Senate, but they did hold on to that. They just didn't do as bad as people thought they would. Generally, in a year when a president's elected, the next midterm, generally they lose seats, right? So that's a trend that happens. Also, some of the fundamentals were bad for Biden. Inflation being up, there was, there were reasons that people thought that the Republicans would do better than they actually did. They didn't do that well, and Ettingermentum apparently is one of the only people who actually called that before it happened. So, yeah, we're gonna get into this in just a second here. I gotta remember to use my stream markers, and we'll dive into this segment, and then after that we're doing Xanderhal versus Vaush, and we'll see if there's gonna maybe be a debate. It sounds like that's something that Xanderhal wants. Does Vaush want it? Is there anything in it for Vaush? We'll find out. So here we go. Are those polls real, Jack? Wrong button. There's the right button.
We are back with Ettingermentum of the Ettingermentum newsletter. It's on Substack. You should subscribe because you.
SM says, "Did I miss the Blanderhall thing?" You did not. That's coming up next.
Things like, oh boy, Biden is going to collapse. Oh boy, the Republicans are lying about there being a red wave. If you're reading Ettingermentum, thanks so much for coming on. Really, really good to see you.
Yeah, hey, it's good to be back on. I think I was on a couple months ago to talk about like the politics of like attacking trans people.
Yes.
But now we have some like pretty big immediate stories to talk about. But yeah, so that is I am Ettingermentum. I think this is the first time I've like done a face reveal type thing. So hello.
So maybe I don't recognize him. I swear to God, he looks familiar though.
Everyone. Yeah, so I did, in case people here don't know me, I got started by posting into existence the 2022 midterms. I thought Republicans would not have a strong year, and they did not end up having a strong year for like mainly because of abortion. I was somebody who was pretty big on that. And then pretty immediately after that, once I started writing around April 2023, I wrote that I thought that even though I thought Democrats were in a good position, it would probably be best if Biden didn't run.
Jules says he's been on Hasan several times. Would you like me to toggle some cat ears?
We're seeing how that's going about a year and 3 months or so later.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take ourselves into a time machine a bit. I know Biden would like to do that, but we can at least do that from now from a storytelling perspective. So the red wave in 2022 that Republicans were saying was imminent. What was the polling data showing at that particular point, and why were you skeptical about those claims?
Yeah, it's kind of like it's interesting because fundamentally this is kind of like a little simple. In 2022, people believed that a red wave was going to happen not because of the polling, but because of what they determined the fundamentals to be. There was 8% inflation. Biden was deeply unpopular. There were like overseas conflicts historically that had correlated pretty strongly with the out of power party making gains in Congress and in the governorships and the state legislators. But what was
Mike says Xan should make Vaush a video to react to. Well, here's the thing, like, right, you didn't see maybe a Xanderhal video about Vaush, and you didn't see a Vaush video about Xanderhal, but we're all live streamers. right? And there's a lot of stuff that I make that doesn't come out in a video. There's even more, or there not more. There's less stuff, right? In Vaush and Xanderhal's videos that don't come out as segments, but my understanding is that neither of them have made a segment yet. So now that would be an escalation. Them using kind of their offline audience, the people that watch videos on their respective channels, which again, asymmetric as fuck, right? You know, Vaush gets a lot more views than Xanderhal. But yeah, I guess it would have been more public, right? Had they, had either of them, and like they still could, because this is fairly recent stuff. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what goes on.
Time is that the polling was never actually all that good for Republicans. At this point, around 2 years ago, they were trailing.
Wait, I'm sorry, Half Black Reaper. What are you saying? Shots at Trump rally?
Almost every major competitive Senate race. They were down in Ohio. They were down in Wisconsin. They were actually on track to lose seats. And like you could see, like in these special election results and the way the demographics were like sort of responding and trending, then this seemed to be in response to abortion. Or like Republicans being very far right. So it looked like the electorate was responding to different issues than what people anticipated. So, and the polling remained about like that throughout the year. And it was kind of a battle between pushing for this new understanding of the election that was different from the traditional understanding of the race based on like economic fundamentals, by looking more at what voters were like actually saying. And what voters were actually saying ended up being broadly correct. The fundamentals based models did not actually correspond much with the actual outcome.
Can you just pause for a sec, explain what fundamentals mean for the audience? Because it's really just about how, in 2010, Obama got elected in 2008 by a significant margin. And then in 2010, we know that there was this Tea Party backlash. Typically, when a president comes in, the opposing party to that president is motivated to come out in the midterms. That's, I'm assuming, what you mean by the fundamentals.
Yeah. And it's that.
All right, so I don't usually do this. I'm not really a breaking news channel. I do have to. There's a cat in my room. That's the breaking news, chat. There's a cat in my room. Wait, I hear them, but I don't see them. Anyway, chat. Breaking news. There's a cat in my room. All right, let's take a look at what we've got over here. So yeah, pretty dramatic moment at a Trump rally. This is in Pennsylvania.
If you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Trump just went like that. Like, I mean, he looks like he's okay, but like maybe it came close. Maybe it came close. Well, Bilbo Baggins, Trump was almost toast right there. Yeah, this is what you get when your fucking party's based on guns, right? When your party's based on some misbegotten notion of militia chuds, challenging, taking over the state, disrupting the peaceful transfer of power. It's just like it's just some face eating leopard party shit here. Let's see.
If you want to really see something that said, take a
Oh, the sign says you're fired. Wow. Okay, so yeah, that is him like putting his hand either on his neck or on his ear. Maybe that came close. Maybe that was actually meant for him. A firearm incident at a Republican rally isn't that surprising, but I mean, I don't think he's like, you know, going to be, you know, in serious condition or anything like that. It looks like the Secret Service is covering him. More Secret Service. There's another shot.
If
So
you
how many shots?
really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
2 shots, 3 shots. Wait, I don't know. That sounded like a lot. The news says it was fired at him. I mean, he did go like that. So yeah, it's cat ears, please. Oh my god. I don't know if this is the right moment for cat ears. Let me do a butterfly instead. If that's okay. I don't know why I'm like, I just don't. We'll do the cat ears later. Someone says it grazed his ear. That's what it looks like. God damn. Do we have, I mean, again, this is a breaking news situation. I know that any news that we get right now is going to be provisional. A lot of times the stuff that you hear at the moment ends up being revised later. You know, there's a lot of information traveling. Some of it is going to be true. Some of it is not going to pan out to be true. This is Midas Touch, actually, senior digital editor for Midas Touch with this video. I guess we'll find out what this is all about later on. But yeah, he doesn't seem, you know, people are saying that maybe it grazed his ear. That's kind of what it looks like, you know, that it either, you know, a near miss or actually grazed his ear. Shots fired. This is Pennsylvania.
Take a look at what happened.
I couldn't count how many shots that was. Sorry. They're gonna move him. Oh, now I also want to point out that we heard a number of shots fired. Some of you know, obviously some of those shots are from the shooter ostensibly. Some of those might have been from other, you know what I mean? There could have been people shooting at the shooter. Again, this is a Trump rally. I don't, how does it work for open carry? Like, this guy's all about open carry. He has blood on his face, so probably his ear. Full clip 7+1. So Simone Pierre heard like fully 8 shots being emptied, but we don't know. We also saw you know, armed individuals with what looked like automatic firearms looking in maybe the direction of the shooter. Everyone in that crowd right now. Well, so now how does it work for an issue, for a situation like this where you got a former president with Secret Service guards? Do they let these MAGA people open carry? Like, do they let people in there? Would they let people in there with a firearm? I mean, it'd be pretty anti anti-Republican if they didn't, but I don't know. Maybe with, you know, a situation like, you know, with the former president and with a secret, yeah, Trump is protected by Satan, possibly. That lady did not even drop her drink. Which lady? Oh, right there. Yeah, she's still got her. Is that a beer? No, I think it's like a lemonade. He appears to be talking. He's like, let me get my shoes. No, you got to get out of there, Trump. He's like insistent. He's telling the Secret Service, I got to get my shoes. What's with his shoes? What's...
Watch out.
I mean, he's probably in shock too, so. Oh, he's got to do that.
Showing the illegal immigration into the United States there on the graph.
Who said that? This is Fox News.
How quickly that just happened. I mean, he just was talking. He was showing the illegal.
Do they realize they're flipping off Fox News? This is Civil War now, says. Yeah, that's a calm, you know, cool heads over there at Fox News, right? Cool heads. Really responsible shit, Fox News. Really responsible shit. PA has the castle doctrine, no mag limits, no duty inform law enforcement. If you carry a gun, open carry is permitted. I'm just, yeah, I mean, his base is going to go crazy. Is it a real assassination attempt if he had time to turn around and pump his fist? Well, I mean, I'm not gonna Alex Jones this and be like, it's a false flag. It's a false flag. But like, I'm not gonna say that. Like, we got no, anyway. Go back to this. I'll take a look in the background and see what I can find, chat. We'll kind of keep going back. We'll keep going back to this, right? But I'm guessing more is gonna become apparent.
That fact, which actually did occur, Republicans actually did have a substantial turnout advantage in 2022. That's often forgotten. People assume that it was like after the results, people immediately credit it to like a rise in like youth turnout or black turnout. Youth, like Democratic turnout that year was actually quite weak. It was about as weak as you'd expect for any midterm that usually results in a wave. What happened, and the reason why the results were so poor for Republicans, is that Democrats did very well in terms of persuasion with this electorate that otherwise was very poor for them. They did very well. They won their base unanimously. They did very well with independents, and they won some Republicans. So even though the actual electorate was just as bad as you would usually expect, it didn't really correspond with like the gains you would expect, because there were the extraneous problems of abortion, and Trump's lingering sort of presence. He was a very dominant figure in the party, while Biden, unpopular as he was sort of seen as a more transitional figure who didn't necessarily define liberalism. People disliked him because they thought he was a weak and old leader. But just because the president is unique and old doesn't mean that like his ideology is necessarily like bad. So like people were fine with voting for Raphael Warnock or Mark Kelly, these more generic kind of liberals who didn't have Biden's unique issues of like presiding over a lost war or looking frail and not having any media appearances, or like whatever other problems people had with Biden. So Democrats did well, and their success didn't really correlate with Biden's standing because they weren't Biden, and he was kind of a marginal figure in terms of like how people were thinking. So after 2022, I was in general very high on Democrats. I thought that like the issues of abortion and Trump's continued unpopularity and his continued presence was going to give them this sort of baseline anti-Trump majority that we've seen basically since 2016. I thought that was kind of a feature of politics that Republicans had to work around and weren't capable of working around. And you can see this has actually come to pass in the Senate races this year, where you have these popular incumbents and strong recruits across the country. In every single swing state and a couple red states, Democrats have consistently led at nearly every single poll throughout the entire year. So as far as liberalism goes, this isn't like the 1980s or even 2010. Like basic generic Democrats can be very well received and popular and broadly electable. The problem that I saw with Biden at the start of 2023, and like I think the way I put it was, Democrats were coming into the year with a lot of advantages, but he was the only one who could squander them, one of the few that could squander them, besides Kamala, I thought at the time, and look at where we are now. Because of people were looking at his approval rating at the time, once again, looking at the economic fundamentals model as a reflection of the economy. And the economy looked like it was on track to recover, which it eventually did. And there was the assumption that running him was a sure bet because he was an incumbent, and the fundamentals say that the incumbents usually do well. The economy was going to get better, so his approval rating was going to improve. But I had looked throughout the history of his approval rating up to that point, and he was remarkably very stagnant since the collapse of the Afghan government in the fall of 2021. It very rarely ever moved in response to these very big events. Like it fell during the peak of inflation, and then it slightly went up a bit after he passed his big bills. But that was basically all the movement. And I had looked at sort of like the way his reputation had changed in terms of like how people perceived his competency.
Shots fired.
And I was thinking it's worth considering that his reputation is based more on perceptions of his character than it is on the actual sort of material environment. It's more about his reputation, how he's sort of been transformed in the popular consciousness from this elder statesman type figure to a kind of a doddering old man who isn't fit to run the country. And I sort of thought, like, if this sort of perception is baked in as it is, not really much will be capable of changing it. And if anything, it's going to get worse because he's only going to get older with time. And over the past year and 2 months, as he's run his reelection campaign and he's pushed forward with these messaging that should be popular, he's had events that should happen. I mean, like Gaza notwithstanding, which was horrific for him, I think, like in terms of impacting his reputation. Like the fundamentals should be working in his favor. He should be in a better position than he was when I wrote that article, but he's in a substantially worse position. He's actually at the worst approval rating of his entire presidency. And it's because he's being perceived along these very unique lines of his unique age, his uniquely extreme age, which I think a lot of people were kind of slow to realize, and they didn't want to realize because it was a bit of a fatalistic argument about him.
I was slow to it.
Yeah,
I thought there was a possibility that he could close those massive margins that you're seeing in Senate races versus his presidential campaign by having some sort of performance at the debate where he was able to show a contrast with him and Trump. I was actually optimistic about that case, but you know, Well, right. Well, you have to reevaluate because it's the most historic debate, historically horrible debate to performance, frankly, just in terms of outcome. In the history of this country, people point to the Nixon debate versus JFK,
Yeah.
but that's more of a contrast between who listened on the radio versus who watched on television than the universal like holy crap moment that we're seeing with Biden. And what you've been pointing out.
I just watched this on I just watched Asmongold's segment on this, and there's people in his chat saying like, you know, like the stuff that you'd expect Alex Jones to say, like saying it was scripted or set up or something like that. I don't know if there's any reason to believe that. Also, this just in, Richard Simmons has died at the age of 76. Look, I try not to do breaking news. But now I've broken one story, I gotta break another one. Yeah, Richard Simmons is no longer with us.
In your newsletter and throughout is that the Democrats' position in terms of negative partisanship with Trump is actually quite advantageous. There's going to be abortion on the ballot in two of the most important states in the Electoral College in Nevada and Arizona. Can you talk a bit about the Democrats' position if they were to just have a non-Biden candidate at the top of the ticket? As it relates to the down ballot races, potentially helping at this point buoy a candidate that people are less familiar with.
Yeah. I think if you could just put a generic Democrat basically of the same quality as like a Ruben Gallego or an Alyssa Slotkin or any of these other incumbents, and it's not that I think that like those are amazing political talents, but they're just generic, younger, more sort of trustworthy, telegenic, marketable liberals. There's somebody who you can imagine being in a leadership position and not or driving your car and not really being necessarily worried about if you'll make it home at night. Like it's very, very simple. These liabilities that Biden has are very unique, and they aren't really necessarily an issue with this party as a whole in the way that like Trump's ideology is. When Trump takes over the party and he makes everybody follow his line, people are going to judge Republicans the same way they judge Trump. Biden doesn't necessarily have that same presence. He's judged as a uniquely incapable person, like a uniquely incapable figure, like not really this somebody who represents a dangerous ideology or something that is uniquely terrifying. He's just somebody people don't think should be president. It's not that like they think that necessarily his ideas are bad. They just don't think he should be in power for 4 more years. And it's hard to say they're exactly all that wrong after seeing what we saw last night.
Let's
like,
pull up this data just to augment here what you're saying. This came out this morning, ABC News, Washington Post, Ipsos. This is not, some random poll that you're seeing on the internet. This is significant. 2/3 of Americans in the new ABC News, Washington Post, Ipsos poll, including a majority of Democrats, say Joe Biden should step aside as his party's presumptive nominee for president, and they talk about his age. If we could show that 85% of Americans say he's too old for another term. 2/3 say that he should quit the race. And if we could go to the breakdown by ideology on page 2 here, percentage, here we go. So 67% say Biden should step aside. 62% of Democrats and Democratic-leaning independents say he should step aside. And 54% of self-identified Biden supporters say he should step aside. Now, what's your assessment of that data? Is that good?
No, that if you're running for president, you would ideally not want to see that. That is not something all else equal you would want to be the case for your presidency. But before we go into like kind of the Biden death watch sort of thing, I do think it's worth noting with those numbers. This is fundamentally what people want. This is an outcome that people want to see happen. So when I see people talk about the chaos or the backlash that could happen from rocking the boat, people aren't going to be mad at you for giving you what they want. If you have a contested convention, people will be pissed at you for nominating a person they don't think is capable of serving. They won't be mad at you for examining a different option. So
it demonstrates a pliability that you need to show commitment to democracy, because even though people aren't voting and they didn't, because information was withheld from them, or things declined since basically Biden was already the presumptive nominee to a degree, that means that though they have new information, so this still demonstrates democratic responsiveness, even if it's not through elections.
Yeah, and the primary that was just like that was just a pro forma process. I don't think it's worth really taking seriously as a democratic exercise at all.
Yeah.
I mean, he wasn't running against anybody seriously. The entire party like rallied around him. There were several states where they either didn't hold the primary or there just weren't any names on the ballot besides him. Like it's just, and I'm certain that this isn't like something that people will be despondent over. Biden has never been a defining figure in the way that Obama or Trump has. He was selected to fulfill a role. The role was beating Trump. He's not an indispensable figure, whether he wants to believe so or not. He seems to very desperately want to be one, but he's not. Unfortunately for him. So people just there's no base of Biden diehards who will sit out on this election if he's replaced. It is a very, I think, risk for the standards of like replacing a presidential nominee 4 months before an election. There's not a lot of risk involved here, at least not nearly as much as people would make it out to be. There's a lot of stuff people are saying about like the consequences of replacing him that just flat out isn't true. Like stuff about him not being able to be on the ballot. Like if they were like a
Talk about that. I mean, for some Democratic Biden dead enders are now citing the Heritage Foundation, who are clearly putting out this stuff about how they're going to sue to keep Kamala Harris or whoever off the ballot. They're putting that out there to scare Biden into staying in.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a complete lie. They are doing that and the Biden people are citing it to like.
Trump hasn't even selected his vice president.
Yeah,
how can the ballots already be set? They're not set.
I know they're not set. He's a presumptive nominee because we assume he will be nominated, but the party has ballot access. The candidate isn't the one with ballot access. He was nearly going to miss Biden was nearly going to miss the nomination in Ohio. They did change the laws, so that was possible because he was so very much not the actual candidate yet. He is definitively not on the ballot. That is why he nearly missed deadlines like in Ohio. The party has ballot access depending on them nominating somebody, but that person does not have to be Biden. Legally, he is nothing. Legally, he is as much as a presidential candidate right now as you or I. Like, it's a complete nonsense thing. People are literally just lying about that. Stuff about transferring money, like, is a bit more accurate, but I mean, everybody's kind of on the Kamala train right now, and they can just give it to her very easily. If you were in the situation where you had like Whitmer or somebody that was a nominee, you could transfer that to like the DNC or a PAC and do most of like what that would have done in the first place. Like, it's just, you can do that. There's not nearly as much friction as people are making it out to be. They're trying to run out the clock and scare people, and who knows if that'll work or not, but it's certainly not a pathway to actual success.
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris is in North Carolina this afternoon. She's going to be rallying with Roy Cooper, the former governor, or still governor, but I guess outgoing governor in North Carolina.
Yeah, term limited.
Right, term limited out, but was a blue or Democratic governor in a state that's purple to red leaning, and the Democrats could actually, if they want a path to victory, a fighting chance in North Carolina seems like a pretty good bet. What is your assessment of people reflexively saying Kamala can't win?
Oh, I mean, it's to the extent that, I mean, they're polling they're like, to the extent that she can't win is the same extent that Biden can't win. They're in like the incredible polling right now, not done by like Harris, which is run by Mark Penn, who's a total complete hack at this point. He's the guy who did those insanely tilted polls meant to give Israel talking points for their war.
Right.
So, chat, as you can imagine, I am looking for more information about the shooter, about the incident, etc. And what's making this more difficult is that shooter is a goddamn common term on Twitter.com. And I'm pulling up a lot of posts that are from a month ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. This country's got a problem with guns. This country's got a problem with shooters.
That like he had been like putting out polls that showed her like losing to Trump by 7. More credible polling, including some done by Split Ticket and Data for Progress. Actually, just yesterday shows Biden and Harris either like statistically tied or Harris like doing better than Biden. Harris is not exactly, I wouldn't call her an ideal pick. I've always had her very low on the rankings and list.
Yeah, and there are definitely like right wingers speculating about the shooter being, trans with zero information.
I've done. She has her own flaws. She isn't very experienced. She's never really faced a competitive race or has had to win swing voters before. She very nearly lost in California in 2010. Not an ideal person. In comparison to Biden, it would be like just leaps and bounds better because she can actually campaign. You'd be starting from the same baseline. You'd be getting far more excitement, an opportunity for a reset, like an ability to redefine the campaign around something other than Biden being legitimately too old to serve. Like you would get a VP pick who you could inspire more confidence than Kamala does herself, somebody outside of this very unpopular administration. Like, it's just like, if you like are trying to like argue that Kamala can't win, then Biden can't win to the same exact extent, and you should be arguing for an open convention as a Hail Mary. But like this, if like you think that like all is lost with her, Biden is even worse. There's no
Well,
argument.
she hasn't started campaigning yet in earnest. The polling is going to lag, and also she has upside where the floor is still higher than Biden. Can we pull up this part of the ABC poll that just came out where it shows that, Biden is still behind Trump, and a reminder that as a rule, it appears that this is the part. This might be in the actual article, but I'm not exactly sure. It doesn't necessarily matter. I can recall it. Biden is below Trump within the margin of error. Kamala Harris is up by 3 points in this post-debate poll. That was a pop-up. And although honestly a good soundtrack to get us revved up for Kamala Harris. Yeah, but anyway, she's up by 3 points. Now, of course, polls are there's gonna be some variance, right? And you have to take these things in the aggregate, and you have to differentiate between crap polls like you describe and good polls like this one. But the point is just that the Democrats need to win by 3 to 4 points or more in the national popular vote, I think, for them to have a good chance with the Electoral College. Biden won by 5 points in 2020, right?
4.5. And I would say it's gotten a little better for them. It's not near, I don't think the bar is that high because they've disproportionately lost support among demographics that don't represent swing states. Like we've seen the polls about how they plummeted in support in New York, like only up there by in the high single digits, not doing as well in California either. So that cost them a lot of the popular vote. At the same time, they haven't lost nearly as much support in states like Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania. So like the kind of baseline for a national popular vote win, I think it's a bit less strict than it is for them. I think you'd probably want them to win by about 2 or 1.5 to win the election, which is it's a difference from 20s.
Okay, here's the deal. I don't want to go off half-cocked on information that I don't know. I don't want to start reading reports that turn out to not be true later. I don't want to do anything that's going to get like my, channel in trouble of, showing too much detail if there's video of the shooter being downed or whatever. But we probably got to talk about this. There's no way that I kind of wanted to just like proceed with the stream, but this is a pretty big deal. So let's talk about it. Elon Musk has come out just now and said he fully endorsed President Trump. MTG is blaming the Democrats, of course. Yeah, Twitter is very hard to look at right now. And like I just said, because of Elon breaking the site, right? So, there's not as much of a boot. Like when you in the search algorithm, right? I'm talking about the search algorithm, right? So when you search a term or when you look at a hashtag or something that's trending, and right now shooter is trending, they missed is trending, fight is trending, my president is trending. There's a whole bunch of stuff trending, right? But the issue with it is that it pulls up a lot of stuff from months ago, from years ago, from whenever. Right? That's the trouble with breaking news. Yeah, but we probably should just talk about the sorry my stream got derailed. Hey, you it happens. It happens. And look, there's breaking news and there's breaking news, right? News breaks every moment. There's a ton of tragedies that we're not talking about right now. You know, I don't know what the like every you know certain number of minutes somebody dies in Gaza, and you know nobody's breaking that news, right? But yeah, we're probably not going to have good info. Well, you're going to have some really bad info, so be on the lookout for that, right? You're going to have some bad info. You're going to have pictures of trans people shown. You're going to have pictures of immigrants shown, and people claiming that this is the shooter. You're going to have all kinds of shit. You're going to have all kinds of shit. You've got a lot of people claiming that this smells, that they think this is staged, that they think this is set up again. I don't have any information that would point to that. This is a tough position to be in as a streamer. Yeah, I guess so. I guess all we can talk about now is the fallout from this. Because I feel like if I talk about anything else, I'm gonna be distracted. You're gonna be distracted. Everybody's gonna be distracted. So we gotta talk about this. I want to see if I can find maybe a press conference or something. So there's a let's see, RNC convention 2024. When is it? Monday, July 15th. That is in 2 days. The Republican National Convention is scheduled to start in 2 days. My understanding from everything that I've read is that the former president was grazed by a bullet. In other words, it's nothing, it is a superficial wound from my understanding. Oh, they're trying to say it was a Biden plot? Oh yeah, the Civil War. So Simone Pierre Dubé says, "Same. I have some Civil War vibes going on." Fox News, when they were covering this, one of their anchors seems to have said Civil War, which is it's so irresponsible. That asshole should be fired. Like, that is very irresponsible. Biden could never do this, right? Like for once, Biden's cognitive decline is definitely an alibi, to say the very least. They're saying they caught someone. Well, I mean, we also heard shooter down, right? Meaning that, I mean, it could mean that the shooter was killed. It could mean that the shooter was incapacitated with gunfire. It could have been that the shooter was like taken down. He has immunity now. Biden has immunity. That's right. That's right. Very funny. They're taking away somebody that got hurt. Okay, I'm trying to find. No Timothy Jones. I don't think that was a Biden blast. For once, Biden's definitely got a alibi. It's really hard not to be a doomer with this happening. Well, so what do people think? Like, I mean, obviously there's Trump people saying, well, he's going to get elected for sure now. They don't seem to get that, like, that is not. That's not going to move people. It might excite his base. Right now. Yeah, no, I don't actually think this is going to affect the election. People are suggesting like a false flag, like you know, some kind of a staged event. People are even talking about, you know how in wrestling, you know how they bleed in wrestling, right? It's not from getting hit, it's not from getting injured usually, right? In wrestling, if somebody gets, you know, is bleeding from an actual injury in wrestling, it's usually a mistake. They'll bring like you know, razors with them, and they'll cut themselves, right? And so some people are suggesting that Trump had a razor, you know, like, I mean, this is some fucking tinfoil hat shit that I am not buying, right? Some people are suggesting that the Secret Service, you know, had one, and you know, like, right, that I don't know, that maybe there was you know, gunfire. It is kind of wild that there was gunfire that close to his head, and it only and there's one picture of 2 scratches on his face, as if the gunfire came from in front of him, grazed his face, and then like went through his ear, right? And there's 2 of them. Now, this could also be because, you know, you saw right when it happened, Trump went like that. Wait, I thought he went like that. I thought it was just like, anyway, we'll figure out if it was left or right later on, right? But yeah, there's like 2 there's either 2 scratches, or maybe he got blood on his hand, and then he had his hand on his face, right? It could have been that as well. But it is kind of wild that there were 2 shots that came that close, and yet no closer. Let's hope Elon doesn't take this as a sign to mobilize his base. I mean, unfortunately for him, Schmegly, bots can't vote. Is Butler trending at all? That's the town it happened at? EMC says, I honestly don't think this will change much. I mean, it's going to give them a chance. It's going to give them a reason to rally. Are you on the wrong channel? This is not TMZ. Did you come for the Xanderhal thing? Douglas Lane interviewing Chris Catrone. Wow. That sounds cursed. Definitely helps Biden out. The discussion will move away. That's true, Omega Star. And in this case, helping Biden out might actually be hurting the Dems overall. Ironic. They said the Dems' words caused this, and yet they deny any responsibility from the January 6th riots. Yeah, you can't really find many prominent Democrats using the kind of fighting words that the MAGA right use on the reg. Okay, let's switch over. Where am I at? I'm on this one. What I'm wondering though is like, does this make the Republicans push back the RNC? Anybody think that the RNC might get moved? I'm trying to find like C-SPAN or something. Trying to find somebody that's covering this that we can sort of watch along with.
To the right, and there's the pops. You can hear two pops, and he grabs his ear. So it's a small caliber handgun if it's an actual firearm, or it could be a simunition that still breaks the skin, still causes an injury there.
And Jim, you and I have both been to events on this scale, and certainly I've been to presidential events on this scale, and you look around at the security challenge there. Everybody, of course, carries a smartphone right now, and you know they have to make a quick judgment: is that a phone or is that a weapon? Right. A lot of movement, a lot of dynamic action going on at these sorts of events. I can't imagine it getting much more challenging from a security standpoint.
Yes, you're exactly right. You know,
It's Ronald Reagan over again. I mean, I don't know what the effect of the Ronald Reagan shooting really was, right? This was a person who, I think, if I remember correctly, that John Hinckley was the shooter of Ronald Reagan. He apparently had plans to shoot a lot of different people, including celebrities. Okay, again, we don't need to like advertise. I gotta remind people again, right? No advertisement in chat, and that's a pretty firm rule, which goes for everyone. But I don't think I think are we suggesting? Yeah, I'm not gonna. I'll cover this. I'll cover this, so you don't have to advertise for others. Anyway, we're just kind of
rare and extraordinary moment that brings people together across the political aisle. So let me read you some of what we are hearing from the potential VP nominees, and then also some of the other reaction that we are getting from the political world. Senator Marco Rubio putting out on X, praying for President Trump and all those attending the rally in Pennsylvania today. Senator Vance posting, everyone join me in praying for our President Trump and everyone at the rally. I hope everyone is okay. Doug Burgum writing, please join Catherine and me, his wife, in praying for President Trump, his family, and everyone.
Doug Burgum. Doug Burgum was the person I couldn't remember was the third potential the third potential VP for Trump. They're playing the footage over and over again. They're just playing the footage over and over again. Oh yeah, well yeah, as far as the staged comments, Michael, there's nothing to suggest that this was staged.
Monday. And Lester, everyone watching closely.
All right, Kristen, thanks.
I mean, it sounds like some Alex Jones. Like if you see a shooting and the first thing you say is this a, false flag. That's like some Alex Jones shit.
Gotcha.
Lester, so we made it out of the venue area. We have all evacuated. Again, press, attendees, everyone who was there is now out of the area. We are currently in the parking lot. Again, there were thousands of people at this rally, as there are at many rallies. There are a lot of cars in this parking lot, all looking to leave. As we were getting ready to speak with you, we just ran into Joe and Donna, a mother-son, who say that they were right there. They were in the area where this happened. Donna, let me start with you. First of all, are you okay?
Yes, I'm shook. I'm definitely shook up, but I'm okay.
There we go.
Yeah, and Trump was talking, watching him. I heard pop, pop, pop. I thought it was like a cap gun. And my son's like, gun, get down. And next thing you know, everybody around us was down. And then once we got down, we was up at the top of our bleacher. The men were yelling to all the snipers and all the cops to come over because he had shot a man and a woman in our bleacher. We heard the one is very fatal. We don't know that for sure.
Okay, so potentially 2 more victims.
So Joe,
And these are eyewitnesses.
Because from our vantage point, we couldn't see what was going on. We didn't see any individuals.
Yeah, shoot her down. They said shoot her down.
For those sounds, but what did you see?
Again, I was watching the president, and you hear the gunshots go off. Remarks from up top said that the shooter actually climbed up the back of the bleacher. And after we got down, like my mom said, there was 2 people down. They were calling for medics. We did see the 2 people that were shot, and we saw them get carried out. Like, I don't know. The one didn't look like they were okay. I hope the other one's okay, and just may God watch over them tonight.
And Don,
So yeah, 2 other victims, one of them seriously injured, the other one maybe not so.
Of the rally, and what kind of did you see them get shot directly, or did you just see the aftermath?
No, you just heard the noise. You heard the pop, 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 seeing the aftermath, and neither of them looked good. They were both down. Nobody was talking. Nobody was moving.
Potentially 2 very seriously injured people.
Get shot. That's what's going through my mind. He's holding my hand, and we were going to get up and try to get out of here, and some gentleman there said, no, you stay down. So we stayed down, and then we finally heard everybody evacuate, and he grabbed my hand, and we got out of there.
And Joe, what was your state of mind coming into this rally today? What were you expecting, and what are you feeling now as we all experienced a day that none of us thought would come?
Well, I was excited. I mean, this is just our second rally, and the first one, Trump is very energetic when he comes to these, and I want to vote for him more than ever.
Unfortunately, that's still going to count as 1 vote.
So send a message to these people. They can't stop us.
Don't stop us. That's right.
Don, how are you feeling? I mean, you're here with your son. Of course, you want to protect your baby, and you don't want them or yourself to be in any danger. What were those mama instincts in that moment, and how are you feeling right now?
Exactly. My mama instincts were when he grabbed my hand, I knew my son was scared to death because he was holding my hand. He had held my hand since he was probably 5 or 6 years old. And so he held on to my hand, and you can imagine, my heart went into a million pieces. all I kept thinking was we got to be safe and get out of here. And I agree with Joe. Vote for Trump because this country got to get back in line. This is out of control.
How did you get out ultimately? How did you get here to safety?
That once they evacuated us, because of right where we were sitting, we were able to just keep on going. We actually watched the snipers and everybody over on the side for a few minutes, but we just got out of there. We were scared.
What did you see from your vantage point of the snipers? These were the people protecting the former president.
That's correct. And now they were over in the lawn. They just were watching every single person with their guns going by. I believe the one injured person was over there that they had. Wasn't he on the one on the ground?
Yeah, so before they evacuated, they carried the 2 injured people out. Then they yelled for us to get evacuated. At that point, all the Secret Service were up in our section with the guns, and they were all in the field. Because like I said, rumor was he climbed up the back of our bleacher, so.
Joe, Donna, thank you both so much. I'm so glad you are safe. I know this was not the day that you were expecting, and thank you so much for sharing your story with us. Don't go too far. I might have some follow-up questions for you. So Lester, there you have it. Another firsthand account. They were right there. This was not the experience anyone was expecting. Still trying to grapple with what just happened here, Lester.
Dasha Burns, thank you for that interview. Very revealing. We should point out it's unconfirmed what those witness accounts were of other people who might have been wounded. We're tracking all that down, and as soon as we have...
Yeah, so these are unconfirmed accounts. This is all breaking news. We don't...
Tom Winter, he joins us on the phone with some new reporting on the...
Sounded like they emptied the whole clip. Yeah, probably.
Myself and my colleague Jonathan Dean, 2 senior U.S. law enforcement officials tell NBC News that there is a growing concern that this was a serious, or may have been a serious attempt on the life of former President Donald Trump. Based on the facts of the investigation, they're developing them.
I think that's the most likely...
2 senior law enforcement officials tell NBC News that there is a growing concern that this may have been a serious attempt on the life of former President Trump. Lester, I can tell you, as you can well imagine, there is a lot of conflicting information right now as this investigation gets sorted out, what occurred on the ground, who heard what from where, and obviously we're proceeding with extreme caution as to what we're hearing and who may or may not have been involved. But there is definitely a concern that this may have been a serious attempt on former President Trump's life. And why that might be...
It's more likely than not that that's the case, right?
You know, different things can happen at these events. You don't know the sequence of events and how it happens. So the fact that there may have been serious intent here, and by somebody that might have been capable of doing this, is why we believe this is newsworthy. So that's the latest that we have right now. It's preliminary information from the scene, from people that have been briefed on what the investigation holds. And so we're going to continue to do our reporting and obviously get right back on with you as we get more information.
Yeah, Tom, stay with me very quickly. I just want to point out we saw some shots of police tape now being put around the area, the stands where former President Trump was apparently shot there earlier. That is now a crime scene. So what you're seeing is, in fact, a crime scene. The Secret Service likely to lead that investigation. But Tom, we've all talked about it. We've seen examples of it, political violence. This is something that law enforcement has been bracing itself for in this campaign season, is it not?
Without a doubt, Lester, I've lost track of the amount of times you and I have talked about it privately in the offices. We've reported on it. The FBI director, in an interview with you directly, said that he was concerned about this type of thing, Lester. And so I think everybody's been concerned about the potential issues, the potential things that could come up during the course of this election, given how divided the country is, given the level of
Jonathan super chatted $10. Stay safe, friends.
Yeah, everybody stay safe. There a lot more is going to become apparent over the course of time. You're going to hear some stuff right now. You're going to hear especially right-wingers saying that they know who it was, maybe putting up a Facebook, maybe putting up information about a person, particularly a marginalized person, particularly like trans people or immigrants or some other group that Trump has demonized. They're going to try to rally around Trump. They're going to try to use this as a way to this is part of, the part of his cult of masculinity, his sort of response of pumping his fists in the air. And the question I have now is for future rallies, either Biden rallies or Trump rallies, can they happen? Will they happen? Is there a way to run a Trump rally, that's not going to allow for the presence of firearms? Wait, okay, wait, sorry. That is satire. That is satire, okay. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Jonathan. I'll go ahead and add that to the, I don't know how the stream is gonna work, chat, but if we hit the sub goal, I'll do the content. I'm 50-50 right now as far as covering Xan and Vaush today versus pushing that off till tomorrow. Vox Populi? Okay. They used to do glass shielding, yeah. I mean, they'll probably have to change the way that they're doing rallies. But yeah, given the gun laws in this country, that's what I'm saying is, like, I don't know if it's possible to hold a rally where this sort of thing would be impossible. Trump will stop doing outdoor rallies in Pennsylvania, says Crotchy. Trump is going to be scared. He like, despite his fist pumping and all his like cult of masculinity bullshit, that's not really who he is. This is a guy that's afraid of sharks. This is a guy that's afraid of sharks. It doesn't mean that it's going to hurt his campaign or anything like that, right? I'm sure this will activate his voters. Now, again, not as much as it would have had it happened later in the election cycle. This, just like anything else, is going to be somewhat memory hold by that time. It's ironic talking about RFK Jr. and healing, yeah. Also, Captain Shadow, I mean, I hope you know that you're talking about a conspiracy theorist. A frothing at the mouth anti-Semite. This is RFK Jr. that we're talking about, right? I don't know if you are a low information person or if you're just a fucked up person, to be completely honest, but it's one or the other of those. Either you don't know about RFK Jr., you don't know what the real deal is about this guy, or you yourself are as batshit as he is. Because that guy is not fucking right in the head. And I'm not just talking about the part that the worm ate, right? I'm talking about, like, weird anti-Semitic ideas about the origin of COVID. Right? It's just a weird thing to say of, like, oh, peace and security and everything, and be nice to have a Kennedy in the White House. I mean, that could just be somebody that just knows he's a Kennedy and is like, well, kind of return to what you know, right? we've had a Kennedy before, and he seemed to be pretty well liked until he wasn't very well liked by the CIA apparently. But that's just such a weird thing to say of like, you know, this is the time for the RFK fans to come in here, right? When everybody's worked up, everybody's scared as shit, and they're like, yo, you know, it would be greatest if we voted for our fucked up candidate that eats dogs, fucking molests babysitters. That's what you're gonna come in here with? This is when you're gonna advertise RFK? Can you fucking read the room? Can you fucking read the room? God fucking damn it. No, he's not a better candidate than Trump and Biden. All right? Like him and Trump, that's a choice of evils right there. I don't even want to make a choice about that. They're both bad candidates. As many problems as Biden has, he's not wearing a tinfoil hat the way that RFK is. Like like seriously, I don't know. Do you know that the guy's an anti-Semite? Do you know what he's up to? Do you know what he's about? Do you know what he said? Like I want to kind of cut you some slack if you just like have heard, you know, that this is a third party candidate or an independent candidate and you know he's a Kennedy and that's like all you know. But if you know anything about that guy and you're coming in and advertising that shit, you're as fucked up as he is. I'm sorry, like we all turn on Captain. We're all gonna take out this is like the wrong room to come into with that shit. Okay, this is the wrong room to come into. Now I know where to direct my conspiracy theories. RFK Jr. supporters. Yeah, RFK Jr. Like, right, he read the Vanity Fair article, right? There was two separate incidents. I don't remember if it's from the same babysitter or a different babysitter. One of the incidents, you know, he just asked this poor girl to rub some lotion on his back, right? And she felt I don't know, did she do it? She felt uncomfortable, right? And the other incident, he came up behind a babysitter and fucking like grabbed her thighs, right? Yeah, no, this is a bad dude. This is a messed up dude. Of all the shit to come in here with, like, you know, well, you know, at a time when you're all worried about, you know, is the country gonna devolve into a civil war, or is Trump gonna be elected and be able to become dictator for fucking life? You know, a lot of concern, a lot of anxiety comes in here. Oh no, calm down, everybody. We'll just vote for RFK Jr. and everything will be all right. Everything will be all right. He will ban vaccines writ large, right? This I don't know. Like, I mean, he's not entirely anti-vax. Like, theoretically, maybe there's some vaccines that he's okay with, but like I've seen him.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I've seen him like act like, you know, several life-saving vaccines are actually like more dangerous than they are helpful, right? This is just like such a bad idea. Can you imagine going to get your vaccines, going to get like your regular medical checkup, and your doctor is like, I'm sorry, the government has banned those vaccines. Executive order from the president. We can no longer give you the polio vaccine. We can no longer give you the MMR vaccine. Sorry, do you want a flu vaccine? Not going to happen. And you're definitely not getting the COVID vaccine because RFK Jr. has banned them. Shrek DVD says some of the shots are probably security and police taking shots at the shooter. That's what I said, although I don't know. I don't know for sure, but I suspect that you might be right, Shrek 1 DVD. Yeah, I don't know, Shrek. Oh shit, yeah, there's also a connection between RFK Jr. and Epstein. I forgot about that. That's the other thing that's in the... Oh, Star Shadow Ace, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Listen, our threshold is $5 for that to get read out by a sassy British voice, but I'll go ahead and role play for you what that would be like. All right, From a grateful disabled senior. Thanks. No, thank you, Shadow Star Ace. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, this is some scary shit. Like, right, look, I'm scared. I'm worried. I don't know what's gonna happen. Definitely, RFK Jr. does not make me feel any less concerned, any less worried. Right? Like the idea of like, I just love that. Like, let me calm everybody down. Don't worry. We'll vote for we'll vote for the conspiracy candidate, the friend of Jeffrey Epstein, the guy that eats either dogs or goats, but somehow got a brain worm from eating something that he shouldn't have been eating. Oh my God. Oh yeah, let me just add the super chat to I'll keep track of the dono goal. We'll do something special, chat. We'll do the extra segment if we hit the dono goal. I'm just like, I can't concentrate on, I was trying to do the segments that I wanted to do, and I literally can't concentrate on it. I cannot think of anything else. We still have LaRouche. We don't have LaRouche. I think LaRouche is dead. Let's calm everyone down with a tinfoil PDF bigot. Yes, exactly. Just wanted a Xan versus Vaush stream. Me too. Look, I'm still 50-50 on whether I should. I mean, maybe like there's some chance that like, I mean, LaRouche died in 2007. Stream got hijacked by this. It did, and it feels weird. Like, I feel like if I were to continue with the MR segment that we were doing, or if I were to move to the Vaush Xanderhal segment, at least right now, I feel like I would be distracted. I would be thinking about this, and I think that everybody else out there would be too. So, I mean, I guess it's the best thing we can do right now to just talk about this, talk about the fallout. I'm going to try to stay away from speculation, right? He ate raw dog. Did he eat it raw? It looked like he was going to take a bite out of it. Soul Life, thank you for the membership to Dame Owl. Wait, Dame Owl, was Dame Owl having trouble getting a membership? Either way, Soul Life, thank you. And Dame Owl, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. I know there's some people that have trouble receiving membership, so maybe we fixed that. I don't know. But I'm sure Dame Owl will appreciate that, and I appreciate you, Soul Life. And I appreciate all of you kind of holding it down for me in chat. Cause like I'm not, my mind is going in like 20 directions at once. And I'm scared. Like, I don't really know what this means. I was worried already. Okay. I'm worried that Biden will stay in the race. I'm even more worried about that now. I'm worried that that there's still there's a pretty, here's what the scary thing is, right? Before any of this stuff, before the debate, before everything, there was a pretty strong path possibility for Trump to win, and that in and of itself is really scary. Right. And I don't know what, if any effect, this is going to have on all that, but I do know, I will say one thing that I'm afraid of, that this makes more political violence more possible. We don't know anything about the shooter at this moment. There's a lot of speculation out there. Obviously, the MAGA people out there are trying to gin up fear about it being some marginalized person, trying to use it as a reason to stoke hatred against immigrants, stoke hatred against trans people. There's some people out there that are really going off on what I would call like an Alex Jones level limb and saying that because there was like 2 shots, that grazed the ex-president and that it didn't kill him, that this must have been staged, hypothesizing about Secret Service members doing wrestling moves to show blood, like that they do in wrestling, right? There's no proof for any of that, right? That's all pure speculation. That's all pure speculation at this point. Just coming to terms with Dr. Ruth and Richard Simmons dying. Yeah, that's true. They are. That's other breaking news. Dr. Ruth, famous. What is Dr. Ruth? Dr. Ruth was like a sex therapist. Like she was like an older woman that liked to talk frankly about sex, and she is now dead. Richard Simmons, famous exercise enthusiast, leotard enthusiast, lots of like very enthusiastic person. Like he's an enthusiast, right? He's enthusiasm. I can't speak. What is the word? Why can't I remember the word? He's enthusiastic. He's an enthusiast. Is it enthusiasm? Yeah, he shows enthusiasm. He's a enthusiastic enthusiast with a lot of enthusiasm. That's what he is. And he's dead. And how is Vince McMahon still alive? I ask you. How is it that Vince McMahon, of all these people, still alive? Yeah, he's enthusiastic for enthusiasm. He was also in a Fellini film in the 60s. I've only ever seen one Fellini film, and that was the one that was based on an Edgar Allan Poe short story. Anybody know what I'm talking about? I can't remember if the film or if the movie was called Never Bet the Devil Your Head. But yeah, it's a story of it's an adaptation. I guess it's not like a straight up it's not straight from the Edgar Allan Poe short story, but yeah, about a American director that travels to Italy, rents a fancy sports car, I think a Ferrari maybe, and drives it around the countryside until he is wait, I shouldn't spoil it. Let's just shut up right there. Some people may not have seen it yet. Hey, look, it was a film from the 1960s. I figure spoilers are not a big deal, but I shouldn't make that assumption. People want to still enjoy Fellini. They should. Now, Jerry McLean saying, y'all watch too much movies. Jerry McLean, I don't think there's anybody in my chat like going out on a Alex Jones kind of limb. Certainly not myself. I think the most likely explanation right now is that what we just saw was an assassination attempt of the former president. It was unsuccessful. He was, grazed. Maybe got his ear shot through. Maybe it's slightly more severe injury than that, but it's nothing that's gonna threaten his life or take him off the campaign trail or anything like that, or nothing that's gonna end his campaign, certainly, right? And that the intention was probably to kill him. From what we can see, and earlier I speculated that it was like random gunfire, given that this is a crowd of MAGA enthusiasts, right? I don't know. I don't think that a gun goes off in a Trump rally and accidentally hits the former president, right? I think that person meant to meant to hit him. There was a few posts. It was a false flat. Are you mean on Twitter? I'm willing to do some Alex Jonesing on this one, says Crotchy. Look, we don't know what we don't know, but what I mean is, as far as any sort of speculation, as far as that, like, I would need to see some evidence, right? You know, as far as I know, there's no evidence that it's anything other than an assassination attempt. I also don't think the Matrix is a documentary like Andrew Tate. Yeah. He looked pretty furious in that picture. Well, yeah, he got his ear fucked up. Important question I have is, will the Republicans change their mind on gun control? Doubtful, Lady Badash. In fact, I feel like if there's any chance that if there was anyone who might have fired on the shooter that was in the crowd, which is not at all, unlikely given the, degree to which that crowd really likes firearms. There was probably, some people with weapons there, right? If anyone fired on the shooter, even if it wasn't them that took the shooter down, even if it was all the Secret Service or, police or whoever else was there, they are going to they're going to make that a bigger thing than it is, right? If they got any route to making this a story about a good guy with a gun taking down a bad guy with a gun, they'll do that. You're just asking questions, says Crotchy. I don't know what happened, but I reckon, says Mitty. So many disgruntled and angry F the government types of people on a Ted Kaczynski level. So Ted Kaczynski, you're talking about the Unabomber. And this is somebody that was attacking, I guess, people at universities because of his anti-technology viewpoints. I got some weird option to create a clip just now. Oh, weird. Well, wait, you do have, like, I did try to enable clips, so, this is a different chat. Interesting. But I don't know how all that works. So if anybody wants to try it out now, I set it up so that if you make clips, the top clips will appear on my channel. So if you want to try that out, try it out. We'll see how it works. You can also make clips on Twitch. I think it's easier. From what I know, clips on Twitch are like way easier, but try them out on whatever platform you're on. He was a megalomaniac asshole. You mean Ted Kaczynski? I gotta be real careful about what chat I read, don't I? I don't know, but apparently there's a video. Wait. Oh my god, I didn't realize I paused this. Let's see what.
So that's something that people are acutely focused on, for sure.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. I'll let you get back. Service agent joining me on the telephone right now. Can you give us a sense from what you have seen, give us your professional eye of what appears to transpire here?
Yes. So what we're seeing is him attending a rally, speaking at the rally, and then we hear the shots. That it almost sounds like these soft popping sounds. So we hear these multiple shots. We see him put his hand to his ear, and then you see the agents come in. Those agents that come in are the shift. It's his detail team. For them to come in like that, that means this is a serious threat. Something serious happened.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, that part we know.
Well, the shot of the tactical team, that's the element that comes in. When you see the tactical team, their job is to look for the threat. So you have two entities here. The agents in suits, they're the shift. Shift comes in, immediately comes on top of the president, and they are there to surround him and to make sure that the shots hit them. The tactical element that we see come in after, their job is to move out, and we see them facing out toward the crowd, and they are to look for the threat. Clearly, we see the agents that get around him, they shield him, and then they move in this unison to shield him body-wise so that nothing strikes him. They move him slowly down the stairs and make their way to the armored vehicles. That's what we're looking at. Now, Lester, if we're looking at how did this happen, again, this is all alleged, nothing's been confirmed, but if we're looking at what's going on here, what went, and it's soon to say, but how does such a thing happen? When you have rallies like this, ideally, you're supposed to have magnetometers. So that's going to be the first thing they're going to look at. Were there magnetometers, right? How did this weapon get in? Sometimes when it's a...
Okay, so there are magnetometers.
All the elements that a sitting president would have, right? All the tactical capabilities. So it's going to be, how did that weapon get in? Were there magnetometers? Were people checked for weapons? And then from that point, where was that person positioned, right? How were they able to get in and get that angle of a shot?
Well, as we look at these pictures, again, as you described, the former president being rushed into that vehicle to be taken away from the scene, I keep thinking about what's happening in the crowd. Unfortunately, the cameras aren't pointing on the crowd, but given the number of pops or potential shots we heard, it seems a lot of people were at risk. You've covered these events, no doubt, as have I. A lot of people wanting to get close to their candidate. That's
Republicans are blaming Biden?
Campaign. How does the Secret Service draw the balance there as to create, a fortress of security at the same time, allowing people to do what people should be doing at rallies like this?
So let's go to your first point where there's people there. When you do these events, and I've done these events, it's called a site advance. When you secure an event like this, you're the site agent. So you have two goals, two missions. I am to protect the President of the United States, right? However, the other goal or mission is the people at this event. So yes, they're targeting, or let's say assuming, right, that again, we don't have confirmation. But when someone is targeting the president, right, if they're going to shoot, yes, he's an issue, but also the people in the area are an issue, right? Where are all these rounds going? So when we hear these sounds, these small, these echoes of what appear to be shots, it wasn't one shot. There were multiple shots, and every round, Lester, has to go somewhere. It lands somewhere. Where are they going? So you've got all these people. So you are responsible not just for the safety of the U.S. president, but you are responsible for the people there. The president, think of him as he's a target, right? Wherever he moves, danger goes with him just because of what he attracts as a sitting U.S. president or a former president or a candidate. So when you put them in a place like this, you also have to think strategically, what about all the people there? Now, you'll see the barricades that are set up. You see the stage that's set up. What you may not see in that shot is you will have ingress and egress elements. That means you want multiple ways in and multiple ways out. So you want movement for the president. You also want to create an alternate movement for him if he can't get out the primary way. So we've got typically at least two ways in, two ways out. And those vehicles that are staged there, they are positioned there specifically to evacuate him. Because also you're in an open area here, right?
Right.
So you don't have that concealment to cover. You have, whenever you do an open area like this, massive line of sight issues, meaning you can get the threat from so many different ways.
Okay, I'm going to be right back.
And just one thing to touch on too, typically after an event like this, it's typically the FBI who comes in to do the investigation of what happened, right? So it's...
I will be right back, Chad. I gotta...
the element that does
Nature calls.
The FBI typically exactly is who's going to come in to investigate what and how did this happen.
Abby, let me ask you this. In terms of what kind of intelligence law enforcement has or is given before an event, we're in prime time campaign season. These candidates are out there doing sometimes multiple stops in a day, big crowds lined up. How much does local law enforcement know about potential threats? Maybe somebody in the crowd who has written a nasty email or a letter or that sort of thing.
They do. When you go out, a part of the advance team, when you go out, you work with the local police department. So here he's going to his location, right? He's going to a town, to a city, wherever he's going. You work from the beginning. You have many meetings with the local police department. The president, former president's coming in. He's going to do a rally, and we share intel. The U.S. Secret Service shares their intel. This is what we're hearing from our side. The local police department, typically because they know what's going on in their community, they're also going to have their ears to the ground. They're going to have intelligence and information. And then we have these meetings. The Secret Service will have these meetings before an event where everybody comes together and everybody shares. I'm hearing this. You're hearing this. What do we need to do? What elements do we need to put in place? So if you're hearing there's a lot of protesters, you're hearing talk that people are going to show up and cause problems, that is all communicated so that you can figure out what you need. And also you can figure out what assets to put into the crowd to blend in. You're seeing the Secret Service suits, you're seeing the tactical team, you'll see uniforms for police department, but they also have an element there that is the unseen. We don't call them undercovers, but there's those agents in law enforcement who will circulate in the area and play in clothes and kind of lend their ear out and hear what's going on.
All right, Eva, you have been a tremendous help helping us understand the mechanics of security in a situation like this. Hopefully we can rely on you again to talk a bit later, but thank you so much. We continue to look at the video, the shocking video, frankly, from Pennsylvania, where earlier this evening, early evening here on the East Coast, someone apparently took shots at the former President Trump. As we heard two senior law enforcement officials saying there is a growing concern that there may have been a serious attempt on the life of former President Trump. Apparently his wounds are survivable. He's barely doing okay, but we saw him clutching his ear, a bloodied ear, as he was led from the scene. People heard multiple pops in the crowd. We are continuing to track information we can about any potential other victims in this, people who might have been in that crowd. This was a rally unlike pretty much like so many we have seen throughout this election season. People joyous, people excited about seeing the candidate, hearing what he had to say. Nobody signed up for this, however. I want to go to NBC's Dasha Burns, just outside that Trump rally north of Pittsburgh. Dasha, you were there as the crowds were trying to get out. As you watch the video, of course, your eyes are focused on former President Trump and his reaction, but you're also seeing people in the crowd who seem unaware, don't quite realize.
Wait, Andrew Tate says he's going to investigate?
As you were able to exit.
I love people that they're not even there, right? Is Andrew Tate, where is he?
There was a lot of confusion initially. You don't expect something like this to happen going in. There's so much security protocol when you come to a Trump rally.
Yeah, is he in jail right now? How's he going to investigate?
So many people that I've talked to, myself included, our team here, thought it might have been fireworks. We weren't sure what was going on. Now, as everyone has taken a bit of a breath and is trying to absorb what happened, we now understand that that's not necessarily the case. We are coming to you live right now from the parking lot for this venue. Trump rallies attract thousands and thousands of supporters. There are thousands of cars here. And Lester, we are running into people who have evacuated the rally, are looking for their vehicles and trying to process what just happened. That's how I ran into Aaron here. Aaron was in the front row there near the former president. Aaron, first of all, are you okay? How are you feeling?
I'm okay. I was in the first row. I was directly in front of Trump, my seat. I was looking him in the eye. We heard the pops, maybe 3 minutes into the rally, 3 to 4 minutes. I heard 4 pops, pop, pop, pop. The 4 Secret Service immediately jumped on the stage, and we saw him push President Trump to the ground. Then the gentlemen that have the guns came up to start clear right, clear left. They said, get him up. So they lifted him up, and Trump said, I got to get my shoes on first.
Did his shoes come off?
His shoes must have, we couldn't see it underneath that, but his shoes must have come off when they dropped him down to the ground. First thing he said, we could all hear it, I have to get my shoes on first. And when he stood up, I'm looking at him forward, I see the red teardrop right here of blood, fresh red blood, just a little tear. Then when they got him
Yeah,
up,
I think that might have been a cut on his face.
from the top of the ear to the bottom.
Right, the blood that was on his face, it appeared to be like, it was like this, chat, as if the bullet had gone like this and hit his ear. Like it had grazed his face and hit his ear. That's what it looked like to me. See what I mean? But then again, it also could have been the blood from his ear and he put his hand on his face, or it dripped, or it's hard to tell. It does look like he's got a scrape on his face though. He's two scrapes. But I can't tell.
Now, when I called my husband at home, who's watching TV, he said, I thought Trump hurt his ear when he went to the ground. But he said, no, on TV they showed before.
Yeah, he goes like that. So it's his left ear.
So that sharpshooter went across. Trump turned his head. His ear must have been nipped, and it killed somebody in the stands over to the left.
Could you see anyone injured besides the blood on the former president?
All I saw was the gentleman from Beaver County who spoke earlier in the day. He was running for the State House Representative, Elmore. I know his name. He had a white shirt on, and I saw him come from that left stand.
Yeah, Jerry's right. I think it was there were more than 3 shots fired. We're not sure how many were from the shooter's gun and how many were
Who must have been bleeding.
Secret Service or other people in the stands with guns. Investigation has been officially declared as an attempted assassination. I mean, that's...
When I saw his blood on his shirt.
Aaron, when did you realize that, hey, this might not be fireworks, this might be something else?
When they got Trump down on the ground. And then we were just so concerned that he wasn't hit because we couldn't. It happened so...
Wait, what gets graphic? Sorry. Wait, what's chat saying? What gets graphic? Narwhal by nature. I really need to know what you're saying. What gets graphic? That's the most important thing in the world right now. A guy talks about someone who died in what? In what I'm watching? They do carry a body out of someone shot or unconscious, but you can't see. Are we talking about what the NBC? Are we talking about something else? I just need to be really careful with what I put up on Twitch. On this channel, okay, a man mentions how he saw a man shot. All right, well, good catch then. Good catch. Well, wait, on BBC News? So we're not talking about this one, we're talking about BBC News, right? I mean, obviously this stuff is okay for for YouTube, but the concern is with Twitch. Like, you know, for Trump getting grazed with the bullet and, you know, having a bloody ear, that's fine, but we really don't want to show like more than that. In other words, if there's any footage of the other people that got shot, that got hurt worse. I saw it on MSNBC, so this is NBC News. Yeah, Wayne Clark, I hear what you're saying, and you're right. There's going to be a lot of repetition from here on out. This is generally what the media likes to do during a breaking news story. They'll show the incident over and over again. They'll, try to bring in some interviews. I was just making sure that the graphic description or, showing of the, yeah, it looks like we do have, okay, so I'm gonna go away from this right now, because we do have, wait, Grand Theft Autobot, are you condensing all the conspiracy theories into one here? Is that what that is? Yeah, I mean, I was pretty sure it was an assassination attempt as soon as I saw the whole event, right? When people described it to me, I think the term that was used was shots fired at a Trump rally. Now, to me, that's one of two things, right? That's either these people are like heavily armed and somebody, somehow a gunshot went off, right? Unrelated to the president, or an assassination attempt. And when we saw the this is going to boost him dramatically, says Alex the Fae. I'm not so sure, Alex. I'm not so sure. See, like, there's only, so as far as his base, yeah, are they more, activated? Are they more excited? Are they more, are they angry? Sure. Yeah. If this is going to cause anything, it's going to be more violence, right? It's not going to take, nobody's going to vote. Nobody's like, I wasn't going to vote for Trump, but now I am. Like, that's not happening, right? As much as Trump fans would like to think, would like to use everything, including the attempted assassination, as a campaign commercial, that's not how it's going to play out. His base is like, these people think he's Jesus, okay? They're as activated as they can possibly get. There's the MAGA cult, and their like rate of voting is as high as it can possibly get, right? So that's already there. So nothing's changing as far as that goes, right? What might change is the kind of stochastic violence, right? Rhetoric from the right wing, rhetoric from Trump, rhetoric from his supporters, right? And then like more like lone wolf incidents that are totally not related, right? That's what's going to change. They're comparing him to Teddy Roosevelt. That's kind of weird. Oh, of course they're saying that. Of course they're Trump fans, right? They're glazing him up even as his like ear is dripping with blood. Like, that's just who they are. I mean, this could impact the election. Okay, so I'm not going to say that it won't impact the election. I just will say that we don't know how. We don't. Teddy Roosevelt also got shot at a rally. Okay, so he's like, there's a lot of people that have been, what, McKinley? Did McKinley get attempted assassination? If you want to change the thumbnail for today, you sent me something. Oh, thanks, Vamps. I guess. What do you think, chat? What are you feeling? I almost need to get a like pulse from chat. Get a sense from chat of what you want for the rest of the stream, because like people are saying, there's definitely going to be a civil war before January. That is a weird definitely to be saying. But yeah, I did get at least one request to go to, because Wayne Clark's got a point, right? Wayne Clark's got a point in terms of the in terms of the fact that this is going to go into like a kind of cycle, like this is going to become like they're going to repeat, you know, that's what they do. I guess we can like listen to
A candidate or
what they're saying on Fox.
vice president or whoever the protectee is, they have to take a very proactive stance because
Okay, so this just in from the AP.
solve the crime. Their goal is to stop the crime from ever taking place. So they go out there and they are interviewing anybody who threatens or poses a potential threat to whomever it is they're protecting. A lot of times today, that will be found online. It'll be found.
Okay, so AP is reporting that the shooter has been killed, and so has a rally attendee. So we've got 2 deaths, at least reported by the AP. I'm not going to say confirmed, because again, this is kind of a fluid situation. But I think there is some wisdom in maybe moving on. Because like I said, you know, the media, they know that like the here, I'll just read you some this is from Reuters, right? Trump rally erupts in gunfire. Former president safe. Officials say Butler, Pennsylvania, July 13th. Gunfire erupted at a Donald Trump rally on Saturday, sparking panic in the crowd and spattering Republican presidential candidate with blood before he emerged and defiantly pumped his fist in the air and was ushered to a waiting car. Trump grimaced and grabbed his ear before the security hustled him away. His red Make America Great Again hat knocked off. Secret Service and the former president's campaign said that Trump was safe following the shooting in Butler, Pennsylvania, about 30 miles or 30 kilometers north of Pittsburgh. Live video showed blood spattered on Trump's right cheek and ear. The suspected shooter was dead, and as was an audience member, another person was in critical condition, the Washington Post reporter said on social media, citing the Butler County District Attorney. The shooter's identity and motive was not immediately clear. A leading Republican and Democrats quickly condemned the violence. The shooting occurred less than 4 months before the November 5th election, when Trump faces election rematch against President Joe Biden. That's a little premature. We don't know if it's going to be Joe Biden, right? President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. He is fine and being checked out by the local medical facility. More details will follow, spokesman Steve Chung said in a statement. Trump had just started his speech when the gunshots erupted and Trump and the other rally attendees hit the deck. Secret Service agents swarmed around him and Trump disappeared behind the podium for about 1 minute before he was rushed to a waiting vehicle. Trump and Biden are locked in a close election rematch, with most polls, including those by Reuters Ipsos, showing the two evenly matched. Biden said in a statement, "There's no place for this kind of violence in America. We must unite as one nation and condemn it." Ron Moose, a Trump supporter who was in the crowd, described the chaos. "I heard about 4 shots and I saw the crowd go down when Trump ducked, also real quick. Then the Secret Service all jumped and protected him as soon as they could. We are talking within a second. They were all protecting him." You know, I'm looking at the picture now, And I think that the trails of blood that you saw on the ex-president's face, they look less like scratches now, even though one of them is in line with his ear injury, right, where he appears to be bleeding from the ear. They look less like scratches now, and I'm just trying to figure out how where this would have come from. They splatters, or I think. I don't know. It's hard to tell, but they don't, like I said that they looked like scratches before. I'm not sure about that now. Moose said he then saw a man running and being chased by officers in military uniforms. He said he heard additional shots, but was unsure who fired them. He noted that that's probably the snipers. He noted that by then snipers had set up on the roof of the warehouse behind the stage. Democrats and Republicans decry violence. Trump is due to receive his party's formal nomination at the Republican National Convention, which kicks off in Milwaukee on Monday. This horrific act of political violence at a peaceful campaign rally has no place in this country and should be unanimously and forcefully condemned, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson said on social media. Democratic Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said that he was horrified by what happened and was relieved Trump was safe. Political violence has no place in our country, he said. Secret Service spokesperson said on social media, the Secret Service has implemented protective measures that the former president is safe. This is now an active Secret Service investigation, and further information will be released when available. CNN reported that Trump was injured but gave no further details. It was not clear how or what injuries he may have sustained. The venue was abandoned with chairs knocked over and yellow police tape around the stage. A helicopter flew above and law enforcement officers walked through the area. The video feed showed armed law enforcement officers were also seen on the roof near the stage where Trump was standing. Biden received an initial briefing of the incident, the White House said. Biden has been facing pushback from within his own party following the disastrous debate performance against the former president with little more than 2 weeks ago. Trump, who served as president from 2017 to 2021, easily bested his rivals for the Republican nomination early in the campaign, and the party is largely unified around him. The party that had briefly wavered in support after his supporters attacked the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021, attempting to overturn the 2020 election results. The businessman and former reality star entered the year facing a raft of legal worries, including 4 separate criminal prosecutions. He was found guilty in late May of trying to cover up hush money payments to a porn star, but the other 3 prosecutions he faces, including 2 for his attempts to overturn his defeat, have been ground to a halt by various factors, including a Supreme Court decision earlier this month that found him to be partly immune to prosecution. Okay, we got a live update here. Witness says man shot dead while standing in front of Trump. A doctor who was at the rally said he saw one person dead. The doctor, who identified himself as Joseph, said he was sitting in the bleachers at the far left of the podium when he heard shots ring out. A couple yards away, he saw a man fall to the bottom of the bleachers. He said the man was facing the former president and appeared to be in the way of someone who was aiming and firing at Trump. Joseph said the man was instantly killed from what he From what he could tell, Pennsylvania State Police and SWAT team then began evacuating everyone, he said. Joseph said he helped officials carry the man, and the officers placed a towel on the man's head before carrying him away. At first, Joseph said he was in shock and that he knew the pops were gunshots, but he didn't know where they were coming from. They were very loud and very close, he said. Joseph said the man, after the man was shot, he was able to piece together that it looked like the shots were coming from behind the bleachers. Interesting. He said others, said others thought it was a joke at first and that it sounded like fireworks. It was rather chaotic at that point, Joseph said. Another woman nearby appeared to have been shot in the forearm or the hand, he said, adding that he counted 7 shots. The injured woman was hit within those first 7 shots. So it looks like Biden is going to be speaking soon. Oh, here he is. Here he is.
Here in the Live Now newsroom. Definitely a day for the American history books, no less. This is coming 2 days before the start of the Republican National Convention. To Austin Westfall's point, Hal, Donald Trump holds senators get every chance for senators of action.
Political violence or violence in America.
Right now, let's listen.
Peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it. Everybody. I'll keep you informed, and if I am able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. But so far, it appears he's doing well, number one. Number two, that there's thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We have.
They're saying it's an. Oh, I'll wait.
Every agency in the federal government, I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned any more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much, and I hope I get to speak to them tonight, and I'll get back to you if I do, okay?
Mr. President, do you think there was an assassination attempt?
I don't know enough to, I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
Are you worried, President? Was the security failing, Mr. President?
Okay, so we missed the very beginning of those remarks. I want to play those back. Here's Biden speaking just moments ago from the top.
Thanks for coming, folks. I've been thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government as to the situation, based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have engaged in making sure that people and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if we don't, if I'm not able to give, if it's not convenient for you all. But the bottom line is that the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it.
Yeah, it's not unheard of. It's
informed, and if I'm able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. But so far, it appears he's doing well, number one. Number two, that there's thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We have some reports, but not final reports. And every agency in the federal government, I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned any more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much, and I hope I get to speak to them tonight, and I'll get back to you if I do. Okay?
Mr. President, do you think this was an assassination attempt?
I don't know enough to. I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
Are you worried for your own safety? Was the security failing, Mr. President?
President Biden wrapping up.
Anyway, that's what we have for now. Those are President Biden's remarks. People in chat have noticed, and I am paying close attention now to my email in case there's any issues with YouTube. But so far, I think we're okay. Thank you, chat. Thank you, everybody in chat who's helping me stay away from stuff that might be bad, might be dangerous to the channel. I think that I think it was it Wayne Clark that said this? Yeah, that it's probably better to kind of start to think about moving on at this point. I will check and see if there's anything else. Give your opinion? On what? The assassination? It looks like it's an assassination attempt. I don't think that the former president was seriously wounded. This is, very likely to spark further political violence. This is, not a good thing. Yeah, and as chat saying, political violence, unfortunately, is very common in this country and is made easier by the kind of lax gun laws that. Yeah, onto Vaush. I guess. 1-6 was pretty violent. Yeah, exactly. The violence is not a new thing to either this country or unprecedented in recent history. Chat's bringing up January 6th as an example. Thanks for noticing us. Yeah, well, oh my God, what do you mean? I'm very thankful to. So Xanderhal thinks that Vaush is a Trump supporter. He's saying that. I don't know what he really thinks. That seems like a ridiculous. Look, I got all kinds of issues with Vaush, but I'm not I don't think he's a secret MAGA supporter. He's just kind of a reactionary dude, bro. The news is going to be wild for these 3 next days. Yeah. So that's why I'm thinking we should probably go ahead and cover the Xanderhal Vaush thing. We've got about as much, it's going to, people have said, it's going to go into this sort of cycle now. They're going to show the footage over and over again. There will probably be some footage of the people killed by the shooter, the person or people. We know it. I think it seems clear. It seems like at this point that there was at least one person who was grievously wounded, if not outright killed. Most likely more than that. And we definitely don't want to accidentally run into that footage, because that's not something that is going to be platform friendly. Yeah, look, I don't mean to be your special reporter. I am never trying to do breaking news. However, when a story like this breaks, and indeed this is the background of the whole Xanderhal Vaush thing, I kind of Like I tried to go on with the content that I was covering, but I found out that I just could not. I probably should take a moment here though. It's only going to help that guy, unfortunately. Yeah, it's hard to know right now, Bella. It's hard to know. Again, like I said, the base of Trump could not be much more activated. I don't see people who were not going to vote for Trump or people who are going to vote for Biden changing their mind and deciding to vote for Trump now. I don't see there being people, yeah, I mean, like, because you're talking about an election that is 4 months away. So as far as does it affect the polls, I think maybe not as much as the Trump supporters would like it to be. Right now, they're using it as a commercial. As their guy, as their dude lies bleeding in the hospital, MAGA is trying to use this as a fucking campaign commercial. And I gotta say, it's kind of sick. That being said, I don't see any, indication that it's staged, as some people are hypothesizing. Some people think that this is like a great optics for ex-President Trump. I don't really see that. It's definitely got his, I mean, if they go forward, as I would expect them to with the RNC convention on Monday, there's probably going to be more people watching it. That's the only effect I can think of. And that's not a long-term effect. That is a short-term effect, right? So more people are going to watch the convention. There's going to be more hype. He's going to be able to, portray himself as the victim a little bit more. I don't know how much that is going to actually help him in the polls, right? Because what you're talking about, right? So there's people that hate Trump, are scared of Trump, don't want anything to do with Trump, like, fuck Trump, right? And then there's people that love Trump and they're a part of the MAGA cult and they think that he's their like savior and that the deep state is evil and that Hillary eats babies or something, right? There's these two groups of people. They're not, neither of those groups are the majority of the country, right? Neither, people that, although it's pretty close with people who don't like Trump, but I don't think it's a majority. I think it's a plurality of the country that dislikes Trump, right? So I don't see either of those two groups being moved at all. I don't see people suddenly becoming Trump fans that weren't already, that disliked him, and now that he gets shot, they like him somehow. I don't see that happening. I do, like I said, see maybe more people watching the Republican convention than would have otherwise. I do see, this being sort of the theme of his, like now he can portray himself as the victim. I mean, this is what he already does. So in other words, the kind of campaigning, the kind of optics that this is going to enable for Trump is the stuff that he's already doing. So as far as, does that reach out to more people? I don't think so. I don't think so long term. I think that like there's a lot of predictions being made about the freaking election that's still 4 months away that just, is either fear on from left-wing people that are saying it, or it's cope for right-wing people that are saying it. That being said, like he still has a 50% or better chance of being elected, right? Biden is doing horribly. That hasn't changed. I don't think this is going to help Joe Biden at all. That's for sure. And the one bad thing I could see coming out of this is that like this takes up so much of the oxygen. So we're going to go back to the oxygen again. What do I mean by the oxygen? I mean that when something like an assassination attempt happens, or something like a horrible debate happens, like happened 2 weeks ago, right? It's more difficult to talk about other things. For example, the Trump-Epstein connection, right? Project 2025, right? There's a lot of stuff that should be talked about, that needs to be talked about, that's not going to be talked about. And another one of those things that is going to get oxygen sucked away from it is going to be the replacement of Joe Biden. So I would say that the one negative thing or the one positive thing for Trump that comes out of this is that Joe Biden, should he desire to, is more likely to be able to ride out, the calls for the calls for him to end his campaign and to allow somebody else in, right? So that's the one positive that I see possibly for Trump, but I don't know for sure. It's so early. It's so difficult to say. There's a lot that we don't know. Passing Wind says, I wonder if a bump stock was used. Well, that's the one thing that Trump did sign that, ironically enough, Democrats can't seem to touch gun legislation, whereas Trump did a minor, signed a minor piece of legislation banning bump stocks after the country music concert that turned into a massacre. But yeah, that's where we're at now. That's where we're at. So, like if there's going to be a positive effect for Trump, it's going to be that this might allow Joe Biden to stay in the race, should he choose to. Again, I just don't know. Like, it's so early. There's so many different ways that this could go. This is a lot of stress, I'm sure, on Biden, and it could go the other way. It could convince him to leave. It could, maybe they decide to swap Biden out after the Republican convention in order to sort of take some of that oxygen out of the room and take some of that attention away from Trump. But it's just too early to tell. So, yeah, that's where we're at, chat. Let me take a look here and... I'll try to read some more chat here. RFK Jr. does not have Secret Service protection. Yeah, I mean, RFK Jr. is kind of irrelevant at this point. Just saying how Trump is going to victimize himself. Someone died and someone was injured. This is horrible. Ron, I don't know why you think the term Nazi would be banned, right? That's a historical term. Unfortunately, not as historical as I'd like it to be, considering how popular Nick Fuentes seems to be on Twitter. We talk about Nazis, more than I would prefer. More than I would prefer, right? I wish they were less relevant. I wish it was just a historical term, but no, it's a historical term, and it is unfortunately a term that describes a small part of the political allegiance of people in the United States and in other countries such as France and Italy. So I don't know where you got the idea that was a no-no word. I mean, we're not going to let somebody come in here and advocate for that shit. You get banned for that. Like, right? That's wild. Wait, well, you think Trump is being censored? The word Trump, we're talking about Trump. I'm talking about Donald Trump right now. We can even talk about Trump and his Nazi supporters, right? These are not against the rules. It probably depends on context, right? If you got in trouble for saying something to do with Nazis, it's probably because you're acting like one. So stop. All right, so yeah. So just to put us back, I was in the middle of a stream talking about the possible Biden the will he, won't he, as far as Biden leaving the campaign and allowing somebody else to replace him as the candidate. I guess if anything has, then we had this breaking news moment where Donald Trump, it turns out, was shot in the ear and seems to have sustained superficial wounds. He is reported to be fine. Like he's not in like he's injured, but it's not a serious grave injury or anything like that, right? As far as the fallout of this, like I said, I believe that they should they go forward with the Republican convention next week, and there's no reason to think that they won't, because like I said, it's a superficial injury. They're going to put a bandage on, they're going to, I don't know, give him stitches, right? Or it's not a bad injury. I think he'll probably be okay to do the convention next week. That will probably get more views than it would have otherwise. I don't see Trump's the assassination attempt like changing the polls. I don't see people that were voting for Biden deciding now to vote for Trump. I don't see people that were not going to vote for Trump or didn't have an interest in the election changing their mind and deciding that they're voting for Trump now. Again, the election is 4 months off. I do see that there is some likelihood that Biden is now more likely to stay in than he was before, right? This gives Biden a chance now that the attention is off his dementia to try to ride out the storm and try to stick in there as the presidential candidate. Hopefully that will not happen. But I would say it's slightly more likely. So if you are looking for an angle by which this makes Trump more likely to be elected, it would be that. It's not, that Americans are suddenly going to change who they're voting for based on who got shot. We'll find out more, I'm sure, in the days to come as far as who the shooter was and what their possible motives are. But it's way too early, and any sort of information that we get at this point is going to be subject to change. Speaking of subject to change, we have had reports that one person died, one person was killed in the rally, not Trump, obviously, and that the shooter is also was killed, which might also make the motive a little bit harder to discern. But I'm sure we'll be talking about that in the days to come. That being said, yeah, like I said, we were in the middle of talking about Xanderhal and Vaush and their disagreement about Biden and whether he should stay in. Vaush has been vocal and like with most people with eyes and ears, most people that can read the writing on the wall, in saying that Biden needs to pull the fuck out. Xanderhal is still on this riding with Biden mode, and when he came across Vaush's content, decided to question if Vaush might be a grifter, if Vaush might be Team Trump. I don't think that Xanderhal seriously thinks that Vaush is a Trump supporter or anything like that. I think that the word that he used was grifter. I think that Xanderhal's line of attack is going to be more like that Vaush looked at his thumbnails, right? So on YouTube, I don't know if you've noticed, but sometimes the same video will have multiple thumbnails. You will get shown a different thumbnail, and YouTube measures like which thumbnails get clicked on. And then after like 2 weeks, YouTube says, this is your best thumbnail, or this is your best thumbnail. You can put up to 3 in there. Supposedly Vaush had some thumbnails. Some of them were really critical of Biden. Some of them were less critical of Biden. And some of them were, not very critical of Biden. And Xanderhal saying that those, the more critical ones are sticking around. So in other words, YouTube is showing him he gets better views on that. And I think that's Xander's theory as far as what Vaush is doing. That Vaush is purposefully, maybe in Xander's mind, putting the Biden candidacy at risk by going with a more critical framing for that. And so by virtue of that, he's calling Vaush a grifter. Vaush is aware of what Xan is saying about him and has responded. neither of them have made videos, and so you know, we've had to kind of pick through the VODs that they have both made. But yeah, they've both talked about each other. They're not happy with each other. Xan wants a debate. It's kind of doubtful, and I'll show you why I think it's doubtful that Vaush is going to give Xanderhal that debate. But were such a debate to happen, I don't predict good results for Xanderhal. He's just not much of a debater. He doesn't have much of his side is very hard to defend. It's very hard to argue that Biden should stay in. So I don't know what exactly his game is, but you know, this is I don't know, one last final gambit for relevancy, and that's where we're at right now. Now, as far as our dono goal, we are 41% of the way there. So I'm gonna probably just move to the Xan and Vaush stuff next. I'm gonna skip the majority report segment, unfortunately. Go watch it yourself if you want to. It's about it's Emma interviewing a what would you call Ettingermentum? Like a Twitter account? A Twitter account who's been pretty prescient in terms of his predictions for the 2022 midterms and the problems with Biden that ended up showing up pretty hardcore. So he's now showing face, I guess, for the first time. He was a faceless Twitter account. Now he's been on the Majority Report on video, and he's talking to Emma about his predictions for the election, for the you know, who will end up being the Democratic standard bearer, and how this all could go down. So yeah, if you want to check that out, it's on Majority Report. What is their actual channel? Oh my god, I love how I watch this channel all the time, and I'm like, what is the actual channel called though? It's just Majority Report, isn't it? Majority Report, one word. The Majority Report. So go check that out if you want to. I'll do a check on I'll do a check on our polls once again before we get started with the Vaush Xanderhal stuff. And remember, Xander is a stoner edgelord. Yeah, that's one way to put it. Izzy Sanchez says, I'm no Vaush fan, but what the fuck is wrong with Xanderhal? It's the stupidest reason to beef with another streamer. I mean, I would say that he's, you know, clout chasing, clout sharking, except that I think that Xan actually believes this. I think he really is riding with Biden. I have the photo. Wait, what are we talking about? Since when does Gavin Newsom have 3 hands? Trump, after being injured, lifted his fist in the air and commanded people to... Yeah, he said fight, fight, fight. At this point, I'm more worried about... Yeah, okay, so yeah, Passing Wind is speaking wisdom here, right? More worried about his extremist followers and what they might be planning right now. That's true. There's more likelihood of there being political violence now. And I see there's some interest in the Candace Owens video that I didn't cover yesterday. I'll see if maybe I can put out... I should be getting my room divider soon, and when I do, I'll see if I can maybe make a video. Today proved WhatIfAltHist correct. Wonder what else his video says now. Speaking of WhatIfAltHist, so we've got a choice here, right? I got a poll for you. What do you want to see next, right? We got Mediason debates Dean Phillips. Chat teaches me about Boogie 2988. Destiny versus Hasan Inward Andy debate and WhatIfAltHist Weimar Germany. We watched a WhatIfAltHist video the other day. It was absolutely unhinged, and I expect this one to be no less so. So that's what's winning right now on the full screen stream. If I wheel over to the short stream, it's way closer. I think, is it way closer? No, actually, it's close in both, right? We're talking about a 4-point difference between WhatIfAltHist and Destiny Hasan on the full screen stream, and we are talking about a difference of 3 points between WhatIfAltHist and Mehdi Hasan in the short stream. It's 5 points ahead of Destiny versus Hasan. So that's where we're at right now. Again, how does this work? Well, you vote. You can vote in the stream that you're watching in. You can also cross over to the other stream if you want. We're running 2 streams on YouTube, one full screen, one shorts. So just so you know, some people are probably going to be crossing over and voting in the other stream. And if you want your vote counted twice, you can have it. You can do that, right? All I ask is that you leave a like when you do, because it helps me out a lot. And there's literally nothing I could do to stop you. So, so yeah, it's a pretty close race between WhatIfAltHist and Destiny versus Hasan, maybe with Mehdi Hasan versus Dean Phillips in there too. Remember, when you donate, and we're at 41% now, if we can lift this dono goal up to 100%, right now it's at 41%. If it goes up to 100%, then we'll get to watch another segment. And that segment, what it is going to be informed by the results of the poll, which I will average. I will average shorts and full screen. And then I will add a certain percentage for the donos. So when you donate, you have the chance of boosting the odds for the subject that you want to see covered, getting covered, right? So Mehdi Hasan, Boogie 2998, Destiny versus Hasan, or WhatIfAltHist, right? When you donate, let me know which one of these you want to see, and I will add 1% per US dollar to the overall score. So this can make all the difference in the world. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the donos are going the same way as the votes are, and sometimes not. Sometimes it makes all the difference. Like I think last time we did one of these, it was the donos that decided everything. So whether that you're donating through a super chat, super stickers, if you are weaseling up, if you're getting yourself a membership, or if you're gifting memberships to other people, if you are signing up for Patreon, which the link is down in the description, or you are donating on Throne to help me have a better setup to increase the production value of the stream, which I appreciate greatly. Any of these donations will count towards the topic of your choice. The same goes for Twitch, with the added caveat that at the top of every hour there is a 3-minute ad break, and if you don't want to see that ad break, the way to get out of it is through a sub. The sub can be for free if you use Twitch Prime, or it costs $5.99 if you do not. There's also the chance that you might be gifted a sub. Some people in chat are very generous, but your best bet as far as being gifted a sub is just to be active in the chat, and maybe somebody will take pity on you and save you from that top of the hour ad break. That being said, whether you get yourself a sub or gift subs, you can count that towards the results of the poll as well. So that can count. That can affect the poll, which is right now the dono goal at 41% out of 100. And so the way that this works is if at the end of the stream the dono goal is 100 or over, we watch a segment, an extra segment, which is whatever. I'll have to do the math to see what wins, but we'll unlock that extra segment. If it's not like yesterday, then we will not watch an extra segment, and I'll end the stream right after Xanderhal and Vaush. So that's how it works. That's how it gets unlocked. And if you want to unlock that, drive that dono goal up, and let me know what you want to see, because yeah, your donation also entitles you to kind of skew the results slightly It may make a difference. It may not make a difference. If you want the results to not be skewed, you can always tell me Vox Populi, and I will add your donation to that. And basically what that does, Vox Populi takes away from all of the extra points that people give to the topics by donating. So if you want to see whatever wins in the poll win, then you can just tell me Vox Populi, or you can say nothing at all, and I'll just like let your donation be a donation. Either way, it helps out the stream. It helps me out greatly, and it allows me to stream. In fact, right? It's only through generous contributions from viewers like you that I'm able to come to you day after day. So if you value what you're getting here, this is how you can contribute. Trump's posting on Truth Social. My God, let's take a look at that. I guess we'll do one more. We'll take a look at that. Okay, so here we go. It's Marjorie Taylor. No, it's not really Marjorie Taylor Greene. I can't tell. I think this is the real Trump statement. Yeah, looks like it is. Simon Pierre Dubé. Super shot. Wait, no, super shot. I'm not pronouncing it right, am I? I know if I say it wrong, I'm saying a naughty word in French. But thank you for the thank you for the super chat. Do you have an opinion on what you want that to go to? BBC says there were 5 shots fired. We'll super cat, yeah. We'll see. If I say super shot, then it's okay. But if I pronounce the T, then I'm saying something else entirely. Something else entirely. But yeah, I'll add that to the so we're now at 43% of the way there. We're 43% of the way there. We're probably around Vaush Populi. Okay, well, we'll add that. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That's interesting. So Vox Populi right now is as high as any of the donos for the subjects. That means that effectively takes that away and turns it back over to the voters. The voters are right now saying, WhatIfAltHist? But don't let that dissuade you from voting yourself, because you've still got time to vote. And you've still got the ability to super chat and do all the rest to affect the overall score. So let's take a look at the Truth Social that just came out from Trump. Okay, so Donald Trump says, I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all the law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed. This likely, I'm going to say, was not written by Donald Trump. Right? This is PR. I'm going to call it now. And also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Really? Is it that incredible considering how many guns there are in our country? Nothing is known at the time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt a bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America. God bless America. Land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her. Anyway, chat, that's the song he's quoting there. What's going on? Narwhal by Nature with the 5 gift memberships. Okay, so let me do these really quick, and then we'll get to the Xanderhal content. Yeah, weird day, chat. Weird day. I don't usually do breaking news. Britzkrieg says, I don't want alt-hist. Depressing. I mean, there is still, it's pretty close, Britzkrieg. So, anything could affect it. Make sure to vote. And the, donations count as well. So here is what I'm trying to do right now. Thank you, Narwhal by Nature, for the 5 gifted membership. Transjaded. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Shrek. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Dragonfly. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Yop Yop. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And Kevin. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. The shooter was 200 yards away from Trump on the roof. Too many long words, definitely not Trump. Well, at least that part about, like, caring, so, you know what I mean? Like, Trump's about Trump. Trump cares about Trump, and that's it. That's it. Oh, that's WIAH, stands for WhatIfAltHist. All right, so that is gonna go up to 30. And the dono goal is gonna go up to 58. So we're at 58% of the dono goal, well within striking distance of hitting that dono goal today. And yeah, WhatIfAltHist definitely got a big boost there. But like I said, there's still time to vote and there is still time to donate. So, there's, yeah, it's damn close. Look at that, 31% Destiny versus Hasan, 32% WhatIfAltHist. That's on the full scale stream. Look at that, 4 points between Destiny and Hasan and WhatIfAltHist on the short stream. So it is still possible. Either of these are possible. Either a blast from the past in Destiny, Hasan trying to talk Destiny out of his inward Andy antics, right? And we all kind of know. I can't find Irene's website. What do you mean? You can't find my website? I hope you're not looking for me on the White Leaf Network, because you won't find me there. Oh, I wish you could specifically designate who gets the gift subs. Yeah, that's the annoying thing about YouTube, right? Twitch allows you to do that, which is cool because that saves people from the top of the hour ad break. It saves people from having to watch 3 minutes of ads at a time. But yeah, YouTube doesn't allow you to pick. I can't find Irene's website. I still don't know what you mean by my website. Are you talking about my Discord? Anyway, let's wait, have I got everything counted up? Yeah, we're at 58% of the goal. Yeah, WhatIfAltHist is mainly getting that boost from the donos. So donos to Destiny versus Hasan could flip it the other way. Vote. You can still have time to vote as well. You have a lot of time actually, because we kind of got stopped by the whole breaking news thing. But I'm gonna go back to it. I'm gonna get us to the Vaush Destiny thing, and then we will see about a second half. True Social didn't say you gotta fight like hell, so it could not have been Trump. Yes. All right. I think we're ready to... Whoops. Why can't I hit that button? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, chat. Twitch, are we still okay? Oh, wait. We're still... Can I hear something from Twitch? I just want to make sure that we're all good. Wait, here, let me just testing. I mean, I guess that doesn't really tell. Just, like, I need to hear something from someone on Twitch. I just need to know that we're, Twitch, are you with us? Apart from his ear, his ego is extremely wounded. Thank you, Schmegly. Thank you. I just gotta make sure that like I don't think we showed anything bad though, right? You know, the whole thing is like excessive gore is not something that, so I'm glad we didn't run into anything any footage of the other person that got shot today. Twitch is not a figment of my imagination. Something on Twitch. Thank you, Socialist Malaki. All right, let's get going. We're going to cover Xan, and we're going to cover... We're going to cover Xan, and then we're going to cover Vaush. That's how we're doing it. Executive decision made. All right. Nope. God damn it. Try that again. Alrighty then. See what Xanderhal has to say about his so yeah, the history between these two. Something that most people don't know is that Xanderhal started doing content before Vaush did. Xanderhal used to remind people about this, right? Because people would be like, well, Vaush is like your senpai, right? And he'd be like, no, actually, I'm Vaush's senpai. Xanderhal started off with a video called how I almost got sucked into the alt-right rabbit hole, talking about the way that YouTube, through their recommendations, tends to take people from liking, like, let's say, SJW freakout videos to liking hardcore Nazi videos. And Xan was noticing the similar pattern in what he was served. He said that through people like ContraPoints and Destiny, he was pulled out of the alt-right rabbit hole, and he realized that he was being radicalized to the right. And then he started making videos, breadtube videos, right? He was like, well, since I now realize that that's the route to becoming a Nazi, I'm going to do videos to try to help other people get out of it, right? So he, had a stream and and he actually, let me give him some credit where credit is due, all right? That video, like how I almost got sucked into the right-wing rabbit hole, that was organic. That was Xanderhal making a video that the algorithm liked, right? Whereas Vaush, on the other hand, owes a lot of his start to Destiny. Vaush was in Destiny's community. He was debating Destiny. He was talking on Discord, making friends, like, right? A lot of Vaush's success, his early success, he can directly attribute to Destiny. But yeah, him doing debates, him debating Nazis, him doing his, going on the kill stream and saying the N-word, controversial stuff like this, got a lot more attention to Vaush. So Vaush kind of leapfrogged Xanderhal, right? And instead of, being jealous, although maybe he was, I don't know, Xanderhal just kind of, made friends with Vaush, and from there he joined the Vaush network. He got on the White Forest network, which we're going to talk about a little bit. That is the servers run by Vaush's sysadmin, the person that codes his site, the person that administers his site, and the person that runs the servers. So right, so essentially, Xanderhal became a Vaush orbiter, despite the fact that he started before Vaush. Vaush grew a lot faster, and a lot of Xanderhal's later success is attributable to his connection with Vaush. With that being said, things changed a little bit last December when Xanderhal got into it with a streamer named Keffals. It was a discussion about Shoe on Head, a reactionary streamer who is sometimes classed as breadtube, but in reality is more from that anti-SJW tradition that Xanderhal said that he was getting sucked into. And after having a conflict with Shoe on Head and getting attacked by Shoe on Head over some stuff that happened with the Balenciaga scandal, Xanderhal became
super chatted $50.
Oh my god. Yo, anything but alt-hist. Well, I can put you down. How does that work? That's a very generous donation, Brits Creek, by the way. Thank you so much. I will have to figure out the best way to yeah, because I've never gotten a look, I could split it between stuff, or I could just, I guess, give it to the highest scoring thing. So that, yeah, maybe that's what I'll do. All right, I'm gonna put this 50% down here, and at the end I'll add it to whatever is not alt-hist that's scoring the highest. Oh my god. Stealing the poll, much respect. And what is that? That puts us to yeah, we're now over 100%, so the goal is met. Anyway, I'm a little too long-winded about this Xanderhal thing because I know way too much, but basically Keffals brought on Shoe on Head after Xanderhal felt that Shoe on Head had attacked himself and Demon Mama and basically implied that they were pedophiles. Basically implied that them having a problem with her video on Balenciaga indicated that they were, like who would have a problem with this other than pedophiles, right? And Keffals brought on Shoe on Head to talk about their common Italian heritage, implying that they have fascism in the blood, of course, in a shitposty kind of way, in an edgelord kind of way. And Xan didn't like this, right? There was a discussion with Shoe on Head from Keffals, but there was no pushback. There was no, hey, Shoe on Head, what about this thing you said about my friend, right? And so Xan took this to heart. He complained about it to Keffals, and they debated, and it just didn't go well for Xan, right? It came off as Xan saying, you can't be friends with the person that I hate. And Keffals was like, I can be friends with anyone I goddamn want to. And so it turned into this ugly drama. And you know how Keffals does drama? Like, Keffals literally does drama as part of her content strategy. She A, wants to win, and she B, it's the only thing that makes her stream interesting. Have you ever watched Keffals stream? It's fucking boring. It's fucking boring. There's a point to it for a while when she was standing up for trans rights, when she was, ratioing infamous transphobes on Twitter. But more recently, it's just become drama for drama's sake. So she made bank off of the Xanderhal situation. She really put a dent in his channel and in his concurrence, and his ability to come back at her, which was going to be through the release of leaks of some stuff that that his editor had some DMs between Xan's editor and Keffals was stymied by the fact that he's part of this White Leaf network, right? So, when you're part of the network, you're benefiting from that website, you're making more money because you're on Vaush's servers. They've got leverage on you. And Vaush's sysadmin, the person that tried to take my channel down way back in the day, right? Actually threatened Xan and said, you can't release this or else you will lose your website. So Xan lost the drama with Keffals. There was no coming back for him. And it was because of, being part of that Vaush network, right? So yeah, after that, Vaush had a scandal. Keffals had scandals. They both went kind of down in a big way, and in no small part from Keffals defending Vaush. I don't know if Keffals ever lost her website, but she definitely got on the outs with Vaush. She eventually, ends up criticizing and distancing herself from Vaush after defending him at first. And And Xan, you know, kept his. So yeah, he kind of got some revenge. It was served cold. And Keffals is nowhere now. Keffals is nowhere now. Vaush is way smaller. Xan is somewhat smaller, but it looks like he's trying to claw his way back. It looks like he's gaining some subs finally. And Vaush hasn't said anything to him since the drama with Keffals. It looks like after that drama, Vaush decided that he didn't want anything to do with Xanderhal. He didn't want anything to do with Keffals. They stayed on his website, but he did not interact with them after that all that went down. So now, upon finding out that Vaush disagrees with him on riding with Biden, Xan's gonna start talking about Vaush on his stream. Now, granted, the important part to remember here, he's not made a video. Vaush has not made a video. They have not made this feud as public as they could, but it is going on. And that's where we're gonna drop into this, right? He raided his stream a few times afterwards, though. Oh, wow, okay. Huh, interesting. Why is there a fat pigeon next to Xanderhal? That's a quail, Shaxby, but good question. That's a quail. Didn't Keffals leave YouTube? I think her channel's still up, but you're right. If what you mean, Vox Pop, except for alt history. I'll find a way to do that, Blitzkrieg. I will find a way to implement that. Subtract it from WhatIfAltHist. It won't be anything that draconian, but we'll find a way. We'll find a way to honor Blitzkrieg's wishes around that donation. And again, much appreciation. So yeah, let's see what Xan has to say about Vaush. Then we'll see what Vaush has to say about Xan. And then if we have time, watch a short video about what Vaush has to say about why he doesn't debate anymore and why he might not accept Xan's challenge to debate him. Yeah, the reason that there's quails is that his sub goal is quails, right? He says that if he gets enough money donated by chat, he's going to start he's going to raise quails in his backyard. That remains, I don't know if he's done that yet, but that's the goal. So that's why there's a quail.
So guys, I feel like this is a really good timing for us to move on to this next segment, which I've been putting off for a while, this idea, this concept. But I feel right after the Project 2025 stuff, it's kind of a perfect segue, perfect little cubby in our day for us to fit this in. You see,
so look, is Project 2025 a good reason for you to want Trump not to win? Yes. But if you want Trump not to win, I think, and apparently Vaush thinks, and even the Pod Johns, even Pod Save America thinks that your best bet is to get Biden to leave the ticket.
I've noticed a worrying movement within the left.
Is that a NATO flag? I don't think so. It's some video game, right?
Content creators, public figures, people that are, just voices that have a platform online on the left have started to, it feels like at least, change up their rhetoric around the idea of voting blue no matter who. And while this may sound strange, you may think like, oh, does this mean that we're in a different, situation politically? Are things better than they were back in 2020? Is the worst case scenario if the Democrats don't win?
So in other words, Xanderhal thinks that unless you've got, the possibility of Trump eliminated, unless the Republicans are a third party with no chance of winning, you can't say anything bad about Biden. This is really annoying, and unfortunately, he's not the only one. There are a lot of low information Democrats saying this same thing.
Is it better now than it was back in 2020? Well, no. It's actually worse now than ever. Very publicly and openly, they have a well-constructed, fully fleshed out, and prepared plan to make Trump the God Emperor of America if he gets elected. They're not even hiding it anymore. It's like, if you deny this, then you're deranged if you think they're not trying to make Trump God Emperor if he gets elected. And so we're now in the final stretch. We're less than...
Oh my God, look at that one. The quail goal's not doing too great. I don't know. Maybe he reset it, chat. I don't know. Just Julie, I commiserate with your frustration at a hothouse with no AC, or your AC is broken. I don't even have one. So yeah, I completely commiserate with you. I just got a fan in the window. That's the best I can do. And sometimes that doesn't help. Sometimes it just turns my room into a convection oven. But yeah, I am also raw dogging the summer heat. Oh my gosh. I could have thought of a better way to say that.
Half a year.
Tempotronic, you're kind of lucky, right? We just started, right? We got derailed by Trump getting his ear almost blown off. And so we are just starting on the Xan and Vaush content right now.
We're out from the election at this point. Like, we're tickling the balls of the election at this point. And I've seen content creators. Some I have a lot of...
Oh, thank you, Afroponics. That's a flag of Super Earth from the video game Helldivers. So yeah, Helldivers is kind of a parody along the line of Starship Troopers, the movie, not the book, right? In terms of making fun of hyper patriotism and you know, and that kind of thing.
Respect for, notably Demon Mama and Vaush, heavily turning up the dial on their criticism, not of Trump, not of the literal fascist who is currently bragging about his plans to take full fascistic control of the government and take away, like, all the minorities' rights. Not that guy, but Biden. And if the criticism was warranted, or equal to the level of criticism Biden should receive as compared to his accomplishments, like, if Biden was really slacking, like, just getting nothing done, and there was a lot to criticize him for, I don't think I'd have these problems. But it's not just that I'm desperate to ensure Trump loses in November. It's that the more I've covered Biden's policy decisions, even going back pre-election, like when Biden was VP, going back and finding out things like Biden was the one who pressured Obama into federally legalizing gay marriage.
You didn't know that?
Like, that was Biden? Like, and then just the stuff he's done since he became president.
I mean, it's not clear whether Biden did that by accident or on purpose, but yeah, him getting out ahead of himself on that did actually probably push Obama closer to doing that. And look, I'll say this, okay? Biden's not great, but compared to other Democratic presidents, there are some good. There's some good aspects to his policy, you know, prerogatives, right? I don't think that matters when the guy can't communicate and in all likelihood can't win an election, right? It's funny because usually the riding with Biden people, their argument is pragmatism, right? Pragmatism, okay? Yeah, Biden's not perfect. Yeah, he's not the best. Yeah, he's not going to do, you know, Medicare for all and all this stuff, right? But he can get elected. And he's got to get elected or else you're going to have Trump, right? That their argument is usually an argument from pragmatism. That's why I don't get why they don't see the pragmatism of having somebody replace Biden. The guy cannot fucking communicate. The problem is actually not his policies. What he's tried to do with student loans, what he's done with the National Labor Relation Board, you know, what he's done in terms of infrastructure. There are positive aspects to Biden's policy. That doesn't matter if Trump wins. So the people that have been beating us over the head for years and years over pragmatism are being very unpragmatic right now.
Very little, if any, credit or coverage to any of that, right? And you would think that among a very progressive audience, you would want to encourage at least a little enthusiasm.
Oh, several Wolves mentions that prior to that, Biden made it impossible to discharge student loans through debt through bankruptcy. Yep, that is true. That is true as well. Isn't it shitty though that a guy that does that kind of stuff still looks good in comparison to other Democratic presidencies? Like, that's how bad the Democratic Party is. Right? Even at their best, they're insufficient. And at their worst, they're downright reactionary. And you can see this with Biden, too, in terms of his bending over to Trump's, essentially Trump's immigration, and embracing Trump's immigration plan.
Not even a deranged, like, separated from reality, naive enthusiasm for Biden, but a realistic one that genuinely acknowledges his accomplishments. And so I've been seeing lately some crazy ass titles and thumbnails from Vaush. I haven't been watching his content in a while, mostly because of this. And I was in VC the other day, and a bunch of my friends, who are not really political, like they're normies, the last time they heard of Vaush was the horse thing. And they were like, dude, what the fuck is going on with Vaush's channel? Is he like a Bernie or Buster now? Like, is he
a Bernie or Buster now?
Is he a grifter? I was like,
is he a grifter? Is he Jimmy Dore?
Like, what?
Is he gonna force the vote?
And they're like, yeah, dude, like, I'm scrolling through Vaush's more recent uploads. I think he's just full-on grifting now. And I was like, nah, he can't be full-on. I don't think he's a grifter. And he starts reading off the titles and thumbnails of the videos. And he also tells me that Vaush has been testing thumbnails. There's a feature that allows you to, like, upload multiple thumbnails, and it shows, like, randomly the different thumbnails you've uploaded to different parts of your audience, and whichever thumbnail performs best after a certain amount of time. It's A/B testing, yeah. After a certain amount of time, YouTube sets that most
actually ABC testing, but whatever.
Successful thumbnail as the thumbnail, and they've been testing it with thumbnails that.
It's really funny that this is what makes Xanderhal think that maybe Vaush is a grifter, right? Of all the things that you have a problem with Vaush, it's this. It's the most obvious thing, the most you know, the most obvious thing that Vaush has ever said, right?
Are really negative of Biden, ones that are kind of neutral, and ones that are a little positive. Doing A/B testing and settling on the negative ones. So we've just got some insane anti-Biden coverage. So 21 hours ago, Vaush uploaded, it has never been this Jover. He said Trump is his VP. What the fuck? TYT is right about Biden. Biden's team fails in disastrous briefing. Leaked internal polling data shows Biden is in massive trouble. Biden needs to drop out immediately. Biden's pathetic reaction to the Trump immunity ruling. Trump is granted total presidential immunity, and the thumbnail is King Trump. So, you know, we're like, we've got like several videos in a row of Biden, like shaded in red, like darkness surrounding him, shadows and clouds. And it's like, meanwhile, it's Trump sitting on a golden throne with his king crown, right?
Wait, I gotta change the...
Yeah. Biden's biggest allies want him to drop out. He's cooked. Should they just replace Biden? Biden lost. It's over. Biden versus Trump is going to be a psychotic debate. Defending the Just Stop Oil group. And then after that, it gets to be a little less cringe. Like, that around that time is where the cringe really got bad. And frankly, I have been willing to ignore this, okay? I've watched a couple of these. You can see some of these thumbnails, by the way. Like, I have been willing to ignore this, okay? I've been willing to just, like, hope that this is a cringe phase that he'll come out of when we get closer to the election, because I've known this guy for a while, and I've known him to be pretty consistent and not cringe and pretty based. But then he tweeted this, and I saw it on my timeline today, and it was just kind of the straw that broke the camel's back for me. I was just like, nah, we're talking about Vaush today. We're doing it. So this is his new Twitter account, for those that don't know. He does not follow me, by the way. He has not messaged or followed me or engaged with anything that I have said or done since the Keffals thing, I should mention. Like, as far as I know, me and Vaush have not been friends since the Keffals thing, like the drama I had with Keffals, because of the Keffals thing. So I don't even know if we even have a rapport still, because he hasn't spoken to me since Keffals did her whole, like, campaign to try to destroy my my channel. Anyway, Biden apparently had a really bad speaking engagement yesterday. People were, like, doomering and freaking out about it. He misspeaks a few times and mixes up names. And here's the clip that Vaush says, you are insane if you think Biden shouldn't drop out immediately. Prepare yourselves to cringe.
And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
Look at that jackass giggling Like, no, this is totally fine. This is totally fine. Like, I mean, like with the amount of like Ukraine support that Xan has shown, right? It's wild. It's wild that he's just gonna sit there while Zelensky gets called Putin, right? And no, do I think that like he's gonna accidentally like, send weapons to Russia instead of Ukraine? No, that's not the issue. The issue is that he can't. He's vulnerable to attacks over his age. He's vulnerable to attacks over his fitness for office. And he keeps on doing this shit. And if you don't think that he's going to keep on doing this shit, then explain how. Look, we don't know what his, health history, what kind of, state of health he's in terms of, how much of this is like, related to something like Parkinson's, like that's been hypothesized. We don't know what we don't know, but what we do know is that this guy cannot communicate. He does not communicate well, and that whatever you think about his ability to function as president, his ability to communicate is so bad that it makes it very hard to see him beating Trump in November.
No, Joe! Joe!
President Putin.
You think this is funny?
President Zelensky.
He thinks this is funny.
He corrects himself immediately, too. It's like, okay, he misspoke. This is a guy who is the most pro-Ukraine president that we've had. He is actually providing support to Ukraine and fighting with the Republicans in our government to continue to provide support.
Yeah. No. Totally. So it's okay if Winston Churchill refers to Franklin Delano Roosevelt as Adolf Hitler. That's okay. They're good allies.
Ukraine to go on the offensive against Russia way more than like any time before. Like Ukraine has the opportunity to be more offensive and strike positions more than they've ever been able to before. Biden is continuously pressuring allied nations into helping. And it's like, okay, this is a guy.
So his answer, when pointed out that Biden cannot communicate, when pointed out that Biden is doing things that are losing him the race, is that, but his policy is really good. That only matters if he gets reelected, Xan. That only matters if he gets I love that I am here in the position of having to make the pragmatic argument to a Biden dick rider like Xanderhal,
who's talking about this war, this situation. He's looking over documents, signing things, talking to world leaders, and the guy mixed up two names in a relevant conflict. There are two guys fighting, Zelensky and Putin, and he mixed up their names. Whenever I was talking about the Drake and Kendrick beef, I accidentally said Drake instead of Kendrick when complimenting Kendrick. Does that mean I have dementia and I'm not fit to be a YouTuber because I mixed...
Okay. Xanderhal, if your beat was rap, which would be hilarious, if you were a rap beef YouTuber and you mixed up Kendrick and Drake, that would be a problem. Biden is an American president, is the commander-in-chief, and is running his campaign as Mr. NATO. So if he mixes up the United States' ally with the guy that Zelensky is fighting against, yes, that is akin to being, like, can you imagine Anthony Fantano, being like, no, it's more like this. It's more like this. Anthony Fantano is supposed to give an award to Kendrick Lamar, right? And he makes this big speech talking about this epic, this guy has created the most epic diss track, which is also a certified club banger. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to you Drake, and it's Kendrick standing there. You don't think he's going to get a funny look from Kendrick? You don't think that people are going to freak out? Like, yeah, they're going to fucking freak out. Because it's Anthony Fantano, right? That's his job. His job is to know musicians, right? It's even like that. That's the comparison. That's the comparison. It's as if he, is presenting a fucking award to Kendrick, and he accidentally says Drake. Yeah, I think that's a big deal. I think that maybe he doesn't get invited back to do the award at the next show.
Step 2 names, because I meant to say one name and not the other, and I'm talking about 2 people, and sometimes you misspeak and mix up 2 people's names.
Sometimes you misspeak, sometimes I misspeak, but Biden always misspeaks. You can count on that. It's like the weather, and it's not going to get better, Xan. It's going to get worse because it's age-related. All right? His inability to communicate effectively, which is a very important skill for a presidential nominee to have, is only going to get worse. Got it?
It's like, dog, you're a live streamer! Vaush, dude, you are a live streamer, possibly the most maligned live streamer for simply accidentally saying a thing in a somewhat uncharitably interpretable way, right? Like, you are the king of saying things that people see and decide to treat it like it's the end of the world, right? Like, that's like a lot of Vaush's brand. It's happened a million times. And so the fact that he would see that, he would do that to Biden over, like, just a slip-up is wild to me. Now, this is like a very mild example, It's a very, very mild example. But I want to actually take a look at some of Vaush's anti-Biden content he's made lately, because I am totally down to do a debate with him on his Biden coverage, but if I'm going to do that, I don't want to just go in and be like, okay, so what's your position on Biden? I prefer to go in a lot more on the offensive when it comes to debates, like having a bunch of, like, arguments ready that I would like answers for, I think would be the best way to go about it. So we're going to check out Vaush's most recent video on Biden, and we're going to go ahead and hear his arguments and hear what he has to say about it, And I'm going to write down some of his arguments. I'm going to, like, have them set aside, write down my thoughts on them. And if we manage to have a debate with Vaush, I'll be able to just refer to it and be like, okay, so in this video, you said this. What did you mean by that? I think Vaush and Cenk are both acting in good faith. They just really overestimate how plugged in the average voter is. They really think some rando governor could get more votes than an incumbent president. Yeah, I mean, the incumbent advantage, the sheer fact that Biden's the only person to ever win an election against Trump, it's just like, the problem with this, what really upsets me, is it feels like this either has to be malice.
Okay, so yeah, we got a combination of overreading Trump, right, who's not actually that good of a candidate. He's just had 2 really easy opponents, one of whom he lost to in the popular vote, but beat in the Electoral College, and the other of whom he lost to in both, right? It's an overestimation of Trump as a politician, combined with a overestimation of Biden as having a unique ability to defeat Trump. Now, remember, Biden was not selected because of his unique ability to beat Trump. As Biden himself said, there's like 50 Democrats that could beat Trump. Biden was selected for his unique position in the 2020 primary to defeat Bernie Sanders. That's who they were worried about.
Their naivety, and I really wouldn't like to like, I don't want either of those things to be true, but one of them is, Vaush has absolutely no filter in comparison to someone like Xan, so when he doomers, he spews everything out. What do you mean I have a filter? Do you think I have a filter? I don't really think I have a filter. Ask Vaush what he thinks will happen if Biden steps down. Oh yeah, that is actually a good question. Biden has been fixing bad bills so he less bad while in Congress and pushed Congress as progressive as possible. Since
what?
1972. He's had a long career of being based compared to the rest of Washington.
Okay, again, I wouldn't be talking about his long career, right? Like some people in chat have mentioned, Biden is the reason that you're not able to discharge your student loans through bankruptcy, right? Biden has said that if Israel didn't exist, the United States would have to invent it because it plays such a important function in our you know, in our global chess game.
Yeah. Yes, I did Unity Space Cyber. Anyway, let's check out this video. I'm curious to hear if we... What I worry is that this might just be, like, very low-blow, like, personal attacks on Biden, just joking about how he's old and stuff. Just kind of generally creating an air of negativity around Biden. Like, without really... Like, I hope we get solid arguments against Biden. Like calling him, like, a genocider or something, right? Like, not just... Oh, he's old. Oh, look at him. Oh, look, he can barely move. Like, if it's that, then it's just like, there's not really much to argue with, I guess.
I'm sorry, but that is actually an argument, right? I mean, it's not just dunking either. It's not just fun at his expense. It's not cheap shots, Xan. Like, the cheap shots are going to be the fucking Trump campaign ads against the guy.
Let's watch. I haven't watched a lot of his, I haven't been able to stand the thumbnails or titles of these videos, so I haven't watched one yet, so let's check it out. Oh, actually, I'm going to speed it up a little bit, because I actually would like to do, I want to, like, be able to skim through a couple of these and write down the arguments within. Thanks, Apollo.
You're going to write down the arguments, because you're like Destiny.
Hey, haven't been...
That is the weird thing about Xan too, right? He was always he always had this weird, like, I don't know, the way that he regards Destiny is almost like a dad. Like I told you, he credits Destiny and ContraPoints for having gotten him out of the alt-right rabbit hole. And when the Vaush bridge with Destiny burned, Xan was the guy that they sent over to try to rebuild it. Because he was always kind of like more of a Democrat and less of a leftist than Vaush was. And so the thought was that this is a more acceptable representative of the Vaush network that can go over and mend the bridges with Destiny. And Destiny just like fucking... Destiny just bullied him.
Here in a little while. Sorry,
Oh,
I did
shit.
some travel.
Oh, this is actually really ideal. This is an off-stream segment. He's straight up just talking, like, probably not scripted or anything. I would bet not scripted, but he's just talking to the camera, so there's no chat.
Narwhal says, I see 66, only 66 likes and 126 votes in the poll. Yeah, that's a discrepancy. That's a discrepancy, and you should check and see if you have liked the stream yet, because it helps me a lot. Thumb gang.
Or stun locking. So this will actually be a very straightforward thing to respond to.
That goes for you too. Shorts. I gotta show you something because I always forget to do this, okay? If you are watching me on Shorts, just understand that liking the stream is not quite as simple as you may think, right? You might be looking for the like button right there. You might be looking for it right there. It's not there, right? Where's the like button? It's all the way up here. Those three dots, you got to press that. It opens up a window and you're able to like the stream. You're able to dislike the stream. Give me feedback either way. I want to know how you feel. But that's where it is, right? If you're watching, this is only for Shorts, right? But on Shorts, I'm showing you right here where to find the like button. And if that doesn't work, try holding down on the stream, and maybe that will do it for you.
And I caught the cold.
Also, there's a drill in the background.
Still recovering from it, which is why my voice sounds this way. Not particularly charismatic at the moment. Didn't want to make videos until...
Okay, can I just say something really fast? This is
Oh, it's 82 likes.
But I think it's like a weird thing. You know what I mean? You ever see a place in a photo and you're only able to get like a small degree of view of that place, but your mind sort of passively in the back, like without you even realizing, you're not doing it on purpose, but your mind kind of fills in the blanks of what you think the rest of that room looks like. I'm sure you guys have your like mental vision of what the rest of my room looks like. Mind you, I'm right up into the corner, so you're seeing most of it. And I went there in real life. And now that I know it was very different looking than how I expected, like the parts of it that you can't see. It's way taller than I expected. You could not jump and touch the ceiling. Vaush could not jump and touch the ceiling. It is that tall. It's a It's like vertigo-inducing. I did not expect that. That is not imparted by the camera.
I now feel way less bad about being rambly.
I was fully healed. Had to make a short one for this. Sorry, folks. It was bad enough. It was bad enough. They had to pull me out of retirement just for one last hit job on President Biden. This video...
I thought he was going to say President Sunday.
Sponsored, of course, by Americans for President Trump. No.
Wait, okay, so you gotta, okay, so he's self-aware, right? Like, he's self-aware that there's sort of a very clear shift he's taken in his content as we're getting closer to the election, where we use, like, my friend said that skimming through...
It's not self-awareness, right? Vaush is not known for self-awareness, right? It is awareness that there are both bad faith and low information fucks like yourself, Xanderhal, that are going to try to turn this into like, well, if you don't like Biden, you must be for Trump.
His thumbnails, he couldn't tell whether or not he had become a right-wing streamer. Like, my buddy Ethan, like, straight up asked me, like, is Vaush, like, a right-wing streamer now? Is he, like, going full grifter? It was like, it sucks, because...
There we go. So if you think I was teasing you with that title, if you think I was clickbaiting... I mean, Xan said it. Did he mean it? Is he serious? Or is he grifting, right? That becomes the question.
Like, Ethan, Vaush, and I went and shot guns in real life. Like,
so Ethan is Xan's friend. We're not talking about Ethan Klein here or any other Ethan.
Ethan has hung out with me and Vaush in real life. So he was like, dude.
Is Vaush the one with the big red beard? Yes, that's Vaush.
This is sad, man. Like, I've hung out with this guy. It feels like this is some cringe he's uploading. You know, like my buddies who aren't even into politics like I am are seeing these uploads and cringing. Because it's so blatantly, like, it feels...
Xanderhal, your friends don't know shit about politics. And neither do you.
Disingenuous how anti-Biden it is, right? Like, anyway, let's let him speak. Let's let him make his arguments. I feel I've spoken a little too much.
Obviously not. It does not mean you are pro-Trump to point out the unviability of the current Democratic frontrunner for the presidency, folks.
Unviability...
Is that a word? Oh my gosh, did we catch Vaush saying
when Trump is the only other candidate? But yeah, it does make you pro-Trump in this situation. Yeah. Inviability.
Xan, if you want to make the argument, make the argument. Like, right, if you believe that that Biden has a better shot at the presidency than Kamala Harris or anybody else, Gretchen Whitmer, or anybody else is being talked about, then make that fucking argument. Don't pretend like that if Biden goes away that Trump wins by default. That's not how it works. That's not how it works.
To be president? Was it inviability to be a candidate or to be president?
Obviously not. It does not mean you are pro-Trump to point out the unviability of the current Democratic frontrunner for the presidency, folks.
Okay, unviability for candidacy or presidency. Okay, that's actually a really good argument to start.
For candidacy. Did Xan have his head up his ass during the debate? Like, I feel like my analysis of the Trump versus Biden debate, I feel like my analysis, I went too easy on Biden. Like, what the hell, Xan? Have you not seen the debate? Have you not seen the clips?
Start with. Cool. Vaush, Biden is not a valid candidate / front runner. Okay. Cool. That is an argument.
Gigantic Biden gaffes happen back to back. It's actually insane. I mean, it's bad enough that I saw one and thought...
Okay, so like, we're gonna add on here.
Who is running Green Party? That would be Jill Stein again. Yeah.
Biden gaffes and misspeaks, mumbles, and stutters. Okay. Cool. We've got...
Cool.
We've got some good...
I feel like we are about to see a slaughter. I feel like Xan's best hope is that Vaush does not want to have a debate with him. Because this is going to be brutal.
Some good points here. I don't want to go into a debate with homeboy here and have, like, nothing to fucking say, you know?
Oh, I'm going to have to talk about that, like, tonight, aren't I? And then I saw the second one, and I thought, oh, I'm going to have to talk about that right now, aren't I?
You know how, like, you know what's crazy? I talked about the clip. In fact, I showed the segment. I showed, like, the clip he was making fun of on Twitter, and I was just like, prepare to cringe, guys. Oh, he misspoke. Haha. He mixed up two people. He corrected himself right after, but he misspoke there. Like, what a piece of shit. What a piece of shit. He misspoke. Dude, if Vaush was held to the same standards Vaush holds Biden to, I mean, like, he'd be more canceled than he already.
Okay, I gotta say this. I've got a million problems in the world with Vaush. You can look at my videos, right? I disagree with this guy on a lot of stuff. I think he's actually pretty reactionary on a lot of stuff, right? I also think he's a creep for being into underage anime women and doing inappropriate things with horses, right? So, that being said,
piece of shit. He misspoke. Dude,
that being said, one thing that Vaush excels at is in communicating, right? That's part of why he is where he is. He's well-spoken, right? He doesn't always know the meanings of the words that he's using. He, doesn't always have the best thought-out takes. Like I said, I find him fairly reactionary. I feel like his claims to being a leftist are questionable, but overall, he's a good public speaker.
If Vaush was held to the same standards Vaush holds Biden to, I mean, like, he'd be more canceled than he already is.
It's not good. I hope my voice sounds okay, like okay-ish, you know. Biden.
I'm sorry, but are we comparing Vaush's public speaking skills to Biden's? Is that what we're doing, Xanderhal? Do you really want to? If Vaush sounded like Biden, his career would be over. Yeah, he would get dunked on a lot more. Vaush isn't in charge of the country. He doesn't need to be held to that high of a standard. And still, I feel like, look, if we're just looking for a public speaker, if we're just looking for a communicator, yeah, Vaush does a better job. I don't know if Xan does probably a better job. Like, you can't get much worse than a guy that comes out and says we finally defeated Medicare. You can't get much worse than a guy that comes out and says, I want to welcome to the stage the hero of Ukraine, President Putin. You can't get much worse than a candidate that thinks that his vice president is Kamala Trump.
Hosting a NATO meeting in DC. Just listen.
And now
I'm not gonna lie. I think streamers and YouTubers, like, big rule, never mention when you're feeling sick, because no one ever notices till you mention it. Like, I know him, and I didn't even notice that he was like a little sore throat sounding until he mentioned it. And now I'm wondering, like, how many times have I done streams where I'm like sick and I sound awful to myself? And
yeah, Chat Alpha says Vaush's racism, misogyny, and other indiscretions aren't a problem, but he dissed Biden.
You guys couldn't tell, but then I bring up, oh, I'm sick, and then you guys can't not hear it now. Vaush and leftist hold Biden to Obama standards from 2008. Well, Delancey, Obama was less progressive than Biden. That's the thing. Oh, Biden convinced Obama to federally legalize
Shakespeare has a Trumpmala photo.
Gay marriage. Like, Obama, well, to be fair, a lot of the shit Obama got from the left were psyops started by the right, like the deporter-in-chief thing was never true. Like, Obama did not deport more people than Trump. Or Bush. Republicans started that narrative. Lefties carried it on because they believed it. It sounds right to me, right? Obama, drones.
Are you sure about that?
Striking minorities and deporting people. I mean, Democrats are just as evil as Republicans, so people fell for it on the left. But it was a right-wing psyop from the start. And there are plenty of...
Look, with somebody like Obama, you don't want to be in the same territory. You don't want to be in the same range, right? If you're like, you know, the candidate of hope and change, this like fucking generational candidate. You've got talk about like, you know, a communicator, talk about a public speaker, right? You've got a huge mandate in 2008. You know, people want you to go in there and give them universal health care, or saving that, give them a public option, or saving that, give them Medicare for all. And what you come up with is Romney care. Yeah, there's some criticisms for Obama. I would say so. You get held for ransom by the banks after the financial crisis. I would say that there's something lacking there.
Others that are against Biden, and it's sad. Like, the whole Biden is old thing is literally a right.
Okay, great point. Be Snapdragon. Xan talks as if we need to convince people who are already voting for Biden to vote for Biden. We need to convince people who are on the fence to vote for him. We can't. Yeah, you got to convince people that hate Biden and have a good reason to hate Biden. To do some harm reduction, right? This is the problem that you got, right? You've got a huge dynamic right now called double haters, people that hate Trump and they hate Biden, and they are right now trying to decide if there's a candidate that they hate less, and that they might, you know, if you can convince them to hate somebody less, they're going to vote for that person.
Wing psyop. It is the only argument they really have against Biden that sways anyone who isn't a psychotic, minority-hating, like wants to destroy CRT and gender identity psycho, right? Like it
wants to destroy CRT. How bought in is Xan to like right-wing lies? CRT is a course that you take in law school, right? That teaches you how the law gets executed and applied unevenly across race. That's what CRT is. It's not being taught in our schools. It's not being taught to kids. It's not. It's just not. It's a right-wing lie. But he's like, no, we got to protect CRT. I want to have those CRT. They're going to try to take away the CRT classes.
If you're not already...
Like, the shit that they're calling CRT is just literally, like, anything that teaches about, like, America's troubled history of racism. Anything that acknowledges the undeniable fucking reality that this country has been racist as fuck.
Amiable to the idea of destroying CRT and gender ideology, then the only thing that's going to appeal to you and make you consider voting
gender ideology. Oh my god, dude.
An argument about the inviability of Biden as a candidate, which is exactly Vaush's argument. This is the argument for people who do not want to support Biden and want Trump to win instead, that are not willing to necessarily argue for Trump. It feels cowardly, because what you're arguing is Biden is not a viable candidate, or essentially that Trump is a more viable one, basically. And
what he's arguing is that Trump has a better chance at winning with Biden in the race. And this is one argument I'm going to have to agree with.
Yeah, I mean, he's not. Xan, Vaush is reacting to your stream right now. Oh shit, what's up? We're doing a reaction for now, and I'm writing down your arguments, but if you want to do a debate on this at a later date, maybe later in the stream, I'm totally down. But I want to hear your arguments in this video. I don't like them so far, sadly. I think you're way too hard on Biden.
I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. He's going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky.
Yeah, he catches himself. Yeah, I'm sorry.
His determination.
Like I said earlier, the other day I was talking about the Drake and Kendrick beef, and I had a really embarrassing moment because I meant to...
Do we really need to hear Xan's opinion of the Drake and Kendrick beef? Is this what we're going to get?
Say that Kendrick absolutely cooked Drake because Drake's a pedophile, and I accidentally said Drake cooked because I misspoke, and I was like half thinking and half speaking. You know what I mean? Like my mind was half somewhere else while I was speaking.
Again, Xan, it's a damn good thing that nobody is relying on you for their rap beef takes.
It happens, you know. You just kind of your brain just tracks off, and Vaush is coping.
He sounds like an MSNBC anchor. There's MSNBC anchors that have more ability to deal with the real world, that have less cope than Xanderhal, right? There's a lot of them.
In a stream about the right-winger thing. I mean, like, it feels like a right-wing psyop argument, right? Like, it feels like an argument that started with right-wing, like, 4chan posts and Fox News anchors, kind of.
That's right, famous 4chaner Vaush.
Circulating the idea that Biden's brain is melting, his mind is frail, he can't...
See, listen, there was a time where I thought this was overwrought. Right, not really, right? Because, I mean, like, you look at Biden, you listen to him, and yeah, he's a doddering old man. But you know who else is a doddering old man? Trump. So my thought was that his challenges at communication are not any worse than Trump's. And the right wing, this was like back in 2021, right? The right wing are making a big deal over, you know, any kind of ums or uhs or whatever, right? That's what I thought. All right. That changed with the debate. There were too many mistakes. They were too obvious. They were too clippable. And even if you think that that means nothing about Biden's cognitive ability, about any kind of cognitive decline, you have to admit that he is not cutting it as a communicator.
Not be president. He is not a more viable candidate than Trump. And like, people on the left are carrying it along. Like, we're in the final stretch before the election. It's either Trump or Biden. There's not a reality where Biden isn't the candidate for the Democratic Party unless he dies tomorrow. And he's not going to die tomorrow.
Is he really this, like, wait, is he really this oblivious? Is he really this oblivious? Does he actually believe this? Like, is there, what I want to know is, what's the unspoken part here? Is the unspoken part that Xan thinks that if Biden wants to stay in as candidate, and he said he did, that there's nothing that anybody can do to dislodge him? Or does Xan really think that there's not a mechanism in place, should Biden withdraw, to replace him with another candidate? Which of these is true?
Like, I just get completely fucked over here. He just dies, like, spontaneously overnight.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
Yeah, he catches himself. Yeah. This isn't a stutter. This isn't like a little errant. I mean,
like, come on. We're streamers. We misspeak all the time. I've probably misspoken, like, to a degree that would be, like, downright bone-chillingly embarrassing for Biden 5 times already in this stream. And I've been live for an hour and 15 minutes, and I'm 24. You know, like, Biden's definitely...
Mike says, I don't think Xan pays attention to politics. God damn. It's too bad he is a political streamer. Like I said before, like, him mixing up Kendrick and Drake, I mean, aside from the you know, the pattern of white people not being able to tell black people apart, right? It doesn't really it doesn't have any great import, given that he's a political streamer, not a music reviewer, or not a rap beef reviewer, or anything like that, right? That's not his wheelhouse. It's okay. It's okay if he gets Kendrick and Drake mixed up. It doesn't matter.
Old. He has an aging brain, for sure. 100%. But, I mean, didn't Trump recently talk about how the Revolutionary War soldiers stormed the British airports? That was probably a couple years ago.
No, he did. It was a little bit more recent than that. Yeah, that's true. Trump also talked about a shark that he is definitely afraid of, much like Captain Hook's alligator that he's afraid of. And the question of if you get in a electric boat and the battery's too heavy and it sinks, would you rather be electrocuted by the battery, which wouldn't happen, or would you rather be eaten by the shark, which is probably not going to be there waiting to eat you? Like, there's not sharks waiting to eat all of us, just Donald Trump, and it's just a particular shark that got a taste of him early on and that wants to come back and finish the job if he can, because he's so damn delicious. He's so damn delicious to the shark. But no, this is there are lots of things about Trump that we should be talking about, that we could be talking about, that we probably would be talking about were it not for Biden's faux pas, sucking up all the oxygen in the room and reinforcing the narrative that, yes, the Republicans started, but that now Biden's own actions are lending credibility to, that he is in cognitive decline. That's the problem, Xan. It's a specific shark, I'm pretty sure, right? Trump is it's like the alligator from the Captain Hook story, right? It bit off a certain part of Trump's body. He got that part of his body replaced with a hook, and the shark kind of wants to, is always looking to come back to finish the job.
Like, that was years ago. Trump's brain is genuinely degenerating. If we have concerns about dementia or,
I have concerns about your brain at the moment, Xanderhal. I can't figure out what it's thinking.
Neural degeneration in our presidential candidate. Not only do we have the psycho-fascist in Trump, but we've also got the brain degeneration and an entire, what's the term for it? Imperial family, as his fans like to look at him as, waiting to take the throne after Trump. They want, like, Baron Trump or, Eric Trump to take the next presidency.
Eric Trump. Oh my God, Eric Trump.
Shortly afterwards,
I love how nobody ever says Don Jr.
Big flub for that meeting. Shortly afterwards, he has the press.
Okay. If the criticism from Vaush, and maybe he gets into this a little later, is that Biden is a bad candidate in such that he is not good at representing himself. I'm aware he's watching, yeah. In that he is not good at representing himself as a candidate. If that is the criticism, and the criticism is he needs to do better, I mean, fair. Okay, sure. I can agree with that. He could definitely be doing better, right? He's been doing better. That big speaking engagement he did after the debate, which was awful, but the speaking engagement he did, he was energetic. He was on top of it, right? And he's had a couple more since then that are really good. And then sometimes you get one like this where he's awake, but he misspeaks or he flubs up. It just feels this feels tabloid, you know? Like, this feels tabloid. Let's hope we can get to some, like, hard criticisms of Biden, you know what I mean? Like, also, Biden fucked this up, you know? Like, I would like to see, like, something hard hitting, you know? I want something that's gonna make me go, oh, shit, I didn't think of...
Look, there's plenty of that, but on most of those issues, including Israel, as bad as Biden's policy, in terms of curtailing Netanyahu's, murderous excesses, are, Trump is worse. Trump is worse on almost anything you could possibly name. That's true. That's why Biden staying in with his bad brain and communicating badly and providing a ton of clips, which Xan should know are very effective in the media environment that we exist in, right? As a streamer, you should know this, right? That's why that gives more of an opportunity for Trump to become president, because yes, it is probably going to come down to the Democratic candidate versus the Republican candidate. And if that Democratic candidate is an easy clap, like Joseph Robinette Biden, you're giving Trump way too easy of a path. Like again, Trump might be elected regardless. Trump might defeat Kamala or whoever else the Democrats replace Biden with. But don't make it easy for him.
About that. Okay, Biden fucked up there. I want something that makes me really challenged to defend my hardcore support for Biden.
Conference, which is, of course, about the #1 subject that you want a president to be discussing right before he runs, in the election for his second term in office, whether or not he's too old to run for office. This one's even worse, folks.
President Harris's ability to beat Donald Trump if she were at the top of the ticket.
Look, I wouldn't have picked...
Well, I mean, like, right now, everybody is hyper-focusing on Biden's age and the idea that he can't be president because he's too old. I mean, I'd love...
What is Xanderhal's idea that if the Democrats shove their heads in the sand and pretend like this is all very cool and totally all right, that the news media is going to leave it alone, that the Republicans are going to stop, making clips that banging the algorithm on TikTok and on Twitter. What is his thought? That you can pretend, you can shove your fingers in your ear and say nah, and it'll all go away. What is his fucking strategy? Because it sounds like no strategy at all.
If everybody was challenging Biden on his, like, policy decisions, like, hey, Biden, what were you thinking with that PACT Act thing, helping veterans? What were you thinking?
Oh my God, Xan, you're making this too easy.
There, Biden. What were you doing? Like, of course they're not going to go to Biden and say, here's a policy decision you made. It's super based and everyone will...
Is he strawmanning Vaush on purpose? Like, does...
like it if they know it exists. Explain yourself. Of course that's not how they're challenging Biden in press meetings. Of course they're going up to him and saying, how are you going to respond to people being upset about your age and your degenerating brain? Mr. Frog, why are you so evil?
Vice President Trump to be vice president, so I think she's not qualified to be president. So let's start there. Number one. The fact is...
Oh, didn't catch that one. At least not... Ooh, no quick turnabout on that. Guys, I'm really sorry. I can't... I want to do an eloquent 20-minute rant on this. My throat's just not up to it. I'm sorry. Too many glizzies.
We're going to watch a couple other segments that are a little more, like, targeted on a particular thing, just because this isn't like the most hard-hitting arguments against Biden, right? Like, this is not Vaush's most, like, here is a criticism, here is my most hard-hitting thing. This is just sort of like, Biden is cringe here, and I want, like, really hard arguments to respond to and to bring to the table when we talk in person.
I can't do it.
Is Vaush the leftist crowd?
It looks like somebody else's throat in chat is irritated by glizzies, but in this case, it's Trump's glizzy that's getting glazed by hairy acorns.
No, he is not. There is no leftist crowder. What do you talk like? For what is that comparison? Why does there have to be like a bizarre equivalent in your mind? What is the need for that? I don't know. No, I just think this is a cringe take. I don't know why Vaush is going on like the Biden hate train when we're in the final stretch.
How is that mutated member treating the mucous membranes in your esophagus, hairy acorns? I want to know.
I feel like going back to 2020, I mean, even a year and a half out, this man was taking some serious blows from the online left. I mean, like brigades of...
Nothing compared to the serious blows hairy acorns in chat is taking from Trump.
For simply saying, yeah, so if Bernie loses, we should still vote for whoever the Democratic nominee ends up being. And mind you, that was the election where Biden had a eye capillary rupture during a public appearance. There was a, who remembers that? It's a common thing. It happens to anybody, no matter your age. Like if you rub your eye too hard, you can do it, where the capillaries in your eye can pop and it turns the whites of your eye red. That happened to him. And it was like shown around like, oh my God, look, his brain's melting. That happened to him during the 2020 election, if I'm not mistaken. It might have been
Wait, who?
During the primary. And, you know, still, the argument was vote blue no matter who ends up being the candidate. Even
yeah, V-dub, Vaush bad, but somehow Xan worse.
Biden. And yes, we're ride or die Biden as long as Trump is the other person who's going to be. And it's like, yeah, of course, right? Like there's due criticism, of course. But like at the same time, when Biden is day after day, week after week, doing a very good job as far as policy goes, it feels that there's a very clear...
Oh my gosh, it would be awesome if you could win president with policy alone. It would be awesome if you didn't have to campaign. It would be awesome if there were... Like, what the hell, Xanderhal? What kind of like delusional world are you living in?
Balanced. Vaush chat is accusing Xan of being a lib. Based.
This is insane, and it's never been more Jover. I mean, we're like, these are catastrophic misspeaks, and they're happening like back.
I mean, okay, so are we saying it's Jover for Biden's brain? Like he's not going to be physically...
We're saying it's Jover for his campaign. Come on.
Operating as a good president, because on one...
Even Vaush recognizes this. Come on, Xan.
Can point to his recent policy. And then on the other hand, are we talking about his viability to win the election? Because
yes, that's it. That's the one. You got it. You got it, Xan.
I mean, for one, we're forgetting the fact that there's always been a response bias in the polling. So Democrat respondents have always just not been respondents. Like, there's always a higher turnout generally than the polling suggests. And like Biden, I think.
What is he talking about? That definitely wasn't true in 2016. I don't think it was true in 2020 either. Yeah, maybe you could make an argument for 2022. But that's cope. That's cope. Okay, come on. If you're seeing like if you're seeing poll numbers and you're like, "Oh, but the polls are wrong." The polls look bad, but those polls are incorrect, so there's nothing to worry about, right? You're nowhere.
Was in the. Tell me if I'm wrong here. Was Biden on the back foot in the?
They're literally saying we are riding with Biden in his fucking chat.
Polling before the 2020 election, like right up against it. I know that for a good stint, he wasn't doing super well during 2020, but I don't know if it flipped around right up against the election. And now we're in the post-Roe v. Wade Trump Supreme Court overturning and January 6th. Like, women are going to come out in droves for support of Biden. Isn't the rate for support of Biden among women like close to 70% or more? If y'all think Xan is a well, I mean, I don't even care to call myself a lib or leftist. I just say I'm super progressive, and
I'll make it easy for you. You're a lib.
Hate right-wingers a lot. Not to mention that third parties always underperform the polling, and most of these candidates' voters, RFK, Stein, West, have Biden as their second choice. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, in an ideal world, we wouldn't even have this, like, dichotomy to choose from. I don't disagree with Vaush that this situation sucks, that, like, Biden is the best option that there is. He's quite good, but I mean, obviously he's not the best option that we could have. There's no universe in which he's the best option we could have. And I feel like ranked choice voting, or even just not abolishing the electoral college for starters, is one of the best things that we can do for our electoral system. But the fact that we're in a situation where you have to put all of your support behind your not ideal, but at least it's not the end of the world candidate or the end of the world guy wins is unfortunate. I hate that that is the reality of our electoral system, and if that's what he's criticizing and dooming about, then, you know, fair, that sucks. But, you know, we kind of still have to.
Mike says it's
we got to eat the shit.
Oh my god, I can't get this to work
fast. We got to chew, swallow, and bite again as fast as possible, because you're sitting and
he's definitely swallowing something. I don't know. Mike says it's Jover for Biden's golf game. Several Wolves. Xan sounds like a guy who just discovered and really got into politics like 6 weeks ago. Definitely sniffing some good copium over there. Yes.
And wallowing in it makes it all the more unpleasant.
Back to back. Now we know why for months, years now, Biden has done so little public speaking. I mean, compare how often he appears in front of cameras to talk and for how long he talks compared to Trump did in his presidency and Trump has during Biden's presidency. The Biden campaign knows that Biden is old. He misspeaks constantly. Whether or not he's senile up here, irrelevant.
Okay, this is the point I was making. I fucking hate to agree with, of all the people to agree with, right?
Okay.
But yeah, this is what I was saying.
Whether or not he can do, you know, the background job, you know, whatever the president does in their free time.
Well, whatever the president does in their free time is the policy stuff he's been doing. He recently capped insulin vials for seniors at $35 an hour. It might not just be for seniors, but I know on their site it's listed as for seniors. The PACT Act, the PACT Act I mentioned earlier was the big VA free healthcare thing for veterans. That was obviously a very personal thing for Biden because his son Beau died due to cancer from the burn pits. He was in the military, right? And so that's a pretty personal thing for Biden. God, we've been covering a lot of really good Biden stuff lately. Let's go through the list. I feel like we do kind of owe ourselves a little bit of like a reminder of Biden's
only two options, Biden and Trump, and I'm leaning towards Trump. This is what somebody in my Twitch chat claiming to be a leftist is saying. All right, so I had to correct Xan on this earlier. and I have to correct you on it now. Biden does not have the nomination yet. The convention is not until mid-August, and when a candidate is showing an inability to continue the election, he can step down, and he is being pressured to step down right now by people in the party, from people who are running for re-election and don't want to lose because of the downstream effect of Biden's horrible campaign that is crashing and burning, to party leaders like Barack Obama and Nancy Pelosi. There is pressure right now on Biden to drop out. Whether he will listen to that pressure or not is a different question, right? And even if he doesn't, there is a chance of, given the gravity of the situation, given the disastrousness of a Trump victory, there's a good chance that if he doesn't step out, that they're going to go for him at the convention, right? So no, you don't have Biden and Trump are not your choices, right? It normally would be that this debate is kind of an unprecedented event. It has just revealed how incapable Biden is of continuing this campaign, and more people are waking up to this. And the more pressure that mounts, the more likely Biden will be to pull out. Now, I gotta call you on something, right? If you're saying like, oh, I might just vote for Trump this time, I'm sorry, I don't know what fucking kind of leftist you are, but that's not like the infrared Haas kind of leftist, right? I don't know what kind of leftist is considering Trump, but it sounds like somebody that's selling pork pies in my Twitch chat.
Basedness. Let's see. Man, I upload a lot. Oh yeah, the oil.
I honestly don't know how much I'm running into like low information voters and how much I'm running into disingenuous people, like, right, people that are just bullshitting.
Oil trading rules. Ah, fuck. Okay, so there's the big Biden oil trading rules, but the even bigger thing, this is possibly the biggest move ever made to combat climate change, certainly in American history. By 2035, Biden has signed an order, correct me if I'm wrong, it's 2035. The coal industry basically is done by 2035. And for those that are unaware, coal is just the worst. Produces about 20% of our power and makes up about 80% of our yearly carbon footprint. Now, we don't need to become carbon neutral. We need to become carbon negative and fast, but damn if that's not a big deal. And I've seen a lot of not coverage of that, you know?
I love the fact that he's still talking about Biden policies that should Biden stay in, should Biden continue to run, should Biden be the standard bearer, will be reversed by Trump when he wins in November, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He could have the best policies in the world. He could have like, he could just be like, no, I'm going to hand it over to Bernie. I'm going to let Bernie make all the decisions after this, right? Whatever Bernie wants. If he wants Medicare for all, that's what we're doing. If he wants to ban coal, that's what we're doing, right? It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. Biden's got next to no chance to win against Trump.
I've seen a lot of people not talking about that. Oh yeah, the border reform bill. There was I saw a bunch of shit about this. People were talking about Biden's border reform bill as if it was going to be like a Republican appeasement thing. It was another one.
Xan, it was the Republican bill. The bill that the Republicans were trying to pass with the approval of Trump is something that Biden signaled he would allow, he would sign. He negotiated with them to say, yeah, whatever you want. We're going to close down the border. We're going to limit, the amount of contacts. We're going to limit asylum, which is kind of, arguably against international law. right? He gave in to Trump. And then after he did that, Trump said, no, 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 do not pass that bill now that Biden wants it. Before it was okay, but now that we know that Biden is going to sign it, we do not want that issue to go away. If you are going to continue to be a political streamer, you need to do more than zero research, which is what it sounds like you've done. You're like, I heard about that bill thing that, you know, supposedly Biden did that some people said was bad. No, it was fucking, this is essentially Trump's border policy that Biden signed on to. Now, there is another executive action that he took in terms of trying to make, you know, green cards easier to attain, right? That you know, kind of, that is good, right? But no, he flipped on his border policy. Like, his border policy was to embrace Trumpism because he thought he was getting destroyed at the, you know, that he was losing voters over this. So he embraced Trump's policy. And then Trump and the Republicans decided they no longer wanted this under Biden. They were going to kill the bill and wait for Trump to take over.
One of those like political chicken moves he did, where he once again revealed that the Republicans don't actually want to achieve.
Oh, so Xan thinks that Biden's playing 4-dimensional chess. He thinks that the guy that can't keep Medicare and Medicaid straight, even though he's been in the fucking, you know, he's been in the House and in the Senate since like the 70s, right? And now mixes up Medicare and Medicaid and can't even, you know, it says we finally defeated Medicare, right? He thinks that's the guy that's playing 4-dimensional chess. Oh no, he knew that the Republicans wouldn't accept that deal. Bullshit. If they were really pragmatic, if they were really about the policies, they would have accepted the deal.
Any of the policies they're running on, that it's all just wedge issues. They've admitted they need to remain relevant for the election because that's the only way they're getting Trump elected. What else do we have? Oh yeah, Biden has been headlining the calls for ceasefire in Gaza for like the last 6 months. Oh yeah, Biden's policies shutting down garbage.
Listen, as many problems as I have with Obama and his policies, as many disappointments as there were in the Obama administration, Obama would have had the shit wrapped up. Biden is gutless when it comes to dealing with Netanyahu.
Fees on apps and websites. You know how like you order something on an app or something and you get like a shitload of extra random fees and charges that are nothing? Biden's making that literally illegal. What else we got? These are just from my like videos and coverage over the last like couple weeks. So I'm just scrolling.
Xanderhal, like he's still trying to convince Vaush that Biden is better than Trump. Biden's policies are better than Trump's policies. Yes. No shit, Sherlock. But like I said, his policies don't matter if he loses the election.
Through. Yeah, here's the PACT Act.
Thomas Jerome, super chats. By the way, same as Pinochet, bad aim at the devil's luck. Xan is deluded here, says Amy B. the OG. I live in Dearborn. Biden is not winning Michigan. There's another reason. There's another reason, right? In fact, if you want to look at where Biden's poll numbers went down, where Trump's traction has come from, it kind of traces itself back to October. You can trace it back to October. You can trace it back to the Gaza conflict, right? This is where Biden started to betray his own base and still expect them to somehow vote for him. And look, I don't think these are people that are going to turn around and go to Trump and vote for Trump, but they're people that would have come out to vote for him, you know, despite all his flaws, that are going to stay home because because it feels like voting for genocide.
Act I covered a while ago.
Okay, seriously, how much Xanderhal do we need to watch?
Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like, you know, Biden's doing a good job. Biden's doing a pretty good job. Biden's also fighting for legal weed. Not as hard as I would like to see it. But, yeah. He removed medical oh, yeah, and the student loans, too. How many, like, millions, or is it billions now, dollars of student loans has he canceled at this point? It's so, he's doing it in waves because the Supreme Court keeps blocking him. And it's
Please understand that those executive orders that Biden is making, you know, on student loans, right? They are incredibly vulnerable to being overturned by a President Trump.
The things that Biden's doing so well, it's also the fact that if Trump gets reelected, like, it's done. Like, it's actually...
What is Zen's Gaza coverage like? Good question.
But for us...
Okay, Vox Populi, I will add that on there, Thomas.
Yeah, I don't know. It just... Take notes, stop watching the mainstream media. You don't have to stop consuming mainstream media. I think what's important to do is to, like, consume as much, like, news as you can, generally. It's a pain in the ass, but, like, and I don't like doing it. Like, it's, if you...
I got a second for moving on from Xanderhal.
You don't know this, chat, but if you're a streamer who does politics, you dread having to do the research. It's not fun.
I feel like someone here is averse to research.
It's the same as doing homework in school. And so finding ways to make it enjoyable and, like, keeping up with the boring, dry bullshit politics of policy and whatnot that's constantly in the news, keeping up with that's annoying.
This is so useless. He and his chat are literally, like, trying to convince people who already think that Trump is worse than Biden, that Trump is worse than Biden.
And boring. I would rather go play video games off stream, but I gotta know.
Biden was elected back in 1970 to the Senate in 72. Damn.
Talking about, I gotta keep up with what's going on, and so I just like wake up in the morning, I open up the news headlines, I look up president, I look up Biden, I look up policy.
It's really happening. Xan and Vaush are having a mid-off.
Just anything having to do with American politics, and I find, like, the most trustworthy outlets' headlines, and I whatever's, like, relevant for the day, I click it. I copy the entire, like, wall of text into a text-to-speech reader, and then I listen to it like an audiobook while I play video games and drink my morning Monster Energy. And that's just how...
So in other words, it's in one ear, out the other.
Keep caught up on things. It's dry and it's a little boring, but, you know, I treat it like eating my my morning Wheaties.
Signing bills, cultivating relationships with sex traffickers,
Not Fox
whatever
News.
they like to do.
Yeah, guys, you know, I'm hitting up Fox News.
Thomas Jur, super chatted $6.07. Obama was Israel too, got insulted and still made it rain.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, none of the Democrats have a good policy when it comes to dealing with the apartheid that Israel is enacting on Palestinians. None of them do. That being said, Obama didn't get pushed around on things like settlements quite as much as Biden. Biden is worse. Biden is worse than Obama in that regard.
Breitbart, Stormfront, you know, just the regulars, right? The regulars.
He's not an appointed bureaucrat. He's not part of the administrative state. He's the president. And the job of the president, first and foremost, is to be popular. You're the head of state. You get...
There's people super chatting Xan, telling Vaush is talking shit about you.
So, like...
Should we switch over? I mean, this is the part where Vaush, at this point in the stream, you know, he's got Vaush's attention. Vaush is watching him at this point. We might as well... Let me show you what Shakespeare... I meant to get to this earlier, Shakespeare. Shakespeare got me a picture of... Oh my god... Guys, gals, and NPALs, behold, Vice President Trump. Are you happy? Trumpmala is real now. It will haunt your nightmares. Will haunt all of your nightmares.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Communist and invading radicals is right. That is amazing and cursed. All right, let's take a look at what Vaush has got going. We're already past 6 hours, chat. I am officially, like, I've been doing Hasan hours lately. I hope it's appreciated, right? There's a lot to cover. There's a lot to talk about. There's a lot of important stuff going on. But I am officially doing Hasan. This is going to be soul sucking. Draining my social battery. Gonna start complaining and saying how my job's tougher than sales, etc., etc. Anyway, unfortunately, I will not be able to buy a mansion in LA.
Determine the future of this nation.
Xan going so hard. Why do you? Why the drama? Who?
Thomas Jerome super chatted. You forgot the Van Gogh ear. I did? I forgot the Van Gogh ear? That's the most important part. Yeah, I think it looks like Vox Populi is up to 25. Which means that WhatIfAltHist is getting a boost, but it's only, oh my god. And I still have to figure out how to work in, how to work in the deboost. Yeah, Blitzkrieg's got a,
Mike super chatted $10. Appreciate it, thumbs up.
Aw, that's really sweet of you, Mike. Thank you. Wait, I switched back to I switched back to top chat by accident. Here, let me go to live chat. If you don't know chat, live chat is the chat where you get to see everybody. Top chat, your mileage may vary. I'm having a nightmare as we speak, and it's terrifying. Me too. Me too. Blitzkrieg is gone, but said to spread it around to 12.5% each. Except for the WhatIfAltHist.
If I'm watching, I'm watching. What is he even saying? Why not just say what is being said?
Than Biden. That's the thing. I mean, and I was he
sounds okay, like okay-ish. You know, Biden was hosting a NATO meeting in D.C. Just listen.
And now
I'm not gonna lie. I think
you have to let me talk or to respond.
Thing is everything. Well, let's watch a couple of these and very straightforward thing too, unrelated. But I think like I'm sure you're not just.
It was bad enough they had to pull me out of retirement just for one last hit job on President Biden. This video sponsored, of course, by Americans for President Trump. No.
Wait, okay, so you gotta, okay, so he's self-aware, right? Like, he's self-aware that there's sort of a very clear shift he's taken in his content as we're getting closer to the election, where we used, like, my friend said that skimming through his thumbnails, he couldn't tell whether or not he had become a right-wing streamer.
Your friend might be kind of fucking stupid. Well, what? Criticizing Biden is right-wing? Wanting Biden to drop out so a better candidate could be... Come on!
Look, his friend is as low information as he is.
Low-level stuff. Do I even need to dignify this with a response?
Like, my buddy Ethan, like, straight up asked me, like, is Vaush, like, a right-wing streamer now?
Yeah, is, like, really? That...
Is he, like, going full grifter? It was like, it sucks because like Ethan Vaush.
Am I to assume this is like a transparent, like getting attention, we need views thing? I don't understand.
I don't know what it is either. To me, it looks like Xanderhal is self-immolating and trying to throw Vaush whatever remaining clout he has. I mean, it's not hurting. It's not going to hurt Vaush. It's going to hurt Xan. I don't know what Xan's doing.
I have a fuzzy memory in the best of times. I feel like I distinctly recall Xanderhal having the faculties necessary to comprehend the difference between, you know.
Duncan Cook, why are you crybabying in my chat? You put that label on yourself. You're a big old crybaby. You're crybabying in my chat. If you're a based Giga Chad, you wouldn't care what labels people put on you.
No, this is a criticism of the Democrats and of Biden meant to facilitate a better chance of beating Trump versus like whatever the fuck the right wing is cooking when they criticize Biden. Like you think I'm a right winger? I'm like making videos on Trump and Epstein being the best of friends, touching tips on the island.
Ew.
Come on, silly.
Vaush and I went and shot guns in real life. Like, Ethan has hung out.
Yeah, they touch tips too. Ooh, I shouldn't have said that.
Dude, this is sad, man. Like, I've hung out with this guy. It feels like this is some cringe he's uploading.
What are we talking about, man? Why do I even bother getting along with people when this is the inevitable outcome of every person I maintain like a semi-friendly relationship with? Biden lost the debate. Should they just replace Biden? Biden's biggest allies wanted to block out Supreme Court was hatred of homeless killing this country. Trump granted total presidential immunity. As for that, Biden needs to drop out. Yeah, I want Biden to drop out. Why would the right want Biden to drop out? They're confident in beating him.
You know, like
this hasn't even gotten to the shit that I'm saying yet.
My buddy document spoken a little too much.
Obviously not. It does not mean you are pro-Trump to point out the unviability of the current Democratic frontrunner for the presidency.
Unviability when Trump is the only other candidate? But yeah, it does make you pro-Trump in this situation.
Whoa, wait. What?
I just wonder what Vaush does with this, because like Vaush actually debates. Vaush is familiar with the use of rhetoric, right? I have a lot of disagreements with him, you know, and he's gross and he's into loli and all this other shit, right? There's so many bad things about Vaush, but he's not incapable of analyzing an argument the way that Xanderhal seems to be.
Oh wait, okay, like is this a grift thing? Like, genuine question. This is like incredibly easy 101. Are we kidding? This is, I want Biden to drop out and to be replaced with Kamala Harris, or if they could get
watch CNN. What's going on CNN woke drone pilot?
Whitmer. I don't think they're gonna get Whitmer. Kamala Harris to beat Trump. If Biden doesn't drop out, I want Biden to beat Trump. What? How is this? Please, this guy's a troglodyte. You don't have to take. It's weird, dude. No, you don't understand how many times this happens. I think people are halfway normal, and then when the winds blow and it becomes more convenient to dislike me, their IQ, their brain fucking blends itself into a smoothie, and the shit they say is so stupid that it like. Xan seems to genuinely just love Biden. That doesn't excuse mistaking this for a pro-Trump argument. That's ridiculous.
Thomas Jerome, super chats. Stop horsing around, chat. Thank you for the super chat.
Like, it's crazy. Am I the only person who believes anything? Am I the only one whose beliefs are not?
Yeah, so Chat Alpha's pointing out something important. Vaush used to argue that voting third party was voting Trump. Xan is just arguing the logical conclusion. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of Vaush's fault that the leftosphere, whatever you want to call it, because I mean, these people aren't really leftists, right? But whatever you want to call, you know, his sphere of influence has adopted this Ridin with Biden mantra, this Ridin with Biden catechism, this Ridin with Biden they fully got in the convertible with Biden, and they're licking his ice cream cone as we speak. And that's where this shit comes from, right? Xan took that seriously, but maybe up to an absurd level. Oh, are people just finding out about the shooting? Yeah. Trump got a free ear piercing, not in a good way.
Contingent on like whether or not it would be more profitable of me to manufacture disagreements with other people. Like it's genuinely like every time it's like people are fine, and then when they decide, and I haven't talked to Xan in like fucking forever either, so all of this character development on his end is on his end. Why are you covering that? Because I think it's important to remind myself, purely for my own purposes, that arguments against me are not even worth engaging with. Anybody who the argument made, it is pro-Trump. What you're doing is pro-Trump, even though you've unambiguously stated that you think Biden should beat Trump if Biden does end up being the nominee, and you think that somebody else should replace Biden in order to beat Trump. If you think that is a pro-Trump argument, you don't even like you fail the first hurdle. I'm explaining like letters and colors to you. He said he wanted to debate. Of course he wants to debate. That's the fucking number one, man. Hey, here's some like incomprehensibly retarded shit that I'm saying. Here's an argument that fails the first hurdle. I don't need to debate this. The argument just lost. You might as well debate. Hey, debate me 1 + 1 = 3, bro. No. Fuck you. It's all money to you people. It's crazy. Jet, you have no principle. No one believes anything. What the fuck is there to debate? You're empirically, objectively wrong. Argue with God. Attack causality. The only thing you would need to defeat. It's crazy. Fucking cat, like the watch for 5 minutes. What is there here? It is a pro-Trump argument to think that we should try to beat Trump. Okay.
Michael Corcoran says Vaush is technically right here, but Vaush was talking like Xan for years. To suggest any serious criticism of Biden is some form of doomerism, nihilism. I think that maybe there was an understanding with Vaush that it was like up to a certain point, and that understanding did not translate into his lesser orbiters like Xanderhal, into just low information Andes like Xanderhal, right? It's obviously not an apples to apples argument with voting third party versus encouraging Biden to step down. Vaush still has a binary approach.
Low level shit, man.
Thank you, Detroit. God bless you. Let's go win Michigan. Let's go win America.
Do you think he's butthurt? Okay, so one in chat if you think that Vaush is like, do you think Vaush is like hurt on a personal level? I mean, look, I was kidding about them touching tips, as far as I know, but they did go to the gun range and shoot guns together. They have been, friends for years. They've always had each other's back. But that being said, there hasn't been much interaction between them since like December. Right? I feel like Vaush kind of wrote Xan and Keffals off back in December.
Vaush, you're so arrogant, it's hilarious. What pack are you smoking to think anyone, even Kamala, has a better chance of Biden? The real scap, gonna end it for you. You aren't old enough.
He's about to smoke that Chatters pack, actually.
To be in this chat. Because even if I was wrong in my assessment that Kamala Harris would have a better shot against Trump, that doesn't make my sentiment pro-Trump. You would just say that I'm flawed in my assessment that this strategy would be better against Trump. Xan's claim was that it was a pro-Trump.
Chat says Vaush is hurt. Vaush is legitimately hurt. This is like his son turning on him.
Strategy.
His nephew. I don't know.
Incorrect. There's no argument.
His little brother. There we go.
There's no alternative position. If you disagree with me on it, it's over. You can say that I'm wrong in the approach, but that doesn't make it a pro-Trump approach. I'm no fan of Xan, but it could be a dumb take and him not wanting more money. Nah, I don't believe that shit, because I would never have a take that dumb. I would never... well, I shouldn't pepper myself up too much. I say plenty of dumb shit. I don't think I would go out on a limb making an argument that easily destroyed with no effort at all. It is a pro-Trump.
Is Xan still on the White Leaf Network? Okay, now chat, here's where I'm going to need your help, okay? So like I told you before, Vaush's network tried to take my stream down, right? I reacted to a Xanderhal stream. I made fun of Xanderhal a little bit. And Vaush's sysadmin actually tried to file a takedown with YouTube. This was unsuccessful. YouTube told her exactly where she could shove that request, and that what I was doing was clearly fair use, right? They have trouble making that you know, making that call when it comes to Jubilee, but they did not have trouble making that call when it came to White Nervosa. So as a result, I am blocked by White Nervosa, right? She's accused me of a zillion weird things. Sarah and I debunked all of it, and then she blocked everyone in order to try to hide the fact that she'd been caught in a lie, right? So she's got me blocked. I can't see what White Nervosa is saying. I can't see what Thana is saying, but maybe somebody out in chat can. And maybe somebody, some enterprising chatter out there that also has a Twitter account can go look for me and see if White Nervosa's tweeted anything out, if Thana has tweeted anything out. What's Thana's other name? Like something Pepipo. I'm trying to remember. I can't remember what Thana's at. Alpha Vaush is the horse.
Position. No, it's not. Okay. I don't think that I would like hinge a negative engagement on a claim like that. It could just be the 5 millionth time.
But yeah, White Nervosa is the sysadmin of White Leaf. So if there's any decision, there's any conclusion, if there's any decision that's been reached on Xanderhal, it would probably be by White Nervosa, and saving that by, it's like Peepo Comfy or something. I think it's Peepo Comfy is Thana's at.
That somebody has been really stupid about me to get attention. It's only happened like 500,000 times. It's not new.
Okay, wait, Bad Lefty's got some information for us. And again, I'm going to read this out, but understand this is, you know, early on, and things may change. Oh, if it turns out, sorry, that he was ex-military. I see what you're saying. You're having trouble finding the White Leaf website.
Like, what is...
I think it's called White Forest.
It's more likely, do you think? An argument so bad that it can't even, like, it barely requires, like, the faintest gust of a counter argument to blow over? Or the guy who gets along with drama streamers and has always pursued drama content wants to manufacture drama for attention? I mean, do the math.
So yeah, he's talking about Xanderhal there. If that's not clear.
We bringing Biden out or what? Xanderhal's watching your stream. That's crazy. We just saw that. Really? That's why I don't fuck with other streamers. Can't trust these snakes. Yeah, for all of the disagreements that we've had, Demon Mama has probably been the Demon Mama has had so many opportunities to be like performatively clout sharky and never has.
Vaush shows the audience is kind of siding with Xanderhal. Really? Maybe this is more calculated than I thought. Are you reading this off of his website, chat? I haven't been really.
Because she's an OG, you know, a real one for sure. But yeah, no, for the most part, I think that at the end, maybe this is, you know, don't they say autistic people are more fixated on this? I just think that, like, I'm the only real person, and every other person in the
They love Demon Mama, and that wasn't always a thing.
The space is an empty shell or a ghost of a human that mindlessly pursues content, drama for their profit, and you know, and that's kind of all there is to it. You know, we'll just move forward with that assumption in mind. Wake up, Vaush. It's been 16 years. Yeah. Just hit the live button to catch it. Yeah, I don't think I've missed anything, really. Yeah, Thana, there's no money in this job unless you're already very big or you're a drama shark. Like, for people like myself or Hasan, and for Destiny, though he pursues the drama stuff, I guess, for his own gratification. Unless...
Queen Bee says, Demon Mama wouldn't talk about his lolly, so he loves her even more. Yeah, my understanding is that she and Shark300 started off streams defending Vaush, and at some point thought better of it, and took that down. And as far as I know, that's lost media. That would be really interesting to see how Demon Mama and Shark300 were trying to defend Vaush, but supposedly it's supposedly they changed their mind about it. They realized what a bet. They didn't want to end up on dying on Lolly Hill with Tipster and Keffals.
Unless you're very, very large, it's difficult to make a decent income off of this unless you're constantly drawing the attention, polling from larger crowds, trying to keep people's attention, and you have to keep in the cycle for that. Not, by the way, a process that I've never engaged in myself. I'm not saying that I'm entirely above it. I'm saying that that's the profit motive. That's the incentive. I can just, like, do my thing, and
Michael Corcoran says, oh, on the White Leaf, or the White Forest website, there's only 4 or 5 creators listed now. Who are they, I'm wondering?
And make my living and grow, or in my case, persistently shrink because of nonstop drama. But you know, it's
shrink because of what's in your taxes folder. Come on,
it's like the big get bigger kind of thing. But you need to be like making moves if you're not in that position. And unfortunately, for a lot of people, they take that as a excuse to just, I don't know, make shitty low IQ drama content. Yeah, but you can do it without being malicious. I agree.
Okay, here we go. White Forest website lists, according to Michael Corcoran, Vaush, Keffals, Demon Mama, Dylan Burns, and White Forest Designs? Really? Keffals is still there. That's interesting. That's interesting. Shark is not there. I mean, Shark might have read the writing on the wall. Maybe Shark quietly dipped out after Lolygate.
Can, but it's easier to be malicious. Did you see Destiny confronting Boogie about the fake cancer? Why? You realize that you're...
So yeah, it looks like White Leaf is wait, that's wrong. There are still over 20 people listed. Wait a minute. We got a discrepancy here.
Asking me if I missed something that happened on 90 Day Fiance, right? Like, the fact that you would come to me with that when I've demonstrated no interest in that media. Like, it's not like we have a pre-existing rapport where I'm like, yeah, I really care about this specific kind of brain rot content. Boogie is another one of those people who doesn't believe anything, man. Who gives a shit? Like, he doesn't care. Like, it's all just low-cow cycling. I think that's one of the things that frustrates other people about me. It's that I've never really given in to being a lolcow. I'm still plenty of one to a lot of people.
Sorry, it's pronounced Corcoran. I'm sorry. I'm adding a syllable to your name, Michael. I'm sorry about that. I'm just telling you what's listed. If you go to the website and click on creators, if there's another list or something, maybe that's what it is. Well, I'm not looking at anything, right? Because in fact, I would, should have said this before. If you do anything that has anything to do with White Leaf, probably want to use a proxy, right? You probably do not want to, raw dog that website, because I do not trust White Nervosa. I think White Nervosa is sus as fuck, right? She accused me of being of making posts on the farms, the fruit farms, as it were, and then I come to find out a few years later that she's actually got an account on that website, right?
Don't get me wrong, but I've never like taken the book.
Vaush, Keffals, Demon Mama, Dylan Burns TV, White Forest Designs. Is there somebody that's seeing another page, maybe?
Route of just accepting that and then just being a
Is Xan trying to pick up Vaush dissenters? I mean, that's a good guess. Good for Gabby. Yeah, that's a good guess, right? I mean, because if he believes what he's saying, he shouldn't be doing political analysis. He's got no business, right? But yeah, that might be that's an explanation. That's an explanation, right? That there's going to be some people that just don't want to hear bad things about Biden after they've been conditioned by Vaush to you know, vote blue no matter who, vote Biden no matter whether he looks like he's dying.
Jack off goofball.
What's up, Fuzzy Slippers? Chad Alpha says Vaush was and is one of the biggest lol cows ever.
But for a lot of these people,
well, we'd have to ask White Nervosa about that because she's the one with the account on the lol cow obsessive site. So
none of the shit they say means anything, you know?
Oh, wait. Maybe is somebody looking at the merch page? Maybe there's more merch. Yeah, because I remember them saying that they wanted to get into merch. Izzy Sanchez says Vaush, Keffals, Tipster, Shark Zero, and Xanderhal, to name a few. Wait, that's what... Okay, so there's more. There's more then. Okay, let's not get copyright struck today.
The I don't know the name of any professional wrestlers. I can't really do the bit. Did you see the beef between them? Come on. The difference is a lot of people who follow professional wrestling understand it's all.
And I hear you saying White Nervosa doesn't follow Xanderhal, Shakespeare. I just I mean that's that checks out. That checks out.
Kayfabe, and they engage with.
I'm scared to go back now just since I didn't use a VPN. Oh, God. Look, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm being overly cautious. Hopefully I'm being overly cautious. I don't trust her at all. I think she's sus. I think everything about her is sus.
With it at that level, but a lot of the people who engage with the internet drama with those god-awful thumbnails where you have the like high saturation faces staring in and the title's named something like the downfall of XXX or whatever.
So he's talking about drama channels now?
Like, you people watch that shit like it's morally important for you to consume that content. Nobody watches John Cena, like, play out the storyline where he you know, someone else, like, you know, dug up the grave of his dead grandmother and suplexed it, and then he has to get revenge. You don't watch that thinking, like, holy shit, it's morally necessary that I consume this content. You just enjoy it. But then you're out there watching Turkey Tom videos thinking like, yeah, man, I'm glad that I, a fan of 17 dogs.
So this is what I was saying to you, chat, yesterday when people were like, go check out the Boogie stuff, right? Go check out the, like, Boogie's literally on LolCow Live on Keemstar's show. And they got Medicare out there and just like, you know, I'm just like, I mean, look, I'm not like somebody that's like allergic to watching people because they're bad people. That being said, I just don't want to get into the, like, you know, a lot of people do this content. A lot of people cover lol cows, Boogie, Darkside Phil, Wings of Redemption, right? This is, you know, Vaush mentioned Turkey Tom, but there's a lot of channels like this. There's a lot of channels that like you know, kind of obsess over these people. And it's understandable because they're like larger than life, like internet weirdos. But that being said, I was saying, like, I was joking around. You're gonna turn me into Chud Logic. Do you want Chud Logic? Because this is how you get Chud Logic. I was joking around. I'm gonna like become Chud Logic and then do all the sketchy stuff that Chud Logic does, like Like the what is it? The Raid Shadow Legends content. Now I'm worried. Is White Nervosa as bad? Look, I don't know. I am just like, I just don't trust her. Is all I'm saying. You're probably okay.
Shit YouTubers am informed that this 18th one is worse than I thought. Like, and then you bring it to me. Let me be free. Let me be free.
I mean, this is low-key relatable.
Copyright. This is just the new form of celebrity slop. It's celebrity slop, dude. You're literally following tabloid shit. It's just YouTube version. I don't follow it and I don't care. None of you people believe anything.
Yeah, I didn't mean to get anybody worried. Again, that's a website that's there for people that are, like, I guess, customers of White Forest, or they would call them, what are they, co-op members, I guess technically is the, but you know, I mean, like, they're sort of, seems like they're selling something, and so you're probably okay. I just, you know, abundance of caution.
You're all fake. None of you are real.
Can I play Casey in the Sunshine Band? Probably not.
You having fun up there?
Okay, are we getting ready for the Motown for Joe Town speech?
Disagreement on strategy, the Rat Shepherd. He said it's a pro-Trump argument. It's just an objectively wrong. It's not. There's not really room for discussion on it.
Their website is shit. That's funny. Yeah, exactly. Considering that the website is the service that they provide, that is hilarious, actually. So there is a much larger list. Okay, I mean that checks out. That checks out. Boogie rules. We got some Boogie fans in chat. Does Biden have a chance? Okay, Conrad. Biden did not have a chance, a very good chance, before what happened today. Right? Biden should do what's best for everyone and withdraw his candidacy.
I need to go over my emails, day as an accountant.
If anything, Conrad, what happened today makes it more likely that Biden will try to stay in, that Biden will somehow try to stay in the race, because now all the attention is on Trump's free piercing that he got today in at the rally in Pennsylvania, and people aren't going to pay attention to what they should be paying attention to, which is getting Joe Biden to drop out.
Did Biden, like, die? I hope Zan's still watching the stream, because I have a feeling we're about to get more delicious making fun of Biden's decrepit, senile aging process content. Give him enough material for 17 Vaush's Left the Left videos.
It's funny that Tipster's on there. It's really funny that Tipster's on there. Chat, we don't bug Tipster enough, right?
Pretty sure Zan fucked off the stream. All right, he's missing the content. He doesn't have the nose.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
Biden was also 1 hour late to a Zoom call yesterday. Good luck. Are you kidding me? An hour?
Oh yeah, Biden's getting dunked on hard.
Vaush's downward spiral, you know? Who could have expected that the socialist who's been loudly hating the DNC for...
Oh, okay, so thank you. Michael says Xanderhal, or Xanderthal, is still listed as being part of the network. So I guess he's still willing to bite the hand that feeds him. Finally, interesting politics of all of this.
Wants Trump to lose no matter what, would advocate for a strategy which is intended to both to facilitate Trump.
Again, that might mean something. I mean, look, if we saw his name dropped, that would definitely mean something. The fact that he's still on there may or may not mean anything. There, you know, it's very likely that there's going to be what they probably will have a meeting and vote on whether to keep Xanderhal before. And considering that Xanderhal was on thin ice before, I don't think it looks good. I think he very well may get dropped, and he may know that he's going to get dropped. He may have made plans to for hosting somewhere else or for just using YouTube or whatever he wants to do.
Loss, and also is critical of the DNC. The liberals thought you were one of them, man. I don't know why I thought Xan was like Bernie Sanders type liberal. Was I wrong? Did he used to be that? Was that fake? Did it all like get flushed down the content drain? He was 3 years ago. Man, it's nice being the guy with principles. That's my thing, Horse guy, clothing guy, principles.
Lolly guy? He's not gonna say that.
There you go.
Short stack goblin guy. He's just sitting here waiting for Biden to show. This is waiting for Godot, isn't it? We're literally sitting here waiting for Godot.
He's dead.
Exactly. That's the there you go. Thanks for spoiling it. Thanks for spoiling waiting for Godot, Vaush.
That's horse fashion principles. True.
In this case, it's more like he's death, but
I saw people say in chat it changed after he beefed with Keffals. And Keffals fucking beef with me, man. There's no point in making friends in this game.
Ooh, I want to hear this tea. Spill it, Vaush, you messy bitch. Come on. Give us that tea.
With the exception of people like Demon Mama, the OGs, the real ones, the only times you can maintain stable relationships in this game with like politics.
He's only positively spoken of Demon Mama so far. Interesting.
/ drama streamers is if it's always profitable for all of you to get along. And that's a rare thing. Like they're going after each other at the higher levels too. Like even when they're making a lot of money, people way larger than me.
Also, welcome, Volume Corpse. Thank you for the follow.
Lonerbox respects you even if he disagrees. Yeah.
Chat, I want to mention something, okay? Just like Lonerbox respects you. That's great. That's wonderful. Oh my god. Yeah, Lonerbox respects your interest in below-age cartoon women. Lonerbox defended that shit. I forgot about this. This is true. Oh my god, chat, where was I about to go with this? I was about to ask, I was about to mention, okay, so here's the deal. We are very close to 4,000 followers on Twitch. I obviously care a lot more about YouTube these days than I do about Twitch. There's a lot of issues with Twitch. That being said, like I don't hate Twitch and I want to keep streaming on Twitch and I appreciate all the support from Twitch. Honestly, that's like what keeps me still streaming, still dual streaming so that I'm accessible on Twitch, but like we gotta figure out a strategy to get the numbers up on Twitch. That would be awesome, right? If I had like half the numbers of Twitch that I do on YouTube across both platforms, I would be so thrilled, so happy. We gotta make that happen any way that we possibly can. And especially given that I'm so close to 4,000 followers, obviously I am going to be bigger on YouTube than I am going to be on Twitch for the foreseeable future. But if we could just get something going on Twitch, because I don't know what the fuck is gone on, but yeah, if you've got cool people on Twitch that you want me to talk to, want me to raid, let me know, and definitely spread my name out there to the rest of the Twitch community, because I don't know what happens. My theory is this, right? That people on Twitch, they find out I'm streaming on YouTube, and they don't want to deal with the ad break, so they come over to YouTube, and so that's why when I get viewers on Twitch, it feels like they become YouTube viewers really quick. But that's just my theory. I don't know. I could be doing something completely wrong. Maybe I should be doing featured clips. That's a thing. Those are available. Maybe I should be doing stories. There are Twitch stories now. I just haven't kept up with the meta on Twitch. Yeah, what is the meta on Twitch? What kind of copyrighted content are people now getting away with watching over on Twitch. It's true for everyone on YouTube. It's just the way for NCC to get as many viewers as possible.
People in chat every once in a while come in and they say, oh, Loner Box, that fucking asshole or whatever. Every time I've seen him talk, he's been intelligent. He's never, to my knowledge, said anything direct.
Oh, yeah, it seems identical. Wait, you're talking about... But this stream and the other one both show up in my feed. Yeah, as... It shows up in... I see what you're saying, right? It doesn't have a demarcation saying shorts. Yeah, I need to do better on that. I can put a little shorts symbol on the shorts one, if that makes things easier.
Disparaging to me that I wouldn't consider legitimate, because if he did, you would let me know. And the last time he came over and talked, we had disagreements, but he was fun and fair to talk to. People wanted that to be a big beef. It wasn't a big beef, because in real life, when adults...
Wait, who's he talking about now?
Unless they're desperately trying to milk money out of it.
Who's he talking about?
It's normal and okay for people to just kind of ban to be a big beef. It wasn't consider legitimate, because if he did, you would let me know. And the last time he came over and talked, we had this...
Oh, Lonerbox.
To my knowledge, said anything...
Jesus Christ. Well, see, here's the connection, right? Lonerbox, Eris, Vaush. Eris is the, is the racist, you know, VTuber that, Vaush defended when she got caught being racist against Palestinians on her stream. And Lonerbox is very much on board with that same, you know. The funny thing is, though, that it doesn't make sense, right, for Vaush and Apartheid Anime Girl to be linked up anymore, considering how, you know, like, her takes have just gotten worse. Like, I guess you can imagine, since October 7th, she's gotten even more, you know, and Vaush, to his credit, right, you know, like I said, there's a lot that I disagree with him about, but from what I've seen, his takes on Gaza are not... I wouldn't compare them to Lonerbox.
That I wouldn't consider legitimate, because if he did, you would let me know. And the last time he came over and talked, we had disagreements, but he was fun and fair to talk to.
But yeah, we're talking about Apartheid Anime Girl with the racist takes, and that is a close personal friend of Lonerbox and somebody who's interviewed Vaush. And Vaush just loves it when you give him the softball interview, and that's very much what Eris did. So as a result, he's been friendly with her. Now, I don't know, he must have cut ties with Eris, right? That would be why, like, seriously, this is like a moment where it's like, Eris, why is she still around, right? You know, like, that's like, if you're hanging out with her, I mean, like, that really does not match, you know, his brand in terms of what he said about Gaza, right? That doesn't make any sense. But the last time we looked at her, she was talking about reading fan fiction, reading like erotic fan fiction written by a 14-year-old. So I don't know what's up with aristocracy.
People wanted that to be a big beef. It wasn't a big beef, because in real life, when
sounds sus as fuck, though.
Adults talk and they have disagreements, unless they're desperately trying to milk money out of it. It's actually normal and okay for people to just kind of banty it back and forth a bit, maybe disagree a bit in the end, but walk away from that. I'm 30 now, okay? I feel like...
Queen Bee says Lonerbox has a lot of lolicons in his Discord. Is that the Lauren Southern connection? I'm trying to figure that out. Like, that's weird. I don't know if, like, I want to blame, like, Destiny for that, or like, what is up with that? Vaush has been decent on Gaza. That's what I thought. I mean, I don't think I agree with him on everything, but that's one of the subjects that I don't think he has, like, the worst takes on, right? He's very reactionary about a lot of subjects. That's one subject I have not seen him be reactionary about yet. And yet he does have, you know, he is speaking nicely of Lonerbox. Now, chat, this was an issue for Hasan too. If you remember, whenever Lonerbox is brought up in Hasan's chat, Hasan is always trying to go easy on him and be like, well, we're roughly on the same side, aren't we? And I think what it is with Hasan is he remembers Lonerbox used to be a video essayist before he became a streamer, before he made friends with Lauren Southern and her crew, and before he just became, like, part of Twitch politics, right? This is... And I am told that as a video essayist, his takes were much more tolerable, right? So I don't know what changed. I don't know if he's a grifter. I don't know what the deal with Loanerbox is, right? But there is like a lagging understanding by a lot of big streamers, because like, understand this, chat, and this probably bothers a lot of you. I have next to no time, right? I am always busy. I am always taking care of something, and there's a lot of people that you know want to talk to me about this or that, that I would love to talk to, and I just do not have time. Vaush is, and this is just a factor of like the, you know, the line of work that I'm in, right? And it sucks. It really fucking sucks. And I don't know, maybe if I had better time management and, you know, like there's probably some way, less procrastination, and like there's probably some way that I could I could do more, and I want to do more, and I need to do more. But I understand there's like a limit, right? With Vaush, there's like a huge limit. So something like, you know, when he watches video essays like 4 years ago by Loanerbox, he kind of puts that in his memory bank of like, this is what Loanerbox is like. This is what Loanerbox believes. And from what I'm told, his, like I said, his takes were a lot less objectionable, you know, 4 years ago or whenever he was doing video essays. Hasan did the same thing. And Hasan doesn't realize that, like, I don't know, like I would say a quarter of Loanerbox's content is Hasan bad content. Is literally just like JDM man bad. That's literally it. It's just catering to the people that hate Hasan's guts. But he still sort of holds out this thing where he's like, well, if he's on the right side of the Palestine thing, then I don't want to, you know, I don't want to clap back at him, right? He still thinks that Loanerbox is on the right side of the Palestine issue. And again, big streamer, very little time. You know, he's watched some of this person's content, and he sort of, you know, his view of that person is locked in. I guess same thing with Vaush. I still find that super weird. Super weird. Loserbox is a USA and Churchill simp.
If I have a disagreement with somebody and they're normal to me, I don't really feel the need to hyper fixate, argue on every.
He has only become, are you joking, Queen Bee? He's only become, only become, that's probably true. Queen Bee says, Loanerbox has only become more sympathetic to Israel since his trip, obviously. Yeah, I mean, no doubt.
Very minimal shit, you know? I don't really want to do that. What are we doing here, man?
What are we doing indeed?
Dylan Burns as well.
Okay, so good things about Dylan Burns, good things about Demon Mama, good things about Loanerbox. Wow.
You know, I don't, with Dylan, I feel like he's in a bit of a different sphere.
Look, I mean, I don't know about, like, people are saying, like, maybe Loanerbox has ties behind the scene with Hasan. I think Hasan just hasn't checked in with Loanerbox lately. I think that's the simplest explanation. As far as Vaush and Loanerbox, though, I mean, Loanerbox defended him. Loanerbox was one of the few people to defend Vaush's interest in below-age anime women doing inappropriate activities with horses, right? The tax filters, the short stack lollies. Loanerbox was like, who among you hasn't enjoyed a nice animated, like, I just like, okay, you do you, bro, you do you. You're telling us a little too much about you. And anyway, somebody said his community is full of lolicons. I can neither confirm nor deny that. No comment. Okay, I don't know. I don't go near his community. It's toxic as fuck. There's plenty of, I got plenty of reasons already to avoid those assholes, right? I don't but I mean, like, you could be right. You could be right. I don't know. I mean, who hasn't moved to the right? Because brown people we're almost allowed to eat cookies, you know? Oh my God. Yeah, his defense on the Destiny cookie thing. That's right, Fuzzy Slippers. That's right. Literally, Bad Lefty says he literally started shouting at me when I told him that the USSR won World War II. I mean, can you imagine what World War II would have been like without the USSR? He thought the USA did more to win. Yeah, they came in at the last minute. Nightmare blunt rotation. Loserbox went in VGG and smeared the hell out of some offline chatters? Wait, so some of, like, what, Vaush's chatters? I didn't have a comment for once. That's right, Narwhal by nature. That's right. Ryu Got Swag says, Dylan doesn't pass my vibe check. I get his coverage of Ukraine is cool, but I still don't want to be around him. Yeah, I think that even Demon Mama learned her lesson supporting Dylan Burns. You think that tax folder stuff has been overblown? Have you seen it, Juan? I'm not trying to be mean, because maybe you legit haven't seen it and you just don't want to believe that there was pictures of either that, or I mean, like, I hope you're not in here being like, you're not coming in here saying, what's wrong with the lolicon? Never defended loli content. That's what makes him a fucking hypocrite, though. That's what makes him a goddamn hypocrite. He didn't defend loli content. He was jerking it to loli content. He was utilizing, he was gooning to loli content. That was what was in the tax folders, right? Like, people have looked at it and it's fucking confirmed. It's not, you know, a mistake. It's not like he thought it was a short stack goblin and it turned out to be a below age anime woman. He knew what he was spanking it to while he was having those takes, you know, saying the, you know, lolicon bad, you know, he was just, yeah. That being said, I do find myself in the strange position today of agreeing with Vaush's side of this argument. I don't want to have anything to do with them. He grosses me the fuck out, and there's plenty of reactionary stuff that he said and done. But on this matter, in this conflict with Xanderhal, like, you know, Vaush is right. And look, Vaush is only making the conclusion that, like, literally everybody has come to. Massive Biden supporters, massive Biden dick riders, like the Pod Johns, like Pod Save America, have come to the same conclusion that Biden's got to go. Anybody with eyes, anybody with a brain, anybody who can see what the fuck is going on is saying that Biden is the biggest factor contributing to Trump possibly winning in November. And you know, and Vaush is able to see it too. But somehow it's just Xan doesn't get it. Either that, or yeah, people have suggested maybe he is on some kind of weird maybe Xan is the one who's on a grift. I can't tell you. But yeah,
that's okay. Man lives his own life.
But yeah, Juan, you're allowed to like who you like. I just want to believe in rehabilitation. Well, I don't know what rehabilitates you from that, but hopefully Vaush finds it. And also, rehabilitation is something like saying that like, rehabilitation is not like I should still keep listening to his streams regardless. Like, rehabilitation is like, well, you know, that's a really fucked up thing that he's into, but maybe someday he won't be into that. Hopefully, I don't know. I don't.
A lot of respect for Dylan. He's a real one. Hasn't succumbed to the stupid, you know,
you know what it would start with, though? It would start with a fucking mea culpa. It would start with Vaush owning up. You know what he said? He said he's sorry to his community because he messed up and clicked the wrong porn. He's still in fucking denial. Yeah, we would hope that one day that, you know, yeah, like, you know, people can be rehabilitated, but it's got to start somewhere. And he hasn't even started. He's still in fucking denial, right? But regardless, like I said, you're allowed to like who you like. That is on you. That is not my floor. That is not my problem. That is for your own conscience. But you do you. I had to step away from Xan for integrity reasons. Anyone who can't see that Biden needs to step down is aiding the fall of democracy, in my opinion. The exact same thing that he's accusing Vaush of in terms of, yeah, eating the fall of democracy, Xan is actually guilty of. You're right, Eliminator. You're exactly right.
Malignant, myopic drama, whirlwind, you know, the morass. Stand-up guy. Does a lot of brave shit.
Who's he talking about now?
Yeah, Riverboat Jack and I are just
Dylan?
on good terms, you know.
Okay, so he's got to name all the people that he's still cool with. These are them.
I think my voice is getting a bit better. I feel like, yeah, my voice is getting a bit better. I'm still not going to be able to stream for super.
Yo, there's somebody in chat that's saying Dylan's like an actual journalist, right, Vaush? Right, Vaush? Right, Vaush? He's like an actual journalist. Dylan is a hero. Dylan saved Ukraine himself. Dylan freed Kiev. Dylan pushed the Russian tanks back. Yeah.
Long. But tomorrow, maybe we can do a full one. Why do you think replacing Biden with a candidate who wasn't elected by voters to the primary would lead to success? Because Kamala Harris was elected by voters. She was the chosen vice president in 2020, the prospective one in 2024. She has the momentum. Also, I really think that getting some new blood into the race, some new energy could really kick things up in the last few months, get billions of dollars of free press.
I mean, like, look, at this point, I just feel bad for Vaush's communities. Like these people are just so hapless, right? Sitting in there. Dylan's like a real journalist, right, Vaush? Right? That's what Vaush told us. Vaush told us Dylan's like a real journalist. Oh my God. Real parachute journalist.
Why would you say that in my chat, Dark River Shiro? What are you doing? Trying to get banned? Even if you're right? Is he still not there? Nope.
Two Baby says, I once had an argument with Dylan in Prime Kai's video comment section about the rise of anti-whiteness in America, and he acted like he was ready. Wait. Dylan's saying there's like a rise of like Dylan was on the side of there's a rise of anti-whiteness in America? White people get mistreated in America? Is that real? Is that real?
Yeah.
And again, chat, I would say I would warn you of no advertising in my chat, and that includes brain rot, American Muscle. Stop advertising brain rot in my fucking chat.
Been consuming any media. I read Don Da Don, which was cute. I felt like they could have done more with it, but it was cute. Still going, I guess. Anime will be beautiful, no doubt. Witch Hat Atelier is getting an anime adaptation. Probably going to be like an all-timer, I'm guessing. Like, you know.
Okay, so it feels like we're kind of coming out of it.
As long as they commit to the animation budget.
Well, you're saying Vaush is really annoying with his Doomer posting? Look, this isn't Doomer posting, Smoochie, and I'm not a Vaush fan. I'm kind of on record as being not a Vaush fan. I've been my view has been recorded of being of being on the Vaush bad side of things, right? But if you're talking about like him saying that Biden needs to fucking drop out, that's not Doomer posting, that's reality. That is straight up reality. And I don't know how you get around that, right? I don't want to see Trump get elected either. I don't think that Vaush does, as much as I disagree with, you know, things that he says. That's something that I agree with, right? I don't think this isn't Doomer posting. This is real. The guy cannot fucking communicate. The guy cannot run. The guy cannot differentiate the concept of Medicare and Medicaid and fucking COVID. The guy forgets who his vice president is. The guy introduced Zelensky as Putin, right? This is going to keep on happening, and this is going to keep on giving Donald Trump a better chance to win until he withdraws. We should be talking about Project 2025 right now. We should be talking about Trump and Epstein right now. And we're not, well, right now probably because of Trump's, the extra hole that Trump has in his ear now, but also because Biden is this just, Biden's a lolcow. How else can I explain it? I feel like I'm on YouTube. That's the best metaphor. That's a metaphor that should be understood easily, right? He is a lolcow. He is going to continue to feed the trolls. He is going to continue to feed the Trumpsters all kinds of clips until November when people vote, and it's going to be too late. And you're going to wish that you had Kamala, and you're going to wish that you had Gretchen Whitmer, and you're going to wish that you had even a fucking sleazeball like Gavin Newsom, right? Would be better. That would have a better chance of beating Trump than Biden.
Oh, they're not even playing music anymore, man.
Wait, what does that stand for, Squong? Is that you will never bite a wiener? I've not heard of this before. YWNBAW. Yeah, you will never bite a wiener. Well, it's too late, Squong. It's too late for that. I already have. As it turns out, I'm the shark. Okay, I
just want to say I genuinely hope this Xan stuff doesn't become bigger than it already is, blow up into a massive drama. Axolotls with cream, you got your priorities mixed up. Who's coming for who here? Did I mention Xan?
I mean,
mention me. If you have an issue with the existence of animosity, then I have good news. First of all, I just don't care. Consider how many people hate me. The hundreds of millions of, maybe hundreds of millions is incorrect. Billions and billions of views on videos dedicated to smearing me. It's a drop in an ocean. If you dislike...
Yeah, good point, Kevin. I remember Trump's grocery affordability program that he had. Oh, wait, no, he didn't. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. That was a tax cut for the rich. I'm sorry. I got that mixed up. I get those mixed up all the time. I thought there was some kind of grocery affordability program. I thought there was like some kind of price controls on staples under Trump. No, that's incorrect. I'm sorry, that's incorrect. That was a big fat tax cut for millionaires that he passed, right? That was a trade war with China that raised prices, right?
Like the antagonism.
Try harder, Kevin. Try harder. I know you can do it if you put on your big boy pants, just like Daddy Trump, where he's like, "Where's my shoes? I gotta have my shoes. The Secret Service won't give me my shoes." Your fucking life's in danger, bro, and you're worried about your shoes? Somebody's gonna take your shoes? Give me my shoes.
Who's starting it? Me? No. Go to where it starts. Go to the mouth of the river, you know?
The rich keep us all working? Is that some capitalist glizzy you've got shoved down your throat, Kevin? Would you like some mustard with that, my dude? Help it go down a little easier?
Vaush take on Korean fashion? Kind of a broad question, don't you think? In general, Southeast Asia has some very, very nice modern streetwear and military-derived clothing. I'm quite a fan. There are a few places in Seattle that stock Japanese brands, though I only buy from them infrequently because they're, you know, pricey. I've been thinking of getting a...
Yeah, in case you needed a reminder that this guy is still utterly unlikable, despite the fact that he's right in his argument with Xanderhal. There you go. There you go.
watch. There's a...
The fuck is he talking about?
A field watch with a bronze case that looks just gorgeous. I'm not really a watch guy, so I might not get it for a while, but I feel like the idea of like a patina on a watch sounds really cool.
Yeah, what's that trickle-down theory again, Kevin? Is that where the rich piss all over the rest of us and steal our surplus value? Is that where we work to build their fucking mansions and they use that money to make life worse for our descendants? What is that trickle that I feel, right? Are you pissing down my back and trying to convince me that it's raining? Is that the trickle down effect that I'm feeling right now from your discredited economic gobbledygook? Is that what we're dealing with right now?
Cool. Japan and Korea are not Southeast Asia. I'm not gonna lie, I just say Southeast Asia to mean like Asia. I could like the term Southeast Asia gets used so often that I just say it. I don't even think about it. I need to stop doing that because no one fucking says West Asia, even though it's a thing. Turkmenistan or whatever. You said you didn't like Techwear. No, Techwear is cool, just not my thing, you know. Have you thought of getting any other jewelry? I really, really, really want like a nice little gold chain. I feel like it would work with basically everything that I own.
All right. So here's the deal at this point. Speaking of trickling, right? The tea. The tea that Vaush is serving has slowed down to a trickle. We were still like in the middle of Xan's takedown of Vaush, attempted takedown of Vaush. Should we go back to that? We've also got chat. It looks like, let me see. Oh my gosh. So that poll's pretty close. That poll is damn close. Both of our polls are within 2%. WhatIfAltHist is the only thing that's still getting boosted by donations, but only 5%. And then we got the 50% that's counting specifically against it. I don't know. It looks like it's gonna be Destiny versus Hasan, and that kind of sucks because that's like long. I don't know. I think we should probably switch to that. I need to figure out how to distribute the 50%.
But if like Bernie,
you boosted at 15. Wait, when did you boost at 15? Oh, oh no, Thomas Jerome with the super chat. The German phrase, and I'm gonna pretend I don't speak German right now because I don't want to repeat the caption above the camps. Oh no, oh sorry, yeah, I get it. No, it's the way that this works is that Vox Populi deboosts everything, right? So things get boosted, yeah, and you did boost it by like 15, I think. But Vox Populi, when people donate to that, what that does is it returns everything to its origin. So we got a 25% deboost on everything, and then somehow a 50% that I'm supposed to distribute, like to the yeah. Yeah, that was Blitzkrieg. Is it close though with a 50%? With a 50% hanging around telling me anything but WhatIfAltHist? I don't know, chat. You still got time. Let me put Xan on.
for example, who I think we both agree is pretty based, was not popular. Does that mean that would be bad at the job. I mean, come on. Like, the job of the president is to do a good job at being president and to bring about policy decisions and applications that are good for the country and its people. That is the job of the president. Sadly, and our job, I think our job is to fight the
Well, that would not be smart. If it's really a 16.6 distributed to everything but WhatIfAltHist, then I don't think even the Destiny versus Hasan. See, because there's this Vox Populi, like if that's how it's distributed, I thought it was supposed to be some variation of Vox Populi, of like a Vox Populi, but only towards WhatIfAltHist. But yeah, if I distribute it to everything, right, basically then everything gets taken down by this 25% Vox Populi. So it's like distributing it into nothing.
Extremely well-funded media apparatus.
I mean,
Just_Julie super chatted $5.
Oh, thank you, Just_Julie. Thank you for the super chat. AltHist. There's $5 more to WhatIfAltHist. That goes up to 35. We're already at the dono goal, so that condition has been met. It's just up for me now to the difficult job of figuring out how the fuck I'm supposed to distribute this 50%, because if I really do it like equally 16% to everything but WhatIfAltHist, that's like it just gets eaten up by it gets eaten up by Vox Populi, and it's like the biggest super chat of the night has like zero effect then, and I'm pretty sure that's not what Blitzkrieg wanted. Maybe if Blitzkrieg comes back. Sometimes Xan's still dick riding Biden. Yes. Yes, indeed. This is a perfect off ramp. Yeah, I mean, I want to get off the ramp. I want to start watching something else, whether it's WhatIfAltHist or it's a giant ass debate against Destiny saying the N-word, where he won't listen to anybody. Where he's like literally talking over black people, telling him how he should get to, they don't have a right to tell him not to say the N-word, right? Well, if it goes to Vox Populi, yeah, then just like nothing gets a boost. Then if nothing gets a boost, it would give it to WhatIfAltHist. She's a little turnt, so perhaps not. Oh my god, chat. Fucking dilemma. I'm gonna have to put Xanderhal back on while I figure out what the fuck to do. Like, both options seem unfair. Yeah, this is the old conversation between Hasan and Destiny. It's not just Hasan and Destiny, though. It's, there's a bunch of people trying to talk Destiny out of his inward Andy shit. And Hasan's just like the last person that comes in to try to talk reason to him, because this is back when Hasan thinks that Destiny is like salvageable, thinks that Destiny is savable, thinks that Destiny can be a positive force. And so that's what you can tell right there. That's a long time ago.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Oh my god, chat. This is too hard to figure out.
That the right has.
Somebody literally dropped like $50 on the stream and said anything but WhatIfAltHist.
as designed to convince the American people that somehow we live in a fantasy world where the Republicans and the Democrats are the same. They have the same goal, which is the best for what's best for America, and they just have different ways of achieving it. And then on the other end, you've got people who say that the Democrats and Republicans have the same goal. It's to further their own ends, and they just have different ways of achieving it, right? Like it's a fantasy.
That was their falling out, says Several Wolves. I don't know. Joe, are you a Destiny fan? Can you tell me where their falling out was? We need your expertise, Joe. Look, when in doubt, ask a guy named Joe. And luckily, one just showed up, and it might be a Destiny fan. Are you a DGGer, Joe? Are you DGG for life? Can you explain to us the falling out between Destiny and Hasan and where that happened? I thought I was like. Was it the Inward Andy thing, or did Hasan like have a take that Destiny, like people were roasting him on, and the Destiny joined in the roasting? I can't remember. Pick a mod at random and get them to decide where it goes? Maybe we should let Joe decide. Yeah, Andre Domis is in there, trying to talk some sense to him. So is Cole James Cash. You got Mindwaves in there talking some nonsense. You got R Relevant in there talking some nonsense. We're talking Inward Andy, the original shit show, Twitch political shit show debate. Wait, they were split on Bernie or Bust stuff? Really? Hasan was not Bernie or Bust, to my understanding. Did we lose Joe? I think we might have lost Joe. Did we lose Joe? Wait, or is Joe in the other chat maybe? Joe, where are you at? It was after the leak. Wait, which leak? I mean, Ben Shapiro has a more annoying voice, but I also know that Shapiro's. WhatIfAltHist has an annoying voice, but so do most conservative influencers. Yeah, WhatIfAltHist, Think Before You Sleep. There are a lot of annoying voices out there. I would say Steven Crowder has an annoying voice. Some people might disagree with me, but I find Crowder's voice to be quite grating. WhatIfAltHist is so unhinged, I don't think I have enough brain cells left to survive. This is why somebody donated $50 to try to be like anything but WhatIfAltHist. I just realized I referred to the North and the South and the US as a different country. My bad. I mean, you might be right in a few years. Is this Xan stream 5 hours long? Yo, think about how long my stream is, right? I was just talking today. I was just talking to Vamps about like, Vamps, I really should stream for like less of a long time. Like I should, I could get some videos done. I could get some stuff done. And here I go again with the freaking, I blame Trump. If Trump had not gotten his ears pierced today, if Trump had not chosen today to get his ear pierced, we would have been fine. I would have been able to do like a normal stream, a normal-ish stream, not a Hasan stream. That's what I'm doing right now. Much to the chagrin of Joe. Joe, how long are our Destiny streams? How long does Destiny stream for? I thought they fell out, says Tube Baby, before the Inward drama. I think you might be right. But yeah, regardless, like Hasan still had some hope for Destiny at that point. And I don't think that lasted much longer than Inward. I think Inward Andy may have been the final nail in the coffin. Oh yeah, Ein Zwei. It's with a Z, W. Good for Gabby. You're close, but fry means something different. And then, yeah, fear is with a V and... A lot of neo-Confederates in chat too. That's worrisome. Evil Mickey Mouse pretending to be Superman? That sounds like a Ralph Steadman drawing, Thomas Jerome Newton. You're a monster, Hasan, when he realized in real life time that destiny was beyond salvation. Give me a... Oh, you're looking for a chatter named Joe. Yeah, we gotta get a Joe in here to settle everything. A chatter that's simply named Joe, right? That's the... That we can finally say it's Jover. We can call this segment on Xan and Vaush Jover. And we can move on to the fun half, as it were. Which hopefully will be the fun half. I don't know what kind of fun what you call fun, but I call fun listening to Destiny justify saying the fucking N-word, or listen to WhatIfAltHist wax philosophical about the Third Reich. Oh my god, those both sound so cursed. Oh, Elf and Svolf? MAGA Duganism. If only I could remember, wait, can I remember in Japanese? Ich, ni, san, shi, go, roku? June? Oh my god.
The realm of politics is a lot more nuanced than that, but nuance is not often in high demand.
Get elected to office. Can anyone tell me if
good old nuance?
If you've got like a relative who think like, oh, you're helping Trump by criticizing Biden, bro, the DNC is the one who put him there. They're the one who effectively like you know.
Did they though? I mean,
Xan, quit your fucking job. Do become a drama streamer. Become Chud Logic. Like literally anything else. Talk about Boogie. Talk about Wings of Redemption. Talk about Darkside Phil. Literally anything other than calling yourself a fucking political streamer. Did they? Did the DNC put him there? Was there some kind of way? How did Biden get nominated again in 2020? I'm sorry, but that is pretty important fact to forget, or to never know in the first place, or to be purposely oblivious to. He should just quit. He really should just quit. Like, go do something that you're interested in, because you're obviously not interested in politics, Xan. I've watched a little of the N-word debate. My god, what the fuck is wrong with Destiny? Yeah.
Vaush portrayal, I can't believe it. I mean, I'm not like shitting on Vaush. I'm just criticizing his takes here. I'm actually, dude, this is prep for me to go on to stream with him.
This is prep for me to fucking clout shark him
and have a one-on-one conversation.
I don't think he's gonna get it, chat. What do you think? What do you think? Do you think Xan's gonna get it? Here, I've got one more context clue for you if you want to know why Xan may not actually get that debate that he's counting on with Vaush. Get that? Yeah, Vaush might actually adopt a little no free clout here. Let us proceed. While I try to figure out what the fuck to do with the poll. Chat, it feels like Fallout New Vegas. You know what I'm talking about? if you've ever played Fallout New Vegas, you know that you get hit with a lot of dilemmas, moral dilemmas. And they're not the kind of moral dilemmas where you can easily figure out, well, you know what? Overall, this is going to be better. This is going to be more fair, right? They're the kind where you're like, well, you know, I could do this and this kind of fucks this person over. But if I do that, then that fucks this person over. I'd rather not fuck either of them over, but I could do this and fuck everybody over. I mean, this is the kind of choice that I've got here. I'm trying not to fuck people over. Especially somebody who dropped, you know, who's, you know, generously donated $50 to the stream today. Like literally, okay, look at this, chat. This is a super chat that without which we would not have hit the dono goal. The dono goal would not have been hit. Right? We would be at 60, we would be sitting at 60% right now without Blitzkrieg.
I like spectacle myself, at least to an extent, but like to the point where you're engaging with it almost purely as like professional wrestling, like K-Fob, you people are like actual degenerate.
K-Fob! Look, there's nothing wrong with mispronouncing kayfabe, but I found out the hard way when I called it K-Fab, and Dylan Burns made fun of me. He didn't think it was fab that I call it K-Fab. He was like, you don't know anything about wrestling. Get off my hippy dippy. And I said, okay. Okay, then. Congrats on hitting your donation goal. Thank you, Mr. 8658. And good to have you in chat with us today. Vote of no confidence in the poll today. K-Fab? Wait, I thought it was K-Fabe. Is it Fabe or Feb? He said K-Fob. That's kind of cute, actually.
It's like, if you're like, this is like Roman bread and circus stuff. If your interest in political debate is literally just the debate, like divorced from ideology or sincerity, you just like people yelling at each other. You like in a different timeline, you would have been a fan of Aiden Ross or whatever.
He's spitting. He's spitting, but is he shitting where he eats, right? Remember how he got famous. Oh my gosh. Anyway, chat, I'm trying to not notice the abuser in Vaush's chat right here. Anyway. Why is she around? God damn. Anyway. Let's see. Tempotronic says, I'm an agent of chaos. A dragon of chaos, if you will. I sometimes go to the other stream and vote, sometimes differently. Ooh, differently from your first? That is a chaos agent. That is a chaos agent indeed. I ask for a recount on the poll since it's close to the margin of error. Spoop says, I mostly imagine the words in Jim Cornette's voice. That's the wrestling guy, right? Grand Theft Autobot says, I watched The Dark Side of Wrestling. It's kayfabe. Yeah, that's what Dylan told me. And I believe him, because he's Mr. McMahon. Dylan is basically Vince McMahon. And I'm not even kidding. Literally the Vince McMahon of Twitch poll, Dylan Burns. By his own admission. Yes, K-Fabulous. Exactly, Bad Lefty, exactly. Yeah, Jim Cornette is one of the best managers and talent relations guys to work in the business. Maybe that's who I need to meet. Maybe I need to meet Jim Cornette because, like, I have this desire, chat. This desire to meet wrestlers. I want to meet wrestlers. And you know why I want to meet wrestlers? Because Cyndi Lauper got to meet wrestlers. And it seems to have worked out good for her. It was good enough for her, you know, to get to meet wrestlers, right? So I want to meet wrestlers too. If I had wrestler friends that like had my back, right, I would feel like a lot more, you know, can you imagine that? I get in some kind of drama with some Dylan Burns asshole, and all of a sudden there's like wrestlers jumping in, throwing me metal chairs and shit. That would be great. Wait, dragonflies cannot walk? Wait, so did they have legs or Joe Waters? Or, wait, you're Joe! We have a Joe! We have a Joe in chat. This is the second time today, Joe. Joe Waters. Okay, yeah. So I see what you're saying, Sasha G, but if I divide the 50 between all the other options, because of the nature of the Vox Populi, so it's kind of like this, right? If I divide the 50, then the Vox Populi does not just act once, right? It acts on everything. It acts on WhatIfAltHist. It acts on Destiny Hasan. It acts on Chat Teaches Me About Boogie 2988. It acts on Mediasan Debate Steen Phillips, right? And so if I split it up, then Vox Populi literally takes every single topic down. Ranked choice voting? Yeah, we gotta defer to Joe Waters. Joe Waters, what do you want to see? Like, right? I've got, oh my God, it's getting even closer. Look at that, 28-27 right now. Okay, if anybody hasn't voted yet, please vote. We need your vote. And you might not have much time. We got to decide pretty soon, right? Yeah, it's up by, WhatIfAltHist is up by 3% in this one chat. It's up by 1% in the other poll, right? So it's very close. But if you had to choose between watching an old debate where streamer Destiny defends using the N-word versus a video where an incel named WhatIfAltHist talks about Weimar Germany, somebody who really does not know history, by the way, right? Talks about Weimar Germany, right? What would you choose? Get out my collectible abacus. You mean the one that Sam Cedar gifted me? Yeah, for some reason, I don't even know how this works, chat. I got gifted an abacus on Throne. I think it was Sam Cedar. It says anonymous, but I'm pretty sure that's just Sam Cedar. He is anonymous. Option the second? Weimar Germany is actually a really interesting section of history, especially with the rampant inflation. Well, here's the problem, though. We're not getting good history of Weimar Germany. We're getting it from an alt history YouTuber who is probably a Nazi and is definitely an incel. I cannot see this poll. I cannot see a poll. There were only two options. Yeah, just like with Biden and Trump, right? That's what Xanderhal is trying to tell us.
Like a few years ago, you know? You would have been doing like the alt-right blood sport thing. It's so nihilistic. Like it's just not believing in anything.
How weird, chat, that the world is so upside down that Vaush is bitching about debate perverts. Vaush is complaining about debate bros. Vaush is done with blood sports debates. That's his take here.
Crazy. What separates that from someone who will say anything to win because they're arrogant or something? That's the opposite. Arrogant people won't say anything to win because they think they can win with the things they actually believe. That's the difference. The people who will just say anything and don't have any real principles are like shiftless and usually lack self-confidence. They just want to, it has nothing to do with like their positions or beliefs. It's just a way of like...
Yeah, WhatIfAltHist is a crack pipe conspiracy theorist. Basically, Zulu, basically.
Writing the talk through for whatever reason, Clout or whatever. Debating arrogant people is fucking fun because they believe the shit they say, right? How do I mass ban people? This is very important. You don't feel like you've lost a lot of the fire, I guess, from your stream head from the debate heavy content? Letting go. You're doing exactly the thing that I'm describing. It's not a matter of the passion. None of the passion that I had then is gone.
The passion of the Vaush.
You need a good partner to debate. It's not a like
he needs a good partner to debate.
People act like it's a choice, like I somehow choose to make everyone else a retard. I mean...
Arrogant people say what they believe, whether it's true or not, hence the word arrogance.
I didn't choose this path. It's unfortunately, it's just a consequence of the shifting environment, the online landscape, what incentivizes what, you know? It has nothing to do like hey Vaush, have you considered that people like debates? Really? I haven't heard that one before. Only thousands of times. Find me a good debate partner. Ain't easy. That being said, there are a lot of people who will email me being like, hey, do you want to debate my dad? And the answer is that I don't. Like you, YouTube punk, you've emailed me about this pint.
Mimi Kara says, hi, I'm from Finland and I don't want Trump to win but that's because I live here and we have the biggest border with Russia. So yeah, we don't want Trump to win either. But for some reason, now there's that cartoon showing was it the crucifixion of Vaush, Shakespeare, or was like somehow tipster? No, truth seeking, you're incorrect. This is not boring. Kilo the Giant with the gifted membership to Matt White. What's up, Kilo? How have you been? Matt White, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Kilo, do you have a point, or do you have a point? Of course you have a point. We saw your video essay, but what I wanted to ask you is, do you have a opinion? We're trying to decide whether to watch the old Destiny versus Hasan Inward Andy debate or the new WhatIfAltHist Weimar Germany video. And I feel like either way is cursed. But we can't choose the curse. We're trying to consult our Joe. Right? That's what, you know, anybody that named Joe that comes into chat, right? We like regard as a sage and an expert. And like they're like Obi-Wan Kenobi, kind of like only they can save us from this vacillation over what we should watch next. That's the difficulty. But yeah, which one are you talking about? The one with Tipster Shakespeare, or is it just with Vaush?
Creek Doug person. I'm not interested in just randomly seeking out disagreeable people online. Like, that's just weird. I don't want to do that. For sure, you need to be selective, but even...
What if voltage tree? Is that what it sounds like I'm saying? I'm trying to say what if alt-hist, but I could see where you'd get what if voltage tree out of that.
Steamrolls help emphasize your own arguments. No, letting go. You don't understand. This isn't a matter of steamrolling. You can't steamroll somebody who's not...
Maybe there was 2 cartoon Shakespeare. Maybe I'm just not remember. The Waluigi is awesome, by the way. Challenge anybody ever in Mario Kart. Well, he's my guy. Random, I realize. But so saith the Joe. So thus saith Joe.
Sincere. How do you steamroll a person who doesn't care about the debate? You'll just say anything. You could challenge their point in any way or debunk it in any way, and they'll just say a new thing because they're
wait, that's autocorrect that gave you that?
Disconnected from the actual thing that they're saying. Like, they don't care. Steamrolling isn't having better points than the other. If that was steamrolling, then I'd be steamrolling every conversation I ever have.
Wait, doesn't steamrolling have like another meaning? Isn't there like a kink thing that's like called steamrolling?
With anyone. Steamrolling is the process of overwhelming another person in debate.
Oh, I thought you meant in bed.
Either
No,
way,
in debate. In
you know,
debate.
just literally talking over them, which is less satisfying than the better version, which is just like getting them trapped in a contradiction of their own.
A Cleveland steamroller is a very different thing than steamrolling. Wait, what is a Cleveland steamroller? Do I want to know?
Like positions or whatever. None of this can happen if the other person isn't sincere. It's all connected.
It's like gaslighting.
The quality of the person you find. It's not about steamrolling. Yeah, it's like arguing with a houseplant. Exactly. No, Asmilia, I think it's like a good point to
Wait, an erotic houseplant or just like a regular one?
Vaush, you can still see you're not as much into debating as you once were, right? It's fine. Is this bait?
Ew, it's where you poopity poop on your partner in order to, oh my God. That's called a Cleveland steamroller? Or is that when you do that and then you roll on? Smush it in. No! No! I declare. I changed my name to Joe and I choose Boogie. You're gonna like throw us a swerve. That's a wrestling swerve, Izzy. That's a wrestling swerve.
It's if debates are fun, debates are fun. If they're not fun, they're not fun. So you wouldn't do debates with modern day debate anymore? Well, modern day debate.
See, this is when somebody needs to come in there and be like, would you do a debate with no comment, chick? I bet you wouldn't.
A debate.
I bet you're too scared.
Modern day debate is a host or a moderator. But no, I don't like having moderators in the debates. I don't like the undue legitimacy it gives the opponents. Oh, one of the people that I'm banning has IDF.
Does the steamrolling involve horses and thick goblins?
Apologia marked in their history. We could have marks in our history. There are all sorts of mod tools. Are you opposed to moderators in all scenarios, or just because right-wing grifters benefit too much from legitimacy? Not in like all scenarios, but they're pretty worthless, aren't they? Have you guys ever seen a moderator who actually did their job in terms of like fact-checking claims that people made on the fly?
See, here's the irony. Here's the irony. Like, right? If I debated him on this, on the question of Biden, I would actually agree with him. That is not something that I'm used to saying, like, or, you know, agree with Vaush. These are novel words on my lips.
I think moderators are for, like, it seems that moderators exist entirely to say, okay, now it's your turn. Like, your job could be replaced with a fucking chess timer. Like, worthless, you know? Like, real moderation should involve, like, a structured engagement. The problem is nobody wants to do this because it's not good for clout, because the shouting is good for clout. So, obviously, like, you just want people to go on there and yell or whatever. But yeah, the kinds of people that I debate don't really deserve any of the legitimacy that would be granted by having a moderator go, okay, here's your 9-minute opener. Sam Cedar rarely debates anyone anymore for the same reason. Not sure why Vaush gets shit for. Well, let's be real. The main reason...
Debates aren't meant to be fun. It's meant for two level-headed people to discuss why they're the best option. No insults, just... no insults, I'm out already, right? I've already insulted a critically thinking veteran many times. This is the Vaush Yap Hour, right, Lauren?
I get
But do you hear what he's yapping about? He's yapping against debates. This is kind of interesting to see.
Shit for it is because a bunch of people from Destiny's community, either from theirs or in the overlap, just use it as
explain why you're the better option without mudslinging,
like a poke or whatever. The reason I stopped talking to Destiny's for exactly the same reason, because he doesn't really believe.
So wait, I can't call my interlocutor Mr. Borelli?
Even anything shifts his positions. I still remember the Just Move debate. Nobody believes anything. Vaush should offer to moderate debates for other YouTubers. I actually like moderating debates. The few times that I've done it, it was pretty fun. If Hippie Dippy came back, would you do that? You realize how worthless... You realize everything that...
It's been 7 hours. Jesus fucking Christ. On a cracker with toast and a side order of breadsticks. That's a lot of carbs, Jesus. Just saying. I know you're doing... ultra marathons now, Jesus, but do you really need that many carbs? I don't know. Also, there's a lot of sodium content there. Jesus. No, it's been 8 hours. What the fuck? Oh my god, top of the hour ad break. Twitch. Get on it. You don't want to see those ads. You got precious little time to use a Twitch Prime sub to get out of the ads for free, to use $5.99 to get yourself a sub, or possibly, no, you don't even have time to get a gift sub. But if you did, your best bet would be talking in chat, because that way somebody might notice you and see that you don't have a sub and take pity on your soul, and you might get a gift sub that way. That's entirely possible. It's been 8 fucking hours. Oh. Yo, it's tied now. What the fuck? It's even closer. It's fucking tied. Oh my god. I don't know what to do, chat. How am I alive? Indeed. I'm not gonna be alive. I need to. I blame the drugs. I don't even have the drugs to blame. I should though. That would be. Flip a coin. What am I? What is his name? What's the guy's name? The guy from Batman. The commissioner dude. Is his name Two-Face? Is the dude's name literally Two-Face? Redo the poll? You want to like re-vote just based on who's here now? Okay, here's what we'll do. That actually, look, that sounds like the most reasonable thing I've heard. All right, we're ending that poll. We're ending that poll. Harvey Dent, aka Two-Face. Okay. And again, they are almost tied. We're gonna start a new poll. Get ready for this. Okay. What do we watch next? Destiny's Inward Debate featuring Hasan, or What If Alt-Hist yaps about Weimar and you know that's Germany, right? Okay, I think you know. All right, so there's your choices. I am giving it to Shorts. What do you want to watch next? Yeah, I gotta start doing shorter streams somehow, chat. Somehow. Like, you gotta tell Donald Trump not to get his ears pierced next time. Seriously, that's the one that threw me for the loop. I did not expect the ear piercing. Destiny Inward Debate featuring Hasan, or What If Alt-Hist yaps about Germany. There you go, chat. We're voting again. Did you eat? I did not eat. I have not eaten.
I'm saying about the worthlessness of these
Ooh, what if Alt-Hist is shorter, by the way?
Conversations is magnified like 10 times over for fucking panel shows, right? Jesus Christ. Lonerbox versus Bad Empanato was fun. If you thought that debate was fun, then like you should just watch professional wrestling because you don't actually care. That's exactly what I mean. Like, you just want loud noises. You should just load up like 4 YouTube videos of like keys jangling and
it looks like it's close.
Horn being blown. Just like have all that layered over you and just listen to that for 8 hours and you'll be fine, you know? Like your standards are I don't want to make content for people that would to appeal to people like that, you know? Jesus. Yeah, exactly. That's the only reason I would do the hippy dippy stuff, because Dylan Burns was honest about it just being professional wrestling. And yeah,
Dylan Burns talked shit about you, Vaush.
Yeah, the last hippy dippy that I went to, like the one guy, the guy who's I know primarily for sexually harassing AOC in the Capitol steps, sexually harassed another woman there. Like, phenomenal.
Okay, so who did that's Alex Stein. Who did Alex Stein sexually harass besides was it AOC? Who did Alex Stein sexually is that like an argument for the hippy dippy that Dylan lets people get sexually harassed? Is that
content, you know? Yeah, Alex Stein, that guy. I thought you liked blood sports debates. No! Yeah, people just want wheel spinning.
He's changed his mind, Chad. He's a new man. See, this is rehabilitation. Somebody in chat was saying rehabilitation for this guy. Rehabilitation for Vaush, right? That, yeah, I mean, like, he hasn't even owned up to the fact that those were clearly underage anime women doing who knows what with those horses, right? He hasn't owned up to that, but he's going to get rehabilitation. But no, here he goes. He's getting rehabilitation, right? He's saying debate bro bad.
Hold on, I'm almost done banning everyone.
He's going to become a video essayist, chat. He's going to hang out with Noah Sampson.
Say what you will, but I definitely feel like
he's gonna make up with DJ Mule.
Was a steamroll against someone. Letting go.
That's what'll happen. That's what'll happen. DJ Mule will come in off the top rope with the elbow to Xanderhal, and that's the DJ Mule and Vaush are going to become tag team partners.
Your tiny marble-like brain isn't my like sticky load sliding off.
Ew, your sticky load.
The smooth, lacquered, wax-like surface of your marble brain. Okay, you're not getting it. It's not sticking. Okay.
That's not helping my appetite.
Steamrolling can't happen if the other person doesn't care. It's not a matter of them being dumb or smart. Okay? Have you ever... Okay, if you want evidence of how impotent debate is as a tool against people who are just stupidly saying shit, go out there, go outside. I know this will be tough for you, but I believe in you, okay? Go outside and talk to literally any crazy sidewalk corner preacher. Any one of them. Have fun.
There's one problem, though, chat. Like, I don't have anything to eat. Like, I don't have anything that doesn't have to be cooked, right? It's like all like rice and lentils and stuff. Like, it's all stuff that takes a long time to cook.
Spend 8 hours there, you know? I bet you'll get a lot done. Do you feel like you're steamrolling them? No! Because they just say shit! Because they waffle! They're waffling! They're yappers! There's not a fucking connect. You're not gonna like construct an argument. They're gonna be like,
oh wait, so Xanderhal's a yapper, and that's why Vaush doesn't want to debate him. Does that make sense? Stop being so descriptive about your Gooner folders, please.
Like this is the shower argument of understanding of how debates function. Like if you construct a logical trap, the other person blusters and you feel like the smart guy, you know? That's not how it works. Steamrolling can happen, but only if a person gets flustered when they're confronted on contradictions in their beliefs, and that can only happen if they actually believe the thing. If they're just shamelessly dishonest, then there can't be a steamroll. How do you steamroll something that doesn't stand still? You know how slow steamrollers are? I agree with you, but I think what they mean is you can teach your audience about rhetoric and arguments you can use in discussions like those. No, you can't. There is no rhetorical strategy for dealing with people who don't care about the conversation that you're in. The rhetorical strategy for that is to leave. Seriously. If you're talking to a person, like a lot of people who are disingenuous, you can still hold them to account on some things because there are public consequences for them flustering. Donald Trump lies all the time, but there are things Donald Trump couldn't say, right? But like, if you're just some like 5-viewer nobody YouTuber looking for clout, what, like, there's nothing that they can't say, which whatever.
The problem is that I run a shoestring budget for food, and so I don't ever have anything that's like quick and easy to eat. I only have stuff that's like cheap to eat and has calories in it that will...
You know? Come on, we've talked about this so many times. It just makes me worry that you guys just like the blood sports. You guys just want, oh, you just want the yelling and the...
I'm like, I'm on a mission, chat. I'm on a mission. And like, eventually, when I'm a big streamer like Hasan, then I can just sit in my Hollywood mansion and eat like whatever, or order whatever, even better. But I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet.
Blah de blah, you know? It's all apathetic. I hate this nihilism. It's like...
Oh, did he call people cowards for leaving when he spouted Nazi rhetoric? Yeah. You're talking about the non-compete debate, right?
Jordan Peterson, okay. I hate this nihilism. I see your point, but still...
See, he'll become friends with EJ. He'll make a... He'll unburn the bridge with EJ and Luna.
You talk well either way. Well, of course I talk well. I mean, but I talk well either way. Why would I want to, like, deliver free clout, like, in a big heaping bucket? In a boring conversation where the other person doesn't care about what they're saying. That Mike from PA debate was goated, though? Yes, because Mike from PA cares about the stuff that...
Look, he's going to make up with Mike from PA.
He says. He says a lot of stupid shit, but Mike from PA is a sincere person to engage with an argument, or at least he was in the context of that debate. He says a lot of stupid...
Yeah, that's right. He should make up with Professor Flowers. He should be like, Professor Flowers did nothing wrong.
Stupid shit. But it's not about people saying stupid shit. It's about them believing something, right? That's why it was fun. Do you think we would have gotten any of that, like, phenomenal Mike from PA debate goodness if he hadn't believed in anything? Do you think he would have screamed, "What's a tiff?" if he didn't believe? He would have just said stuff. It would have been boring. You wouldn't have said anything. You would just...
Wait, who agreed with... Wait, I agreed with non-compete. Oh my God. On that debate, yeah. Like, it's a historical question about the relative representation of Jewish people within the banking industry, right? And Vaush agreed with the Nazis because he thought the Nazis were maybe right on the material question, but that they were obviously wrong because they're Nazis. And that's a take. Unfortunately, it's an ahistorical take. The Nazis were lying about the material conditions, right? About the relative representation. And Vaush believed that they were right because he heard something about somewhere in Europe where there was this usury law, and that because of that, only Jewish people were allowed to be bankers. And he kind of copy-pasted it into Weimar Germany, where it actually wasn't true. So this is more of an issue of Vaush just not knowing history and not caring to look at it. Thinking he knows history because he knows some history from like the Middle Ages, but not realizing that that history does not apply to Germany in the 1930s. Anyway, that's what the debate comes down to. I call him as I see him, chat, and Vaush was wrong on the historical point. And he was also wrong on the fact that, no, you do not, in fact, have to hand it to the Nazis, not even on that question. The Nazis were lying because they're fucking Nazis. And they like to make shit up about Jewish people to justify their genocidal bigotry. That's the truth of the matter. But I'm sorry if you got swept up in that. It must have been exciting thinking that EJ is the one that's agreeing with the Nazis. Or that somehow EJ saying that Vaush is wrong on the historical question means that EJ thought that that the Nazis would be right if that was true. No, that's not good logic. That's sloppy logic that Vaush teaches to his chat because he's a slob. He's a big slob, especially when it comes to history. And especially when it comes to theory. Anyway, chat. We're not here to talk about Vaush's shortcomings in theory. I'm actually agreeing with Vaush today because the question, the conflict today is not against non-compete. It's against Xanderhal. And yeah, Vaush is right here. Vaush is actually correct in his debate against Xanderhal. So there you go. I hope that makes you happy. I hope that makes somebody happy.
Just sort of...
You thought that Biden did a fantastic job in the debate? Hey, Nathan Oakes, you and Xanderhal, right? You and Xanderhal.
Asinine, mindless delivery of a bunch of points, mutually contradictory.
Jess Rose says, yes, Biden needs to drop out. So does Trump. I mean, whisper of a dream, Jess Rose. Whisper of a dream. That would be great. That's my dream. Chat, do you realize how cool that would be, what Jess Rose just said? If Trump and Biden both dropped out, right? Because I made a prediction way back, and this was after I think both Trump and Biden had secured the delegates required to get the nomination. So by all accounts, it was going to be Trump versus Biden. And I said, hold that thought, because something may happen. Something may happen with Biden's health. Something may happen with Trump's health. Something may happen legally, right? There's still more shoes to drop. Even though everybody's set for a rematch of Biden versus Trump, I said there was a chance that one or more of these candidates might not be on the ballot come November. And it looks like I may have been right about Biden. Not sure if I was right about Trump. But if they both dropped out, yeah. If they both dropped out, I'd be right. I'd be right on both counts. I would feel so damn smart. Vaush has to be trolling? No, I mean he's just saying the obvious thing. Like, this is what Pod Save America knows that Biden needs to drop out. If you want to keep Trump from winning, right? The best thing that could happen is Biden dropping out. Funny enough, though, Trump dropping out might. Well, look, if Biden stays, I think Trump has a pretty good chance of winning at this point. I gotta call it like I see it, and that sucks. That super sucks. It would be amazing. Wouldn't that be awesome? I think a lot of people really don't like either candidate. I think a lot of people don't want to do a rematch from 2020. I think that, yeah. From your mouth to God's ears, exactly, Sasha G, exactly.
Victory, none of the fun stuff would have happened. Why would he have talked about TIFs or sewer socialism? Because he wouldn't have cared. He wouldn't have thought of those. His wacky Mike from PA brain wouldn't have summoned those talking points, you know? So basically, the only people worth debating are their left.
I mean, he does have a wacky Mike from PA brain. That's true.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Debates with crazies are fun, though. No, I'm not talking about crazies. Crazies are usually sincere. Guys, you're kidding me. Please. I know I'm selecting like specific messages from people who disagree or who are saying something that I disagree with, but come on, man. It's not about being crazy. It's not about being dumb. It's not about your political ideology. It is just about whether you believe what you're saying. That's it. Give up, chat won't stop. You're arguing against people who talk to 3 people a year. Yeah, I guess.
Who am I voting for? Says Gravy Seal. At this point, I might be running. I don't know, chat. I don't know. Like, I'm not sure who's going to be running. But there we go. There's Vaush, deciding to stop being a debate bro. He said debate bro bad. Vaush getting mad at his audience for being dumb is funny. Well, it's really funny to hear. This is like so off-brand for him. Well, chat, it looks like Destiny in the N-word debate featuring Hasan is winning. We might have to run a truncated version of that. Make sure to vote if you haven't voted already, especially if you don't agree and you want to see WhatIfAltHist yap about Germany. Make sure to get in there and make your voice heard. Right? I was told we decided to do a second poll because it's such a clusterfuck. Like, it's so confusing what to pick. What am I trying to do here? Oh yeah, this is what I'm trying to do.
Literally, Mr. Borelli, Mr. Borelli, Mr. Bonnell, Mr. Borelli, Mr. Bonnell. The problem, Mr. Borelli, is Mr. Bonnell, Mr. Bonnell, Mr. Borelli, Mr. Borelli, Mr. Borelli.
It is a highly special display on camera of your government putting yours in books. Minister of Finance on the 8th of war. Wait, you do know how to pronounce my name. Why are you mispronouncing it?
Oh, Mr. Bonnell. Mr. Bonnell. Mr. Bonnell.
The actual alternative, only option is combat. Mr. Pop Historical. Okay, that's great. That's great.
Mr. Bonnell. Mr. Bonnell.
Tell me by what
Mr. Bonnell.
Perfect. Or that maybe 51%. Literally,
Mr.
you can
Borelli.
Google it.
Mr. Bonnell. Mr. Borelli. Mr. Bonnell. The problem, Mr. Morelli, is Mr. Bonnell. Mr. Bonnell. Mr. Morel. Mr. Borelli. Mr. Borelli.
It is a highly
Borelli.
special display on camera of your government putting yours in books.
Mr. Pooh.
Mr. Bonnell.
Wait, you do know how to pronounce my name. Why are you mispronouncing it?
Oh, Mr. Bonnell. Mr. Bonnell. Mr. Bonnell.
The actual alternative, only option is combat. Mr. Pop Historical. Okay, that's great. That's great.
Mr. Bonnell. Mr. Bonnell.
Tell me by what
Mr. Bonnell.
Perfect. Or that maybe 51%. Literally, you can Google it.
Mr. Bonnell. Mr. Borelli.
Okay, one of these polls has Destiny Inward debate winning by 58.
Mr. Borelli.
It is a highly special
The other one, it's winning.
Minister of Finance on the 8th war. Wait, you do know how to pronounce.
Look, I would be distracted too. I would not be able to debate against Norm, right? If he just kept on fucking up my name, I would be completely unable to respond. I would start to question what my name actually was. I'll be like, I went into this debate thinking I knew my name, but now I'm not so sure. No, it's a question of history, Ben Hare. It's not who sounded better in the debate.
Funky Monkey. Super chatted $20. WhatIfAltHist.
What the living fuck? Oh my god. we have super chats coming in like on top of the second poll. You know, I'm tempted now to watch the freaking Vaush versus non-compete thing. That's a swerve right there. That's a swerve, but nobody paid for that to happen. Nobody's looking for that one. Funky Monkey coming in with the super chat. Out of nowhere, right? Goat of the day, stop the steal. What happened? What happened indeed? I thought we had a winner. I thought we had a winner because I redid the poll because somebody told me to redo the poll. And now I've got somebody putting more super chat money to see the incel talk about Weimar Germany. Look, I don't know. Like, who knows less about Weimar Germany? Do you think it's Vaush or WhatIfAltHist? I feel like maybe there's only one way to see. Oh my god. It is... Does anybody else want to come in with a super chat to weigh in on the side of WhatIfAltHist? Talking about Vaush's favorite subject, Weimar Germany. Favorite subject that he knows nothing about, right? Or Destiny's like horrible inward debate where he literally talks over, he yells at black people that he should be able to say the N-word. Like, these are both cursed content. These are like liminally cursed content. This is like, it's like the back rooms of content. Rudyard the Grillion Sicilian Smith. Is that what Rudyard is? His name is Rudyard. I should have put that in there. I should have put that in there. Okay, wait. Now let me. Oh my God, Chad. Oh my god. How do I compute this? If I add the $20 super chat to the 35% that WhatIfAltHist already has, then it's like $5 more. No, it's not. Yeah, that's the fair way to do it. Look, okay. Oh my god, chat. Wait, let me. This is too confusing here. This is too confusing for even me. All right, here's what we do. 35% plus 20% equals 55%. And yeah, Vaush is wrong about that. Vaush is just wrong on the fucking history, right? It's like, I get why people think that. The Nazis were like right on the I get where historically that notion comes of you know, associating, but it's literally Nazi brain rot. Like Vaush thought that he had history on his side.
Good for Gabby super chatted $9.19.
And he
Rudyard rock full score.
full send indeed. My god. Okay. All right. 9% plus 50% is 59%. So now we got 59 to 55. But what do I have to do? I have to add in Good for Gabby's super chat, which is $10, which equals 65. And now 65 is bigger than 59. So, god damn. Vaush is wrong about 20 plus 35. Look, like we did find the one debate where Vaush was not wrong today, though. Like Vaush is actually right when it comes to Xanderhal. That Xanderhal should quit political content. Like legit. Xan needs to quit. Xan needs to quit. Okay. And then if I average the polls, wait, I don't have to average the polls. They're the exact same, aren't they? Are they the exact same? Okay, so 59 plus 56 and 65 plus 44. How does that shake out? That's like 109. 109 here. And then 59 plus, oh my god, I can't figure this out. Wait, equals. We need an equals there. 59 plus 56, chat. I can't figure out math here. It's 117. Wait, is that right? 100. No, it's one. Is it 115? Is that right? Am I doing this math right? I feel like I'm not. I feel like I'm failing this math. Yeah, it's 109. Am I doing it right? It's 115. 115 to 109. Math does suck. Wait, the poll fucking changed. The poll just changed. Holy shit. One of the polls changed. God damn it. So, like, wait, we take one off of... Yes, it's like an average of 55. 55, we take one off of that. That's 114. We add one to this because it's 45. And then this becomes 110. It's even closer. And then there's another super chat of some kind. It's a Canadian super chat. Inward Andy and excuse my weak dollars. 115 plus, about 3 for my... Is it really 3? I feel like it's more than that, right? No, god damn it. I tried to look at the... I wish it would just convert it for me. Is it really 3 or is it... $5 Canadian to USD. 366. So it does round up to 4. It does round up to 4. For Destiny, which is already winning, which makes that 118. Wait, plus 4 equals 118. Oh my god. The horse race. So it looks like we have 118 for Inward Andy debate, 110 for WhatIfAltHist. Vaush versus WhatIfAltHist in a Weimar Germany debate would be the funniest 2 hours I could think of. I mean, funny but sad. Abacus 2024. We need to make that a reality. We need to get Sam Cedar to donate to my throne and buy me an abacus. Do you think we could do it? Do you think Sam would do that? Don't tell Vaush about the horse race. He might arrive. He might come. I mean, Chad, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean come like that. I mean, he might go there because he's interested in horses. He's also interested in Weimar Germany, but not enough to actually do the research and to find that the Nazis were actually, surprise, surprise, lying about Jewish people. Yeah, that's something that Nazis do, Vaush. I hate to break it to you, but they're not always honest. Wait, is that like... That is a super sticker from Good for Gabby. I don't know why it's not making a noise, but it should. It's a pretty cool super sticker too. What is that thing? It's like something's leveling up. Gabby is super stickering $9.99 for... Gabby, what is that going to? Is that going to Weimar? That is a cute sticker. I still like that's... Yeah, it's a leveling up sticker. I can tell that much. Oh, it's like a video game controller that's leveling up. And also getting buff. We're all waiting to see what subject Good for Gabi wants to apply the super sticker to. Name one American that doesn't inflate or personally inflate the value of their home. Tell me more, Matthew Clemo. Oh, are you caping for Trump here? Trump can inflate the value of his properties. He can inflate it in terms of getting a loan, and then he can deflate it in terms of paying taxes. That's totally okay, because he's rich. He gets to do whatever he wants. I see you, Matthew Clemo. I see you. Well, look, when I'm rich, I'll do whatever I want. But I'm not there yet. I just need to get rich enough to, like, get the fuck out of this country. WhatIfAltHist? That goes to WhatIfAltHist. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. That means that this is now 120. So that 120 is greater than 118. Should we do a going once, going twice? What chat am I missing? Fresh out of the asylum. I'm trying to read the chat. Oh, I see. She already said it up here. She already said it. She already said it up here, but I didn't see it until it was like down here. I think she had to say it twice. Another 3.5 for Destiny. Yo. Yo. Oh my god. We have a bit of a bidding war on our hands. That is going to make this into 21.5. Is that right? Oh my god. We really do have like a difference in opinion. There's some people that really don't want to see the Destiny content. There's some people that really don't want to see the WhatIfAltHist content. It's kind of like the election. It's kind of like the election. Are there any double haters in chat? Anybody in chat hate both of these? Narwhal by nature with the pair super sticker.
Jonathan super chatted $5. WhatIfAltHist?
Okay, so there's $5 for WhatIfAltHist. That's 125. What is the $10 going to? This is why we need to get money out of politics. Yes. I'm a double hater and proud of it, says Izzy. I drop out. I'm too poor. One day. Yo, this is like, it's all going to Irene's bank. Well, it's going to stop off at YouTube headquarters first, unfortunately. There are ways to get around that. The Patreon takes less of a cut. There's links in my description that take less of a cut. I think I got a Patreon and PayPal and a Cash App that take less, but obviously that's more of a pain in the ass for a lot of people. So I leave in any way you donate is greatly appreciated. I don't want to be picky, right? Whatever is easiest for you. So Narwhal by nature, what is that super sticker going to? Everybody wants to know. Oh, WhatIfAltHist? WhatIfAltHist indeed. That is putting that to 135. So WhatIfAltHist is now ahead by like, I shouldn't even say dollars because it's like a combination of percentage with the dollars with the original dono amount. Oh my god, chat, it's like everything. I put everything together. I added it all up. And the WhatIfAltHist video. Oh my gosh, there's another one.
Super chatted $5. Just because I like your channel, smiley face.
Aw, that's really sweet, Joshua. My grandpa is saying he could use that to make laws that expand his power to Putin levels because he would own the Supreme Court as well. Yeah. No, Trump already has like 6 favorable justices on the Supreme Court. Is the supplement court ruling, Supreme Court ruling about presidential power as bad as my grandpa makes it sound? Look, it's pretty freaking bad. It's pretty freaking bad, Joshua. Like, right, this was a question that got asked under the Nixon administration. Nixon is a president who was almost impeached. He would have been impeached, except that he resigned before they could impeach him. And when he was talking to a reporter, like doing an interview years later, they asked him about like his illegal acts, and he said, if the president does it, then it's not illegal. And this is this unitary executive theory, right? This is this, president's above the law kind of deal, right? And, that was always a question that the Supreme Court had not weighed in on. Most people thought, in fact, I think most Supreme Courts, if they were to weigh in on that question, would say, no, the president, in fact, is not above the law. No one is above the law. But this Supreme Court, 6-3, said yes, in most cases, unless it is specifically has like nothing to do with the with his role as president. It's like the president, has got immunity. So and so now that was just because you like my channel, so I'm guessing that that's not. Do you want to put that towards the Destiny versus Hasan debate or the WhatIfAltHist debate? It looks like WhatIfAltHist is winning. I'll give it a little bit more just in case anybody wants to, but I understand if this is getting too rich for a lot of people's blood here, because this is like this has been a bidding war. This has been a bit of a bidding war. And like hopefully eventually I need to get out of this country, honestly. Like, the Trump shit is scary, and I didn't even tell you the scariest part, Joshua. That's not the only decision that the Supreme Court made recently. There's also the Chevron doctrine, right? They've overturned precedent that's been just like, assumed for years and years and years, and they've basically inserted the judicial branch in between regulatory agencies and the regulation that they need to do, and the industries that they regulate. Now the Supreme Court can come in and say, actually, we get to determine how this law is applied. So yeah, it's all kinds of overstep. You got a over exuberant Supreme Court. 499 Molten Panda wants to see Destiny, and I will add that. So that is going to 126.5. So it's like now $8.50 difference between these two. Really hope we aren't repeating history here. It scares me and our entire community. No vote, I just like your channel. Okay, well, thank you. You're very sweet. That's very kind of you. All right, chat. I'm gonna have to do some kind of going once, going twice thing here, and just Jeremy K says Worms. Do you mean like the game Worms? Okay, before I could even say going once, going twice. Simone Pierre says, you can consider coming in Canada. We can arrange something for citizenship, especially since you speak French. Really? Last one, I'm out though. That's understandable. This is a lot. This is and you know. Yeah, Legal Eagle has a good video, or like I think it's a good video. His analysis is usually pretty good about the Chevron doctrine. Yeah, exactly. Chevron doctrine might be the more damaging. Simone Pierre, did you have a preference as far as what column I should add. Are we calling it Scrotus now? I feel like we should call it Scrotus. It is the Scrotus. Okay, so Gabby went to WhatIfAltHist with the super sticker. Molten Panda went to Destiny with the super chat, and Simon Pierre went to Destiny with that. Okay, so whoa, it's getting close again. It's getting close again. It's 131.5 to 135. WhatIfAltHist still slightly in the lead. But yeah, Jonathan, or sorry, Joshua, I feel you on there is like a rising tide of like just straight up anti-Semitism. You can see it on Twitter. We were talking about it yesterday. We're talking about this sort of conflict that Jordan Peterson got into with Nick Fuentes. Jordan Peterson, no stranger himself to anti-Semitic dog whistles, does not like it when Nick Fuentes does a mask off anti-Semitism, and said so, and somehow Peterson is the one that gets roasted on Twitter. And I don't know if that's bots. I don't know if that's just the nature of Elon's platform. I don't know if the fucking Groypers are taking over the Republican Party, but whatever it is, it's not good. It's scary. Yeah, exactly, Sasha G. Exactly. It's money in politics. Am I right? You are correct. Well, is this the last appearance of money in politics? Are we going to leave it at that? At Destiny versus Hasan, inward that debate versus WhatIfAltHist, talking about something that he probably knows very little about, cares very little about getting right, but he's going to opine about nonetheless. He's going to tell us why he thinks that we are on the way to Weimar, Germany, which I'm guessing is going to be entirely different than the reason that a lot of us think that there's way too many similarities between our current situation in the US and 1930s Germany. All right, 135 to 131.5. I'm going to start to do the going once thing. Elon Musk just donated to the Trump super PAC. I mean, I'm not surprised. Yeah, it was going to happen sooner or later. He was just waiting for a good time to do it. Imagine Trump puts Musk as his VP. Yo, he does need money. He does need money. Elon needs money. Elon needs money. I'm sorry. They both kind of need money. No, actually, Elon's good on money. I mean, Twitter probably needs money, but Elon doesn't really care about Twitter. Trump needs money, and Elon's got money. At least for now. At least for now, until his shares of SpaceX go down. You got to hit the hay. That is understandable. All right, so we got 135 WhatIfAltHist to 131 Destiny versus Hasan. Going once. Oh, that's right. Wait, can you be VP? So wait, Elon's not born in the country. He cannot be president. But can he be vice? Oh, no, he can't, because the vice president has to be able to take over. You're right, Narwhal. You're right. You're right. That it wouldn't make sense for him to be VP. But Trump definitely needs his money. So, I mean, I guess he's getting some of it. That would be terrible. Oh my God. I hope I didn't bring that into existence. I might have just destroyed the planet. Oh my God. All right. So 135 WhatIfAltHist to 131.5 Destiny versus Hasan. Going once. Going twice. How many times are they supposed to go? They go once, then they go twice. I believe they go 3 times. Elon's out? Wait, out? As VP? Yeah, it's supposed to be Marco Rubio, JD Vance, or oh my god, who's the other one? Burgum. It could be Burgum. Going once. Going le twice. Going le 3 times. Le 3 times? Okay, no. Going 3 times. And it is sold to WhatIfAltHist, the slightly shorter video. I'm gonna have to explain this to Blitzkrieg at some point. But
I made a poll a few weeks ago about what
it makes sense to me. It makes sense to me. DeSantis, I don't think DeSantis is still in the running, is he? I haven't heard people talk about DeSantis. Yeah. It looks like WhatIfAltHist won. Yeah. Yeah, Doug Burgum. I always forget his name. I always mix him up with what's the Democrat guy's name? Dean Phillips. I mix up Dean Phillips and Doug Burgum. I don't know why. At least I'm not mixing up Zelensky and Putin.
What videos the audience wanted, and I'm going to make the 2 most popular results as videos.
I mean, to be fair, DeSantis is kind of a loser in a way that Trump would notice.
The most popular result was this video, or what the parallels between our society and the Weimar Republic are. The second one was a video on how propaganda works, but I want to read a few books on that topic before I make it. The Weimar Republic was a period of German history between 1919 and 1933, or after the loss in World War I, and before the rise of the Nazis to power. It's a strange period of history.
You wouldn't leave Florida to be the VP? Yeah, but he does have to give up governor. They're talking about his wife maybe running. They're talking about Casey DeSantis running for governor after
something like the time period before or after, in which Germany was run by one form.
Oh my god, he's going to talk. This is going to be as bad as the Candace Owens thing, isn't it?
Conservative militarism followed by another variety. And the time period in between was some bizarre psychedelic trip that barely makes sense. On the other hand, though, it totally makes sense.
What? Is that Einstein?
Weimar seems out of place for the era of history it was occurring in, given the Western world in the early 20th century has a reputation for being prude, upright, and sterile. Meanwhile, the Weimar period is this bizarre liberty and sexual world. It's something which seems much more out of our era of history.
Oh, so he's going to say that the Nazis were the fault of the libertine sexual revolutionaires, and so therefore wokeism is like that. And so it's wokeism's fault that the Nazis are coming back? Is that what he's going to say?
Let's look into why this happened. In a lot of ways, Weimar seems like a prologue to the degeneracies of our era, a sort of warning.
Degeneracies. Yeah, where have I heard that word before? Who was it that liked to talk about degeneracy, right? As the root of all evil. Who was what faction in 1930s Germany was concerned with degeneracies? I mean, this is WhatIfAltHist, right? It's more like what if no hist.
That wasn't heeded. I frankly hadn't thought that much about the Weimar before this poll wanted me to make a video about it, but now that I've done the research, I see that there are lots of fascinating threads to pull on. This is a time period in which a lot...
No, it was really all because of the modernist art that rejected Adolf Hitler's art, right? Just like the Hollywood has rejected the Daily Wire staff, right? They've all tried to be screenwriters or actors or this or that. They all failed, and that's why they're the Daily Wire now. Just like that, you know, Hitler could have just been a shitty artist if people had accepted his shitty art, and if people weren't all about like art that says something or that means something or that you know progresses something, right? If they had just been like, oh yeah, Hitler, you're a great artist, be the king of art.
Was happening, and which surprisingly influenced our world more than I think a lot of folks would realize. Let's get into the Weimar Republic. During the Weimar period, Germany faced feminization, and German—
What? What? Chat, I didn't realize how bad this was going to be. Also, I need to get some kettlebells. I need to be doing those push-ups. I don't know.
Men were emasculated. This feeling can be found in our world today. Testosterone levels have been declining for decades.
Yo! It's because of feminism. Feminism is when no testosterone.
Sperm count and strength in men are also decreasing exponentially, with a 1/3—
What are you fucking talking about? I don't think the gym has ever been as full of dude bros.
Decrease in mean sperm count over the last 50 years. Researchers call these changes alarming from an evolutionary point of view. But there's hope. Black Forest Turkestrone—
I don't— No! You're selling something, aren't you? What are you fucking selling? Turkestosterone? What the fuck is turkestosterone? You're selling a fake testosterone supplement? What the fuck? He's literally— oh my god, chat.
Ali limited edition supplement has been dubbed the feminization killer since it combines two of the most potent natural testosterone—
It's got turkestosterone. Is that real? What is it? Testosterone from Turkey? Known for its ability to promote lean muscle growth. What the fuck is turkestosterone? Where does it come? It looks like a plant. Does it come from a plant? Look, if this if plant-based I don't know if that's what this is. But if plant-based testosterone is anything similar to plant-based estrogens, it is more likely to block the receptors, which is how steroid hormones work with receptors, right? It's more likely to clog up the receptors and prevent the action of like natural testosterone rather than actually augment.
Boosters.
It's extracted from Hasan, exactly.
Turkestrone is a natural anabolic compound that supports muscle growth, improves endurance, and boosts testosterone levels. Tonkat Ali is an ancient natural herb that's been used for thousands of years to increase testosterone levels, improve libido, and reduce stress levels. Black Forest is said—
Look.
limited edition.
Normally, I don't do ethical reacts, especially when it comes to stuff like this. Normally, I don't fuck with that, you know? Especially when it's WhatIfAltHist. I want to help him. I don't want to help WhatIfAltHist. But this time, I feel like it actually makes sense to cover this. I feel it makes more sense to show you what he is selling, along with his message about the feminization of men in Germany and the degeneracy problem, and how that was what was responsible for the rise of the Third Reich. Not like, I don't know, Nazis.
And once it goes out of stock, it will be out of stock forever. So make sure to purchase.
There's only a certain amount. Look, it's a limited resource. We have harvested it all. Once it's out of stock, it'll never exist again. This is your chance to get swole. If you do not, you will forever be a pajama boy.
Yours ASAP. I actually do use the Tonkat Ali, and I can personally vouch for its effect.
Is it working? I don't think it's working. Have you seen this guy? I don't think it works.
I've noticed a significant difference in my energy levels, strength, sleep, and overall well-being.
But your dick is still small, though. What's the up with that?
I can really feel the difference.
I mean, like, not Rudyard's per se, but just like the proverbial you, right? The theoretical audience member, right? I'm not actually saying this about Rudyard. I wouldn't say this about another YouTube partner. I'm just saying, you know, the royal you, right? It's the royal you. That's a thing, right?
I take this. And the best part is you can try the Black Forest Turkestrone with Tonkat Ali with an amazing buy two, get one free offer already applied on the website. So
like, why is one's dick still small is what I'm asking.
Check out Black Forest and reclaim your masculinity.
It's like the Roman Empire argument, yeah. Back to the video, okay. Thank you.
Weimar Germany. There are certain eras of history that shouldn't happen. However, due to weird combinations of events that no one expected, they end up occurring. The Weimar is one of them. Due to bizarre, which is a word I keep using to describe this time period for a reason, factors, a social group which would never otherwise take over society became dominant in German.
Wait, by bizarre, he seems like he means like modern art and stuff.
Culture for over a decade. To start the story, Germany is a large pluralistic country. I think it's easy for Americans to forget how diverse European countries can be. In that a nation like Germany, 100 years ago, was filled with loads of different regional cultures, dialects, political and interest groups, all jostling together. Germany was also the largest economy in Europe and the most advanced society in the world artistically.
See, he should say jostling together, and then he should do his underwear ad. But you know what won't be jostling together? Your boys, when you buy this new underwear product, which it's called Keep 'em Separated Underwear. You ever get your balls in a jostle? Well, you won't anymore, thanks to Keep 'em Separated Underwear.
Philosophically or scientifically. This means that the Germany of this era had immense internal contrasts, much like
what? Is that like a giantess? Is this some femdom? What's going on here? Oh no, or is this just anti-Semitism? I can't tell, chat. I mean, if it's fucking in German as from this time period, like I like half think it's just gonna be anti-Semitism, but I don't know enough of the dog whistles to say for sure. I don't know what's going on here, but I don't much like it. Oh god, not the ball cupping underwear, right?
America today. Carol Quigley, in his book Tragedy and Hope, has said that the Germany of this era was run by 5 different social groups. That being the monarchy, the Junker warrior nobility in Prussia, who led the military, the industrialists concentrated in the Rhineland, the imperial bureaucracy, and the trade unionists. Except for the trade unionists, all of these were incredibly conservative. This is one of the biggest dividing Weimar in today, in that the conservatives were the deep state and the establishment, while today the left dominates those.
The left dominates the CIA. Yep.
What had occurred with the end of World War I was the creation of an artificial Germany, which very few people wanted. For example,
Die schönste Frau. What does that say again? I didn't get to read it.
Weimar in today, in that the conservatives were the deep state and the establishment, while today the left dominates those. What had occurred with the end of World War I was the creation
Die schönste Frau der Welt. The prettiest, the most beautiful woman in the world, right? That's what that means.
Of an artificial Germany, which very few people wanted. For example, before Germany signed the humiliating Versailles Treaty, the Germans had conquered almost all of Central Europe, out to the Baltics and Ukraine, turning them into colonies. Germany was technically
Wait, what do I got to do? This one? Yeah.
But had really devolved into being a centrally planned socialist military dictatorship. The remaining allied countries at the Treaty of Versailles, or really Britain and France, since America...
What's the name of this guy? Yeah, Rudyard.
Was out to lunch at the time, crafted this incredibly humiliating treaty, which removed Germany's colonial empire, saddled them with an obscene amount of debt, cut down their military to an absolutely pathetic size, among half a dozen other things. The thing the Germans felt most resentful of was that the Allies had forced the Germans to sign that they were guilty for starting the war. Since the Germans had always felt like World War I was forced on them to protect themselves as they were surrounded on all sides, this...
Oh my god, what the fuck is this? See, he's got all these little Easter eggs here. Like, is he unironically using the word Jewry? That's disturbing.
This was especially stinging to their sense of honor. The problem with the Versailles Treaty was that it was harsh enough to be humiliating and build up resentment, but it wasn't hard enough to incapacitate Germany. Germany wasn't divided up as a country or militarily occupied. On the other hand, it wasn't like the end of the Napoleonic Wars either, in which the Congress of Vienna was very careful to not hurt France's pride, thus making it resentful and causing more wars. I mean, an issue here is that Germany is so big, and its people so vigorous, brave, and intelligent, that the British...
Sus. Is he going to tell us next that German science is the finest in the world?
The French had no real way to enforce humiliation upon them for a long period. However, in a prime example of cringe Westoid social engineering, the Allies...
Westoid? Really?
Germany's monarchy with this vague liberal democracy. This is comparable to America trying to establish democracy in Iraq or Afghanistan. The issue is that most Germans didn't really want Germany to be a democracy. There were a pretty small group of classical liberals who were concentrated in the Rhineland, while most Germans were either old stock conservatives who ran Germany's deep state or Marxists who wanted the revolution. That being said, you had this awkward situation in which the German monarchist and nationalist establishment was forced to maintain a government which they hated due to foreign intervention. Right after World War I, Germany had a series of small internal civil wars between rightists and leftists since no one respected the new government. There were the Spartan
He's gonna yada yada the German Revolution. Like this huge and important thing to understand just becomes, oh, there's a little conflict between rightist and leftist, and you know, we just move right past that.
Communist revolts in Berlin, who were crushed by the reactionary Freikorps. A lot of you probably know how Hitler launched a coup in 1923 with an attempt to take over the government, while using World War I General Ludendorff as a prop. The really insane thing is that Hitler only got a little bit more than a year in jail due to the German deep state being so insanely conservative biased. On top of this, the judges who gave Hitler's sentence empathized with Hitler since they hated the regime too, and they wanted a nationalist like Hitler to win. It's similar to how the Antifa types get really light sentences today from the leftist deep state.
The Antifa types, like the person that was publicly executed under the Trump administration, light sentences, like summary executions by law enforcement. Yeah.
I think a lot of the American left projects the social structure of Weimar Germany onto our modern society, since our current ruling class has Nazi derangement syndrome. Thus, they obsessed.
Yo, Nazi derangement Yo! Chat! Here it is, right? Trump derangement syndrome. Vaush derangement syndrome. Nazi derangement syndrome. In other words, you think that Nazis are worse than they actually, I mean, that's what that says, right? When Trumpers, when MAGAs talk about Trump derangement syndrome, they're saying you think that Trump is worse than he actually is. When Vaush and his community talk about Vaush derangement syndrome, they're saying you think that Vaush is worse than he actually is. What is motherfucking Rudyard saying here, other than that we think that Nazis are worse than they actually are? No, Rudyard. They really are that bad. I'm sorry, Rudyard. You really are that bad.
Over the historic conditions which existed in the Weimar period, which ended up creating the Nazis, even though they bear basically no relation to life today. This is a theme that we're going to see repeated again and again in this video. As a general rule, everything the left complains about in modern America was true of Weimar Germany. It actually was a racist, hierarchical, nationalistic, patriarchal society with a conservative deep state biased against the left. The Weimar government was dominated by these moderate left-wing types who were ineffective at governing the nation. They also couldn't accomplish much due to either being blackballed by the more radical left, who were Marxist revolutionaries, or the conservative establishment. A disproportionate amount of them were
I'm sorry, but the more radical left were, I think you already said, executed by the Freikorps.
Jewish, which was part of the origin of Hitler's anti-Semitism. The Weimar period has...
Oh my god, are we fucking justifying Hitler's anti-Semitism? It kind of sounds like that's where he's going with this. This is gross.
Meeting room kind of feel to it. Like everyone involved knew that it wasn't what Germany was supposed to be, but no one had a better idea.
Is Ben Shapiro reading this as Ben Peters? No, this is Rudyard. What's his last name? You watch Vaush. I mean, look, we're done with the Vaush thing. And hey, Blaine, I know that you might have heard stuff about me. I'm a big meanie. I've got Vaush derangement syndrome, and I'm a woke scold and all this stuff. But I agreed with your dude today. Okay, as much as it pains me to admit, Vaush is correct in this Xanderhal thing, right? Vaush, I'm definitely coming down on the side of Vaush, saying that we need to. That Biden needs to be replaced if there's any hope of not having another Trump administration.
Fact is that Weimar Germany was the most legally free country in the world in that time period. It had total suffrage across social classes and even among women. It was a democracy with freedom of speech, religion, and other things. The reality, though, was that the ruling class were authoritarians who viewed this all with contempt. Possibly the biggest issue Weimar Germany ran into was financial problems. The reparations the Allies demanded from them were insane. The logical conclusion to all of this was to insanely artificially print money and create inflation so as to lower the value of the currency so as to pay off the debt with a depreciated, cheaper currency. This is not a bad choice, but it does come with some very dark consequences. Part of me feels bad for saying Weimar Weimar was poorly governed, since it was definitely more better governed than most countries in the world today, and the leadership was dealt such a really bad hand by circumstance. The Germans were by nature a very serious and responsible people, the kind who kept large personal savings. The inflation completely wiped out those savings. The German middle class, one of the largest and most prosperous in the world, was effectively wiped out overnight. You can hear about something like this happening in abstract, but it's hard to convey what it was actually like to live through this time. People were legitimately starving in Germany. A great story which shows it is that there was a family which was stockpiling potatoes to survive, but they had to rent out an extra room for cash. The way they dealt with this was by filling the entire room with potatoes, except a path from the bed the person would sleep on to the door. Prostitution became ubiquitous as there were lots of women with nothing to offer except their bodies. The inflation under Weimar was absolutely insane and exists with very few parallels in history. You'll hear crazy anecdotes like that families would use money as wallpaper, given the money was so worthless that it was cheaper than the paper itself. Alternately, that someone would order a beer at a restaurant
like using CDs. Have you ever seen people that use old CDs to decorate their room?
5,000 marks, and then the next beer they ordered that night was 7,000. People had to resort to barter and very primitive economic measures. Germans were completely desperate for money, and it was said that you could sleep with an entire family in exchange for $1 American.
Excuse me? Hey, excuse me? Excuse me. What? Yo, like, I know there's some fucked up people out there, right? But sleep with entire what? Excuse me? What are we hearing? What is this?
Ironically, the economy wasn't that bad for the whole Weimar period. They were able to restabilize the currency so that the middle of the 20th decade was an economic golden age. Not all of the Weimar period was completely miserable to live in, although Germany still wasn't as prosperous as it was before World War I. Germany started with a new currency, and the exchange rate from the old to the new was literally a trillion of the old currency translated to 1 mark in the new currency. That being said, this era of wealth was built off loans from the Americans. Thus, when the American stock market failed in 1929, causing the Great Depression, Germany was one of the countries which was hit the hardest. The brief period that was okay in the Weimar was biased towards city inhabitants, who were, not coincidentally, the kinds of people who were most likely to support the moderate leftists in charge. The rural area.
Oh, wait. Joshua says that's true. That's how bad it was. But wait, is it like who was going around trying to sleep with entire families? Like who the fuck? Who was that fucking exists?
Small business owners were really hit hard by the economic, tax, and regulatory system. These two demographics rebelled by supporting Hitler, who used the new Great Depression to rise to power in 1933. We'll get into why Hitler was so popular and what he symbolized later in this video, but beforehand, let's look at what about the socioeconomic conditions.
Okay, I feel like if we had a bingo card that I'm gonna put like begrudging respect for Hitler on that card somewhere, and I'm gonna expect to see that coming up. I'm gonna expect to see him express begrudging respect. Like, well, you gotta hand it to Hitler, you know. You're gonna get that, and I'm guessing that it's actually not as begrudging as he's gonna make it out to be. But that's on my bingo card now.
Famed social degeneracy of the Weimar period.
God damn it, I did this wrong. Let's try that again.
Like
there we go.
Decadence. The kinds of people who dominated in the Weimar period were those who were impractical. The artists, degenerates, socialites, and libertines. This was a time period where, due to large macro-social, political, and demographic forces, nothing could be accomplished.
I think that Rudyard hates fun.
Which removed any levers through which the normies could hold the weirdos accountable to social standards. One of the ideas which I have in my head is that humans are a lot closer to insanity than they realize. Normally, a few bad historic events, and that happens. All of this happened to Germany. The thing is that once the economy doesn't work, your country is not allowed to have military aggression, and no one respects the ruling regime, is that you have no leverage you can hold against the weirdos. One of the biggest differences between our era—
The fuck are you talking about? What the fuck is bro yapping about? What is this?
In Weimar is that Weimar was an incredibly young society while the modern West is aging. What happens when you have lots of bored young people with nothing to do is that they start fucking and partying. Another factor to keep in mind is that due to World War I, the gender imbalance between men and women was off because—
Oh no, we're gonna the incel angle is coming in.
Men had died. This would thus create a leverage in which women had to put out more sexually to compete for men, which is effectively the opposite of our current dynamic in which women have sexual leverage over men. Keep in mind, alcohol and human bodies are very cheap, and thus, if there's nothing else to do, why not be a degenerate? The horrors of World War I, combined with the mass social instability caused by inflation—
You know, I was thinking the other day, I should just go and be a degenerate. There's nothing else to do. Might as well
live like there was no tomorrow. Keep in mind, inflation erases any savings, thus there's an incentive to spend everything now. To be honest as well, if I had spent years in filthy trenches getting shelled and my friends dying in front of me, I would want to party like there was no tomorrow as well. I think there was a lot of PTSD in this time period that people were drinking away. The 1920s were possibly the decade of the 20th century which saw the most social change, and especially so, the one—
Why does that shit not work for me? I cannot get my trauma to go away with substances. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
most long-lasting effects. For example, our comprehension of a bunch of different cultural things stems from the 1920s. As a macro-political example, the 20s was a decade in which pacifism, feminism, women voting, a majority urban society, cars, advertising, consumerism,
it's those women voting,
vegetarianism, dressing skimpily,
vegetarians,
wood clubbing, science fiction, popular music like jazz, professional sports, and so much else either stems
Is he gonna say that this is all what, like, this is all like new male soy boy bug, what is it called again? New male soy boy bug man. What's it called, chat? Do you remember this? It's a thing.
Became popular in. Paul Johnson wrote a book called Modern Times, and his start of Modern Times.
What Paul Johnson? Like the DJ Paul Johnson, or are we talking about?
Was in the 1920s, which I agree with. Statistically, the decade in which the amount of clothing women wore declines the fastest was the 1920s. The empowered girl boss archetype is a creation of the 20s. A lot of the flappers would not be out of...
It was the original live, laugh, love period. People would go on a spiritual journey to find themselves and eat, pray, love, whatever. That
among hipsters in Brooklyn today. One of the things people forget is that fashion...
Yeah, the flappers are just like the hipsters. Okay.
Significantly.
What are you talking? Why are we still talking about hipsters? Hipsters not a thing. Hipsters not the hipsters. Do hipsters exist, chat? Hipsters. I mean, you know, you're talking about 2014. I feel like the hipsters died out in 2014. I don't think there's hipsters. It doesn't feel like there's hipsters. Yeah, jazz was their degenerative rap music. He's so dumb. Yes, women got to vote and join the job market after World War I in the 20s, but he is drawing the exact wrong conclusion from that. Yeah, hipsters in Brooklyn joke in 2024. That is wild.
People think. A great example of this is that this guy from the 50s who looks like a 2010s hipster. People were wearing sunglasses, bikinis, t-shirts, sneakers, and anything else you can imagine decades earlier than most people would think. The art and architecture which dominates our era of history comes from the Weimar period. There's a great book called The Geography of Nowhere, which is about why so much of America looks like this, or giant concrete steel blocks with no culture, meaning, or design. Ironically, this school of architecture comes out of Weimar, Germany. This was a derivation of the Bauhaus school, which was created by communists who wanted architecture to not represent the oppressive past, thus opening us up to a future of utopian social engineering. The great irony is that this architectural style saw its total victory in that this style is by far the most popular around the world today, not even...
Okay, low key, it's not bad. I want a house like that in Minecraft.
America, since its brutalist, blocky architecture was cheaper to produce and didn't require making an artistic stand. Thus, corporate capitalist America took what were...
Yeah, Ben Peters says, I haven't been a hipster since 2015. I can't afford to be a hipster.
By these artistic German communists who are trying to be avant-garde, and then turned it into these soulless, dead concrete blocks. A lot of modern art is from the Weimar period as well. Dada, or this nihilistic style of art which is meant to convey nothing, came out...
Now, you say soulless, and yet, do we need to look at Hitler's art? Do we want to see what soulless actually looks like? All right. You want to talk about soulless? There you go. This is the shit that Herr Hitler was painting. All right. Not soulless. Soulless. Not soulless. Soulless. Not soulless. Soulless. There we go. There we go. Just so we remember, we got some basis of comparison. Anyway. Whoops, I pressed the wrong button, didn't I? God damn it. I was trying to press this one.
Germans in this time period. German art of this era was a big proponent in pushing the disturbing, nihilistic, ugly, surreal, and disturbing trends that we see even in art today. You could make the argument that art today has not escaped the mold.
So yeah, it's all about the oh my god, is that where we're at? Is that where we're trying to be?
Time period. German art of this era was a big proponent in pushing the disturbing, nihilistic, ugly, surreal, and disturbing trend.
Okay, yeah. So it's about aesthetics, but it's like aesthetics as viewed from somebody with his head stuck up his ass. Like Adolf Hitler or like Rudyard. Right? Like aesthetics according to someone with shit for brains.
That we see even in art today. You could make the argument that art today has not escaped the mold which was set by this time period on any level. If you watch music videos or modern art, or things that art shows even show, it's all very similar to the artistic mold set by Weimar. It still shocks me how crazy and dysfunctional Germany was in this time.
Again, I guess this shit just shows how you have no taste and no distinction. You have your shitty taste, and anything that doesn't line up with that is fucking degenerate and is the same as like the war period in Germany. It's just, it shows that you don't distinguish things, you don't see things, you're not looking with your.
And yet how creative it was. Yet the far more wealthy and functional Germany of the second half of the 20th century was far less inventive. That being said, Germany in this time was still doing massive technological and intellectual advances. Germany in the 20s was still the country in the world producing the most Nobel Prize winners in science. Albert Einstein came out of this time period, and if you want to expand this to Austria or Switzerland, this was also the era with Sigmund Freud, Carl Jung, and Oswald Spengler, or thinkers who are still influential even today. The sheer scope of the deviancy in the Weimar period is shocking. Like, you hear stories about teams of family members who worked as pairs in balls. You'll hear stories about bestiality and other absolutely disgusting stuff. The first gender people we hear about are from the Weimar.
Oh, wait, just a second. Can I remind us of the society that we're talking about? It's called Germany. Anybody ever been to Germany? Anybody ever been to like a sex shop in Germany? Look, I mean, they got some interesting taste. That's all I have to say, right? Germans, that is, right? No offense to any of my German friends, all right? But that's just kind of Germany. Like, I don't pretend to understand Germany. He's acting like this is like he's acting like this is an aberration from like the German culture. No, what you don't understand is that the Nazi period, was kind of the aberration as far as
period. There were in which women would dress as men and men as women, and they would pair up with the other. The idea of breaking out of the gender binary, as Camille Paglia has said, is one which pops up in very urbane.
Oh my God, Camille Paglia. I did not have her on my bingo card. This is a reactionary weirdo. I don't even understand. The only people I know that read Camille Paglia are like Nazguls, right? You might as well be like Lear Keith or something. I don't know. No, I feel like Lear Keith. I feel like I'm doing Lear Keith dirty there.
Which flaunting the natural order is seen as cultured. Being androgynous, just like today, was seen as a positive in the Weimar period. Homosexuality was the most.
When is it seen as a positive? What are you fucking talking about? We're opening up a space where it can be seen maybe neutrally, but it's not. It's not seen as positive, androgyny, right? Non-binary people are always talking about how they get put on the spectrum, like of these imaginary poles of like masculinity and femininity, and like, oh, well, since you're non-binary, you must be right in the middle there. And it's like, non-binary people are like, no, I just like neither of these are right for me. That doesn't mean I'm the fucking, the center of your non-existent spectrum. It means that it's a social fucking construction, and I want to construct it differently. I don't see it the same.
accepted in the Weimar period of almost any other period before the 1960s, which I can think of in history. Bisexuality was very common and homosexuals were important cultural leaders in the Weimar period, thus eliciting, although not justifying, their later persecution by the Nazis. This was an era of a lot of research into sexuality, in which loads of the theories which underlie the stuff that the modern left believes today, such as a gender spectrum and 10% of the population being gay, were tested.
I'm sorry, but this dude's a Nazi.
Although that stuff later turned out to be pseudoscience. Cabarets, or what were basically strip clubs, became incredibly popular and normalized across Germany. Something I just thought of is that the Weimar period was the first—
Wait. 10% of people being gay is pseudoscience? You know, actually, it might be more, right? Now, it depends on what you mean by gay. Like, for instance, is a bisexual person gay? Does that, Kandinsky, did they show Kandinsky? Did I miss Kandinsky? I kind of dig some abstract expressionism. I will admit that I kind of like Franz Marc a little bit better, but yeah, Kandinsky's all right. Kandinsky's a bit of all right.
Time in German history in which a majority of the female population lived in cities, and much like today, women were more urban concentrated in the Weimar period than men were, and so leaving behind stifling villages where everyone around you and your parents knew who you were sleeping around with gave women of the Weimar period a sexual freedom they hadn't had before. In a way, this video is funny to research in that it leads back so easily to John Haidt's moral foundations theory, or that—
Motherfucking John Haidt, Anna Kasparian, I lay this shit at your door. You were in bed with Rudyard. I was saying before that Rudyard's an incel. Maybe not. Maybe Rudyard's secretly sleeping with, not literally, but like figuratively sleeping with Anna Kasparian in terms of the Jonathan Haidt love. I gotta check out this fucking monster. Like, I just keep on seeing this asshole associated with all the worst people. Right?
Politics is an extension of irrational—
Oh God, what is this again? The moral matrix of American liberals. Should we zoom in on this a little bit? Should we look at this? Okay, so the liberal moral matrix is the most sacred value, care for the victim of oppression. Libertarian moral matrix, most sacred value, individual liberty. Social conservative moral matrix, most sacred value, preserve the institution and the traditions that sustain a moral community. And so wait, you got care-harm. Okay, so these are like opposites, right? Care-harm, liberty-oppression, fairness-cheating, loyalty-betrayal, authority-subversion, sanctity-degeneration. And these are either thick or thin. You know, they run the spectrum from being thick to thin. They are either straight up and down or leaning one way or another. And in the social conservative moral matrix, they appear to be balanced and stable. Interesting, right? That's the most balanced of all the views. Anyway, I don't pretend to know anything about Jonathan Haidt. I just notice that wherever Jonathan Haidt, or is it Jonathan Haidt? The clitoris was just a 1920s Weimar propaganda. Yeah, there we go. And so was a female orgasm, for that matter. But yeah, I can't tell you exactly what's going on in this chart. It's sus.
Logical states or genetic self-interests, which we rationalize in retrospect to being rational political opinions. Here's a text wall to explain how progressive—
John Haidt.
Conservatives have differing moral intuitions. That being said, it's funny that I'll see conservative and progressive historical narratives about this time period in which they will be reporting upon the exact same historical fact, but will have wildly different interpretations of what it means due to how they process the world differently. What this shows indirectly is the Weimar period is still part of roughly the same historic era today as was what was going on a century ago, or that the ramifications of the Weimar period are still comprehensible to life today in the way that, say, the 100 Years' War—
So chat, you wanna look at a difference between academic institutions, which, you know, have their problems. I will be the first to admit that. Tend to replicate, the people already at the top of those hierarchies, right? There's issues there, but that have something like a peer review process, that have like checks and balance, that you can't just like fucking publish anything and get like massive acclaim with no skepticism or analysis or right. There's this kind of system, system more or less of like peer review that goes on in academic institutions versus YouTube, which is the I don't want to say the blind leading the blind, because I feel like there's a less ableist way of saying this, right? But the pseudo-intellectual leading the anti-intellectual. Let's just put it that way. And this is bad. This is bad. This is ripe for abuse. This is ripe for harm.
I mean, the two sides which were fighting in the Weimar era, the right and the left, are the same factions as today, although they've changed a little bit. A big reason for this is that even on a sexual front is that we haven't resolved the philosophic or political issues that were boiling under Weimar, while at the same time the modern left is a creation.
Actually, we kind of have. We kind of have. But here's what's going to blow your mind, Rudyard. The world has moved on without people like you. And we don't need you. And we don't want you. And if you want to make yourself and your little incel culture into the cultural, dead end and just wait for the, dustpan and broom of history to sweep you up, that's totally fine with me. That's totally fine with me. But no, the rest of us have moved on and we're not going back. We are not going back. There will be no Project 2025. There will be no legislation on the fucking bodily autonomy. There will be no Handmaid's Tale. All right? We have tasted of the fruit of knowledge of good and evil. And guess what, Rudyard? It is good.
Of Weimar. The modern left, and frankly the entire West today,
and evil,
is fundamentally postmodern in that our society is ruled by the principles that reality is inherently subjective, that we will never know the truth, and that he who is in power controls what the truth is. If you ask top universities or government...
That's a misapprehension. Again, pseudo-intellectual dick, he's like pseudo-intellectual schmegma. I don't know. He's
what they believe, they're going to openly say these things. That being said, these ideas came out of the Frankfurt School, which again is in
the motherfucking Frankfurt School, you goddamn Nazi. Can you stop being a Nazi for like 2 seconds?
Germany. The Frankfurt School, who were, as the name suggests, based out of Frankfurt in Germany, were Marxist philosophers who constructed the philosophically subjective framework under which Marxism operates, which boils down to that we control reality, that the oppressor-oppressed dynamic is the most...
We control reality? That sounds like strikingly similar to a Dick Cheney quote.
Important to the universe, that those in power create truth, and that all social relationships in all different human interaction are based upon power. Again, this is the dominant worldview of our society today, but was created by a pretty small sliver of society in a very strange context, that being German Jewish Marxist academics during the Weimar period. What happened with the rise of...
Yo, fucking quit being a... Can you quit being a Nazi? Can you please quit being a Nazi for just a second? Can you quit being... at least he's not hiding his anti-Semitism anymore. There we go. There we go. This guy has a problem with Jewish people. I don't know what else to say.
Is that these German Jewish Marxists had to flee Germany for very obvious reasons. They came to America and became top professors at Ivy League universities. Them and their buddies gradually took a
motherfucking Nazi
over the Ivy Leagues, converting the professors in the university system to their ideology. As the assortative method for the ruling class in the period since World War II has been the universities, this has allowed the indoctrination of the future ruling class with Frankfurt School ideas, thus resulting in them taking over society. This sounds like a conspiracy theory, but all of this stuff literally happened, and we have...
Gaius fracking Baltar says, on Jonathan Haidt, I actually checked out his book way back when it came out, before I would have considered myself a leftist. His thesis is that morality breaks down into a spectrum of 6 values. Yeah, I'm not trying to say that he is like some kind of crypto fascist or, secret, reactionary or something like that. I've noticed that like the people that pick him up and run with him tend to be not great, right? One interesting set of people that picked him up and ran with him a little bit in terms of his takes on technology and its effect on children was Pod Save America. They had Jonathan Haidt on to talk specifically about screen time and phones and growing up with iPads and the effect on on children, right? So I'm not saying that everybody that like, you know, everybody that fucks with this guy is as sus as Rudyard and Anna Kasparian, but I am noticing a pattern of not goodness. But yeah, I haven't really looked into it enough to, you know, make heads or tails.
Records for it. This leads to an important point in that we're not actually that similar to the Weimar period in historic conditions, but since our ruling culture was formed during the Weimar period, we end up with a significant amount of cultural similarities. We're not a starving country with a failed currency, at least not yet, who just lost a world war, with a huge young population which is constantly partying while living through a cultural golden age. The opposite, actually, in most of those ways. I have a hot take here that we are a very degenerate society in one way, which is obvious, but at the same time, in a different way, we're weirdly not that degenerate. For an example of this, I find it very strange prostitution is not vastly more popular today. The reason I say that is that on paper, we're perfect for mass prostitution. We're a society which is supposedly sex positive, which supposedly supports prostitutes, yet at the same time has a large group of desperately poor young women and sexually frustrated young men. That being said, prostitution is still really rare in modern America. If a celebrity visits a prostitute, it's major gossip and probably will kill his career, and thus is not seen as normal. An irony here is that our relationship with sex is one of the strangest ones.
Well, interesting. Like, I'm a little surprised by that. He does not seem to consider, online sex work to be akin to the word that he keeps bleeping, that I guess I should probably not say, because apparently that's a no word. The ostitution word is a no word on YouTube.com.
Where in the Middle Ages, for example, it was on paper a much more sexually repressed society, but the Catholic Church unironically sponsored brothels. In the time of Victorian England, which again was a Puritan society, there was an incredible, obscene amount of prostitution and pornography. At the time, it was just assumed that all the generals in Napoleonic France had used prostitution, and if a major figure today is caught using one, that's...
Are we allowed to say that word on YouTube.com? I don't know. We'll find out if I stay monetized. Chlorophyll.
Again, probably the end of his career. Young people now party the least of any period in over a century.
I feel like we need to say the word Nazi, though. I feel like if there's some kind of taboo against that, it needs to be broken, because we are dealing with some real parallels in the far right. We are dealing with people that are just unrepentant. Like, I mean, what do you fucking call Nick Fuentes, right? Is there a better, you got a better word for that? Because I don't. I think that if the jackboot fits, we must not acquit.
The least sex of any period in over a century on top of that. I used to hang out in Los Angeles influencer circles, where there are lots of parties which you would expect to reach Weimar levels of degeneracy. That being said, people are too anxious to cut loose, and a lot of partying is about social clout and networking. It's about social signaling, not fun. I think an important difference is that we as a society are vastly more economically stable than the Weimar period, although most young Westerners are poor, but also we are far less psychologically stable. This is why we're still holding onto the cultural forms from Weimar, since we're not creative enough to actually find anything new. Young people today are too anxious to do the crazy stuff they did in Weimar. Gen Z barely leaves their houses. The only exception, from what I've heard, is state school college frat parties, which I've heard are still crazy. That being said, a great irony is that what's flipped is...
I've heard.
We've moved from a system where the outsider youth are degenerates or leftists to one where the elite are said degenerate leftists and the youth counterculture...
Several Wolf says, yeah, I definitely know this guy from undergrad.
Conservative. A real bizarre trading of places. Our era will probably be remembered as a creative period for conservative culture comparable to what the Weimar was for the left. We're already seeing this in that the new slang today is all from 4chan. The new interesting comedians, YouTubers, podcasters...
That's not... Oh my god, you're fucking brain rotted, Rutgerd. If that's the extent of the new slang that you know, that you're familiar with, right? If these are the cultural, like, forms that with which you're familiar, then you are fucking brain rotted.
Thinkers, and popular artists are all at least conservative coded, with examples including Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson, Russell Brand, Shane Gillis, or even someone like a Mr. Beast is a middle America bro. History is a twisted mirror, and every era of history is a reflection of certain historic events from both the far future and the far past. Our era of history, at different points, for example, reflects the fall of the Roman Republic, the Weimar period, the French Revolution, or the 17th century. That being said, the Weimar has glimmers of much later periods of history. It foreshadows the degeneracy of later eras of history in an interesting way. We tend to view the people from the first half of the 20th century as prim, proper, hardworking, disciplined, and all that stuff.
I love how this guy's like kind of like, you know, fear-mongering about like a slide into Nazi Germany, and he's using Nazi terminology. This is literally the way that the Nazis would describe that which was not of the Volk, of the people, of the real people, the German people, right? You know, that kind of shit, right? That this kind of formation was crucial, was central to the Nazi mindset.
When young people think of the kinds of people who lived in the 50s or who fought in the world wars, that's the image we get in our minds. That being said, I think that stereotype has more to do with the incentive structures of that kind of society, which actually rewarded hard work and discipline. The reason I say this is that the Weimar is an example of removing those incentives to see what happens. I think part of the reason that we parallel the Weimar period is that we're a society in which social mobility has died for complex reasons, thus removing the incentive to not be a degenerate. This is the era of the lowest social mobility.
They're not complex reasons at all. Social mobility was a fucking illusion. The American dream was propaganda. The working class, a portion of the working class, was thrown crumbs for several years after the Great Depression, for several decades after the Great Depression. Keynesian economics were practiced. And people were tricked into thinking, oh, you're the middle class now. Oh, look at this. Oh, isn't this nice? It was a fucking illusion. It was a lie, and you fell for it. Like the dipshit rube that you are, Rudyard. You're Rudyard the Rube.
Of removing those incentives to see what happens. I think part of the reason that we parallel the Weimar period is that we're a society in which social mobility has died for complex reasons.
Yeah, social fucking mobility. What kind of sad joke is that? What kind of sad joke is that? I mean, shit may be getting more locked down on some level, but it's never really been anything more than an illusion.
Thus removing the incentive to not be a degenerate. This is the era of the lowest social mobility in American history ever, which also is played into by the incredibly high inequality rates. The real drama of this time period is to think that the Kaiser's Germany, World War I, and the Weimar period...
Okay, so chat... Now, you know that I don't believe in violence. I'm not supportive of violence, and I certainly would not like be irresponsible as a YouTuber and tell my audience, you know, suggest that they do violent things, okay? But if you go out and you see your friends using the word degenerate, you need to figuratively slap that fascist cock out of their mouth, okay? Figuratively. In a video game. Of course.
Nazis and the Cold War colonization of Germany all happens to the exact same people. If you were 18 years old in World War I, you would be 50 years old when the Cold War started. You might even be able to live to the 21st century if you held on for a really long time. Imagine the insane trauma that one life would have. We like to split history into different discrete eras, but to the people involved, this was all one lifetime. What happened with the Weimar period to make it appear like our era of history is that due to the Great Depression and World War II, the seeds planted in Weimar lay pregnant for decades. Then in the 1960s, a lot of them started to flower again. The 1920s are the parents to the 1960s. As the 60s established the cultural
Shut up.
Code which we have until today, as the logic of the system started to work through, you ended up with a culture like that from which it originated it, that being the Weimar period.
The hipsters. Again.
People hated the Weimar Republic except for one demographic, that being the leftist intellectuals and artists who for them it was a golden age. This exact
I believe that the word that he's not saying out loud is I believe he's subtly trying to indicate Jewish people once again.
Of people were the same who designed the new postmodern social compromise, and thus they tried to engineer an ideal society to be as much like the Weimar period as possible. This all begs the same question. We all know what happened at the end of the Weimar. We know that the degradation of the Weimar Republic disgusted the average German so much that they elected a certain Austrian painter, who then took Germany into a hard right direction. Will that happen to us? Part 3, the Austrian painter. I want to hammer home the point that it's—
Wait, we still haven't gotten to Hitler, okay. I didn't think it could get worse, but here we go.
The exact same people who are living through each of these phases in German history. This is one of the craziest things about the 20th century, and it's most evident in places like China.
Several Wolf says, what if they're using it as a term of endearment? I don't know, the less people that I heard about doing that ended up like abusing their child and like, you know, pushing, oh my god, like the last, like it makes me think of Xena and Poppy. It makes me think of the wholesome degenerates, Xena and Poppy. But I mean, I guess in theory, if it's a term of endearment.
or Russia, but even in Britain or America, the cultural changes of that century are so massive that it almost breaks your brain. Boys who fought in the American Civil War lived to see the atom bomb. I think having that much change that fast kind of broke our society's brain, but that's another point. I also don't think we have the tools to deal with the trauma of the world wars and industrialization, and thus
to quote Germ, fascism is when Austrian painter.
Psychological neuroses from that which manifest even today. That being said, and this isn't a video at the psychology of why Germans elected Hitler, although I am going to make that video soon, the Weimar period clearly established a situation in which Germans wanted the Nazis. It's fairly obvious that the social order of Weimar had far more losers than winners. This is one of the general facts about degeneracy, in which a small group of people have a lot of fun, and a large part of the population are vastly less happy with the breakdown of traditional social roles. One of the interesting things I've read from Amaury de Riencourt is that the most fervent supporters of the Nazi Party were young women. To be fair, the most fervent supporters of any dominant ideology will be young women, which is something and order-obsessed Nazis. Keep in mind, the economic and social losers from Nazi Germany were the countryside, and most Germans were ethnically rural, in that urbanization was a very recent process, and thus most Germans were still socially conservative. More Germans than not viewed the Weimar period with complete disgust, while small isolated urban bubbles, which were still pretty small percentages of the city themselves, liked this age. What the Nazis were was an attempt to
Here's what I want to know with Rudyard, right? Does he measure most Americans by like looking on a map, seeing the red and the blue counties, not just the states, and say, well, most of it's red. Obviously, most of the people are conservative. And that's not even true in 2016. Literally, most of the people voted blue. But if you look at a map, there's going to be more red than blue. I think that might be how, that somebody with a rural bias views the country, literally erasing people.
World War I again. The irony is I think most Germans preferred the de facto social structure of Germany during World War I to the de jure legal condition. Germany was on paper a decentralized aristocratic monarchy with a parliament, total male suffrage, and a capitalist economic system. The actual reality was that Germany was a nationalistic military dictatorship in de facto union with Austria, in which all young men were in the military under a socialist command economy. For complex reasons I explain in this text wall, Germans believed that they nearly won World War I, and that they only lost since they were stabbed in the back. This was projected onto hatred of the Jews, who are an easy scapegoat across history.
And the communists.
This was justifiable to the German people.
And the fact that they were, conflated with Jewish people were conflated with communists.
Jews were disproportionate in communist organizations, the Weimar government, among degenerate artists, and were on average significantly wealthier. That being said, the Jews were less than 1% of Germany's population, weren't in that many positions of serious authority, they didn't stab Germany in the back resulting in the loss of World War I, and most German Jews were very patriotic and served Germany faithfully. Germany's Jews were highly assimilated into German culture. Hitler gave the Germans the second shot they thought they deserved with World War I. The Germans fought heroically, but they...
remember when he was talking about the international, I don't even want to say it, right? But he adds RY to the word Jew and international. It's a fucking dog whistle.
We all know the story. The Germans destroyed their honor and are still trying to recover their national identity from the horrors of the atrocities they committed. With all of this, we see the Germans trying to wash out the shame of Weimar by going as far as possible in the other direction. The story of Weimar and the following Nazis is fundamentally the story of the lack of wisdom and the rationalizing of emotions. What religion at its best does is to teach us the cognitive biases implicit in our own minds so that we can gain self-awareness and are thus capable of not sliding into the natural flaws of our characters. The Germans were not self-aware. They first rationalized degeneracy and then in reaction to it rationalized
Roger, shut the fuck up.
Genocide. They've continued the pattern and have since rationalized suicidal, nihilistic self-loathing as a further reaction. They need to break out of this cycle and take a deep breath if they want their nation to survive. That being said...
Why don't you go over to Germany and...
Said a million times, we are not a wise society. We have already repeated the degeneracy of Weimar, but will we repeat the Austrian painter? If you folks watch my videos, you'll see that I have frequently said that the West is on the verge of a far-right backlash. There's frankly no way that we don't have it, given how much the left has pushed its agenda to such ludicrous logical extensions that the average...
So yeah, not to justify fascism, but let me just justify fascism for a second, if you will.
Lives in poverty, mass immigration is changing demographics, the normal person is discriminated against in every possible way, and constantly humiliated by the culture for nothing they've done wrong. It's almost like the left is begging the right to create another Hitler. Much like the Weimar leftists...
Don't make me a Nazi. Don't make me be a Nazi. I'll do it. I'll do it. Don't you push me. I'm Rudyard.
Modern left is completely degenerate, nihilistic, and short-sighted.
Okay, you're making me be a Nazi then. You're making me with your degeneracy.
No idea what they're doing, what demon they're creating. If you told them the logic, they'd just stare blankly at you and continue to be degenerates without a thought. That being said, the chaos that comes from this is further propelling a population to want the same things that the Nazis came out of. I think most people in the West today want a clean, family-oriented, nationalistic government. More and more
I think you're hanging out with too many Nazis.
White people want an explicitly ethno-nationalist government, which pushes their ethnic self-interest.
Yes, you definitely are hanging out with too many Nazis.
Eugenics is becoming more popular, partly due to the opportunities with genetic engineering. The irony is that none of this was true 10 years ago, but the Weimar-descended left is so obnoxious that in an effort to keep people from becoming Nazis, they ended up making them anyway. With all this said and done, the future
is... it's because of leftists. It's because of Antifa.
We have the ability to gain self-awareness so that this backlash doesn't just keep this negative cycle going. Going from one extreme to another helps no one.
Oh my god, chat, we got through it. We got through it. We got through it. Jesus fucking... I don't even know. I don't even know. German History X. Gee, how did I survive that? How did I even survive that? It is now, oh my god, it is now super late, chat. I usually like to, like, talk to chat and chill the fuck out and, you know, wrap the stream up in some meaningful way. I mean, we saw some fucked up shit, some scary shit. I don't know what it's gonna mean in the long term, but I don't think that Trump getting an ear piercing is like, it doesn't feel like that's a good thing. It doesn't feel like that's a good thing. Isn't he Russian? Oh, Kandinsky? I think so. Yeah, Kandinsky's like a Russian name, right? Franz Marc was German, though. Sorry, Redmond Barry. I know you had questions about art that you asked way earlier, and I didn't see you there. I was dealing with Rudyard. With a name like Rudyard, I have to imagine he was pretty intentionally raised in a deeply ideological far-right environment. The name makes me think of Rudyard Kipling. Yeah, I mean, if that's his given name, sure, that makes sense. Oh my god, we got 8 minutes until I'm on 10 hours. All right, chat. So I gotta get out of here before I turn into a pumpkin. Although that probably doesn't happen unless you feed me after midnight. No, that's a gremlin, right? Gremlin's different than a pumpkin. I lost brain cells. I need them back. I do too. So am I gonna stream tomorrow? That's the question. I feel like there's a lot to talk about. A lot of really important shit to talk about. I'm looking at Kyle Kulinski's reaction to Trump's ear piercing. I'm looking at Hasan's reaction. If you're watching on Twitch and you can't find the stream, check on YouTube. All right? Check on YouTube because, like, I don't know, the Twitch is really weird about its I may have dumped the VOD already, but it'll be up on YouTube. I'll try to put something out, get something to eat. Try not to have nightmares. Thank you, God for Gabi. Yeah. And thank you, chat. Thank you, you know, like I said, summer's gonna be really rough for me. Summer's gonna be like I almost said summer's the roughest month. It's more than a month, isn't it? But summer's gonna be the roughest time in general. Like, there's less viewership during the summer, and for some reason, summers are always tough for me. And I've got one more. It looks like one more really difficult month to try to make ends meet, and try to make sure that I'm paying all my bills and all that good stuff, right? But then I think. Wait, are we in July? Is it fucking... It is... Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. I think August... Beginning of August is going to be tough, but by the end of August, I should be marginally okay. And it's you I have to thank for that. So thank you for the support that you've given me, chat. It's allowed me the chance to make this my career when I didn't even know, you know, what I was gonna do. And you know, it's kind of amazing. It's kind of amazing to see where I came from, all the shit that I faced along the way, and the fact that I'm here now with a great professional setup that I love in a room that I really dig, almost affording life. So if I can just get myself to afford life, and I don't know what I'm going to do about my student loans, but like I'll be happy. I'll be really fucking happy. Glad you found my channel too, Nuclear Orange. Glad to have you here. Glad you all hung out with me tonight. It was really funny. Mr. Borelli has no shame. Oh my god. Well, I mean, like Rudyard's worse, but yeah, you're right. Oh, did you just sign up on Discord? Here, I'll add you right now, Simone. But yeah, I probably should stream tomorrow. I'm gonna have to figure that out soon. Sooner I get off, the better. But I just wanted to touch base with everybody. Earthkeeper, you just got added to Discord. Malaki, you just got added to Discord. Wait, is there somebody else that, or did you need the GNN invite? I would give you, I would raid you into GNN. Wait, let me see if I can do that on. Let's see if we can at least do that. Raid Galactic Streamlord, is it? Channel is okay. Yeah. I think we can do that. Yeah. So I would raid you in on. Wait, maybe I can. Maybe it's easier than I thought. Redirect. There you are. All right. And then customization and redirect. I thought about raiding you into President Sunday for a second, but I don't think that me and Sunday are besties like that yet. So yeah, I'm sending you over to GNN or to Galactic Streamlord if you are over on. I'm gonna send you in right now. All right, everybody, get in that robot on Twitch. Get in the raid, and I'll raid you into Galactic Streamlord on Twitch. Boom. Raided. Consider yourself raided. Might be follower or subscriber only chat, so watch out for that. And then I'm gonna end stream here, and it's gonna absolutely. Oh crap! You're supposed to pay student loans. I'm trying to avoid that. I might have to become a dissident. I might have to become an expat. I might have to get the fuck out of here. Because you know what Trump's talking about with Project 2025? He is talking about increasing, like getting rid of Biden's SAVE program, which I didn't sign up for in time. I hope that passes, like that's okay in court. Because like I need to sign up for the SAVE Act, but Trump's gonna get rid of the SAVE Act, and he's gonna raise like student loan payments by like 4 times. Like he's gonna make it harder, right? Than it was before. But anyway, we're raiding over. I'm gonna end chat here, and it's gonna automatically give you the ability to click through and go into GNN. So give GNN all of my love, and I will see you most likely tomorrow. You're watching Sunday too. Yeah, I might check out, see what Sunday's up to. I don't hate President Sunday. There's some things I disagree with him on. I feel like he let West Side Tyler off super easy. There was something that needed to be said about that guy. I don't know. But yeah, for the most part, compared to a lot of other streamers, I do find myself agreeing with Sunday sometimes. So and yeah, I don't have anything against Sunday. I think Sunday has something against me. Because me and my community had a problem at one time with his use of the academic N-word. Just because it's like, you know, come on, like you're gonna like, do you need to use do you need to use that word? Do you need it that bad? The version of the N-word that ends with an O? I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. I wasn't saying that Sunday was doing that from a place of like, you know, he's some kind of secret racist or anything like that. But, you know, I got to call him as I see him. I'm honest. I'm real. I hope people appreciate that, including you, Sunday. Including you, Sunbow. Anyway, we will end stream here, and I'll send you to Galactic News Network. You'll be able to click on the button in just a second. And I will see you all tomorrow.